Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku becomes Masters of Chef. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. But 1 down. 4 to go. Momo said once checked the live stream of the cooking challenge island hijacked from Yamato's control. Your boyfriend is really attacking a cooking school? Mina asked. Their 5 best students, their 4 best teachers and then their rector, a 3 Michelin star level chef. Yes, she answered. You did not deny the boyfriend thing. Jiro said unsure. Because he is. He just got my father's blessing. Momo answered, a tiny smile surfacing on her face. No way. Mina yelled with wide eyes. Congratulations, Yamamo. Toru squealed in happiness for her friend. No. At the same time Minetta was heard yelling from the back of the class while rushing towards Momo in tears. What is it to you? It's unfair. He doesn't even have a quirk. He doesn't deserve your melons or butt. I am a better man than that useless loser and I'll show you by plowing you until you love me. Let's F-U-boom. The class became dead silent once seen the classy and elegant Momo answer to that disgusting request by uprooting her desk from the floor to bash Minetta's skull with it hard enough to dig a perfect imprint of the boy's entire body on the concrete floor. I don't know what kind of sordid pornography you constantly drown yourself in, but there is not a single woman on this planet that can be converted to love by having SE with her, even less likely if against her will. Especially with a subhuman pervert like you. Drop this cuckolding crusade of yours for everything female in a 30 meters radius or I will personally see to it to have you neutered. I won't forgive your SXL harassment against me or my friends anymore. The young woman declared while repositioning her desk back down with a low thud. Had Izuku seen that, he would have understood why the system insisted in him enriching Momo's food in vitality and gourmet energy that much after the USJ incident. The other students though only saw an amazing feat of strength from somebody without a strength-related quirk, but any comment about it went forcefully put on hold once seen the BLD dripping from the desk right where it had almost split Minetta's skull open. Even Katsuki decided to not say a thing. Why yes? The boy managed to say before blissful unconsciousness mercifully embraced him. Jesus, Kaminari whispered. What happened? Ochako chose that moment to enter the class accompanied by Namuri. She had been talking with the woman about her dubious feelings for her boss at her part-time job, and she still didn't have an answer to her dilemma. Not even knowing he was in a relationship with Momo already seemed to make her heart stop beating wildly when with him. Minetta finally got on Yamamo's nerves. He tried saying he was her ideal man and pretended to show it by demanding her to have SEC with him, probably meaning right here and now, in front of the entire class. I think that's the gist of it. Toru answered, still a bit shaken. And that was all it took for you to somehow uproot a desk anchored on the floor with concrete to almost flatten him? Midnight. That and the SXL harassment me and my girlfriends are targeted with daily. Momo answered. And the panties thievery. Mina added. And his attempts to put cameras in our showers and locker rooms? So you said. And the crass jokes about any of us just missing out without. Sking him off. Jiro said with a scowl of disgust. I am invisible, but he still tries to take pictures under my skirt. Toru said. I did find him sniffing my shoes after gym practice a couple of times, Ochako said with a small voice. I think I saw him take a couple of pictures of his people right before asking us if we had the phone number of any of the girls. Luckily none of us actually gave him one. I managed to alert everybody just in time. Mizo admitted with a low, unsure tone of voice. Those are serious allegations. Why has nobody said anything before? Namuri said, pinching the bridge of her nose and groaning. I don't know if it is a proper excuse, Professor, but at the beginning his jokes and mannerism were just tasteless and annoying, but nothing too extreme. We boys did ask the girls if they needed help in dealing with him, and so we usually kept him grounded. Then serious schoolwork started and none of us could spare enough time to keep him on a leash, shall we say. I fear that he then saw it as a green light of sorts to go all out and enjoy his depravity. Tenya said. Few of us also thought that sooner or later the teachers too would have started reining him in. Tokoyami added, sighing. F-I-N-G unlikely. The midget thinks with his D only. How I don't know since we boys shower together and I happen to see only misery down there. A bit of trivia I could have easily lived without gaining. Katsuki answered, scoffing. Even Bakubro had to take counseling rounds for his anger management. I thought Minetta was getting similar counseling for his energy. Kirishima admitted with a shrug. No, unfortunately he hasn't. But he will, if he really was that bad, but you all will need to testify and bring proof of his demeanor. Do broken hidden cameras, stolen socks and panties and blurry pictures clearly taken from unaware girls mid-changing do, another teacher said from the door. Ectoplasm. One of my students found a hidden camera in her bedroom. We tracked the IP and power loader found out it connected with the laptop of one of your students. Once we entered his room we found a lot of trophies clearly stolen from female students of several classes of every year, along stacks of pornography in clear violation of the campus rules. Where is Minoru-san? He's on the floor with a concussion. Nemuri answered, groaning even louder. Who was it that smashed him? Ectoplasm asked. I did. He demanded that I have sex with him following some deranged fantasy of me falling madly in love with him. Thanks to that, Momo admitted. If they ask, I gave you a very harsh punishment followed by a lecture about excessive force. For this one time I say we let it slide as we teachers obviously had ignored a pervert harassing every girl in our school while hoping this mess would fix itself. Do not make it a habit, any of you. Yes, Professor, the entire class answered. Good. I'll take the little idiot to recovery girl, then we'll talk about his punishment, his future in UA if he will have a future here and very harsh counseling meetings that will start immediately after he recovers. We will curb this idiocy of his or he will die trying. The pro-hero answered before unceremoniously dragging Minetta away from the class. Goddammit, I so do not need this. Nemuri admitted with a groan. Sorry teacher. Don't be Yaoyorozu. It was partly our mistake as well. Like you others, we too hoped he would have calmed down by himself. Whatever, let's focus on our lesson now. Yes. Did your friend win his little challenge, Yaoyorozu? He just defeated the first king, he will now go against the second, she answered, unsure. Good. Me and few others have a betting pool ongoing about that. I bet he would win every fight, and since I don't want to lose my paycheck, he better sweep the floor with them. Nemuri answered, smirking. You have a bet about him? Shoda and I have him as a total winner, same for Lunch Rush. Toshinori and Night Eye instead said he will win against everybody except the university rector, and Mike didn't think he will actually win against the first teacher. Did bet the most between us, so I think he is now very afraid of losing. She answered. Momo hissed in contempt. Something tells me Professor Mike dropped low in Yamamo's scoreboard. Mina muttered, smirking, and getting an amused snort in answer from Jiro sitting next to her. Yep. Meanwhile, in Oshiki Chef Academy, classroom, Yamato was still fuming for the defeat of the Meat King, the last of the top 5 students of Inoshiki University, while King number 4, Sadao, the Fish King, took position at the workplace at the opposite side of the room from Izuku at the front row of the class. The other kings were once again sitting next to the rector Yamato and her son in front of both contestants, but instead of aloof all of them looked tense since the old woman in a bout of anger had kicked out the Meat King as a punishment for his defeat. The next fight will be Midoriya Izuku versus Yumikage Sadao, the Fish King. Both contestants, are you ready? Minato, son of Yamato, asked once he saw both chefs finishing checking their instruments. Yes, both chefs answered. Good. Just like before, Chef Midoriya has left the choice of ingredients to us, and following Sadao's own request, we prepared this, Pacific Sori. Minato said while taking out of a near fridge a wide tray covered by a cloth with Inoshiki insignia on it. Once removed, the class and Izuku saw a dozen shining fishes neatly put on display, all of them so fresh they looked like they had been just pulled out of the water an instant before the challenge. The fish all had a long body with dark green/blue cycloid scales on the dorsal side and silvery scales below. They also sported small, bright blue blotches distributed randomly on the sides. Their mouth was small, and there was a series of small finlets between the dorsal and anal fins. They also possessed a small forked tail. Wow. they are all so fresh. Izuku admitted in surprise. Got delivered this morning, barely an hour before your arrival, actually. For an instant we thought we would have had to postpone Sadao's own challenge until they arrived. Minato admitted with an uneasy smile. It would have been worth the wait, Mr. Minato. They are gorgeous. They will be our ingredients. Yep. We will use Pacific Sori as the main ingredient. Compared to Toshio, though, I am giving you the freedom to choose first which one to use. We can also use different side ingredients instead of the Sori only. I want you to give your best, just like I will. Sadao showed her more bubbly personality while tying her ridiculously long hair in a ponytail so as to free her eyes from the long fringe normally covering them and fully displaying a pair of amazing eyes the color of pure emeralds. Thank you. Izuku answered, shy, but his eyes did turn extremely sharp once focused on the big display of ingredients in front of him, once again attracting the attention of a few other girls in the class. He looks so hot when focused, many thought while looking at him in newfound interest thanks to his show of worth after the defeat of the Meat King. They now knew he was not exactly a nobody. I will use these ones, he finally said once selected the still whole fish from the dozen Yamato prepared for the challenge. He actually chose some of the best ones. He really does have amazing eyes, Minato muttered, once again calling on himself his mother's ire. Good choice. I am glad to see you are not an amateur. Good coloring and state of the eyes, it means that we both choose the absolute freshest ones of the bunch. Sadao complimented him with a small clap while cutting a few pieces of parchment paper into squares. He instead covered his fishes with a finely grated spice mixture. Where did you get the Sori? Now it's not exactly a good season for them, Izuku asked while he started mixing some dashi, traditional Japanese fish broth, with soy sauce, sake, sugar and some mirin, sweet and thick Japanese sake with low alcohol content, to slowly boil it into a thick sauce. He is making keishi sauce. But that is usually used for ramen and other noodle dishes? Yamato thought, confused, unaware that her precious kings too were having the same thoughts as her. In the meantime they all watched as the young chef also removed the fish's innards while keeping most of its fat aside. He then cooked with some extra virgin oil and wine vinegar to create a secondary sauce giving off a mesmerizing fish scent. Inoshiki Academy is special. We have our own personal ingredient providers. These Sori are not exactly from around here. They come from a private breeding specialist overseas and were delivered by air this morning just for this challenge. Those guys have a very special breeding method, so we can have them perfectly plump whenever we want. Sadao answered. She instead was mixing butter with black pepper, garlic, parsley and thyme to create a dense and aromatic cream. But you two make your own herb butter? Izuku asked, impressed. Yufufu. I like mine with just a bit more pepper than normal. I like strong tastes. She answered with a giggle and a wink. Nice. I usually make it with a bit less time. Do they know they are supposed to be enemies? The other students thought in dismay at Sadao's overly friendly attitude. Stop fraternizing and destroy him. Yamato shrieked in fury. You are starting to worry me, Mom. Minato admitted, sighing. Shut up. With Izuku, why does our rector hate you? Sadao asked. I made a plate of rice that made a dear friend of hers feel inadequate. That's it. Yes. I still find this hatred she and her other friends have against me a bit overblown, but I don't pretend to understand what happens in the heads of egomaniacs. I am just defending myself. He admitted with a helpless shrug. In the meantime his sauce had evidently reached the right thickness as everybody saw him pull it off of the fire to let it cool down by itself while he focused on the fish proper. What did you use to season the Sori? Sadao asked once to see him clean away the spice he had covered the fish with. Dried pimenta dioica fruit. I had some with me, luckily, since I could not see any in your spice cabinet. I would have been in trouble without it. Izuku answered. Pimento. You carry that stuff with you? King number 2 asked, confused. Not only allspice, I came full of other spices too. Izuku answered, briefly opening the jacket of his chef attire to show the 6 or so small jars of spices strapped in the inner area. I didn't know if you would have let me use your condiments, so I brought some along by myself. He then said, In truth, he could easily retrieve every spice he needed from the system's dimensional storage, or whatever the name was, but just saying he had hidden pockets with spice jars inside was easier to explain compared to having access to the powers of an extra-dimensional entity. That's very paranoid, the Dessert King admitted, taken aback. I am in enemy territory, I could not just wing it, the young chef answered while cutting some garden radish into cute little circular slices he then carved into small flowers. Is that overly detailed carving necessary? Minato asked. You tell me, isn't a good plate supposed to also be good-looking? Eyes too play a part in the enjoyment of a dish. Either building a dish in a manner simple, complicated, or minimalist, a chef should always put great care in the final product. Well said, the man answered, smiling pleased. Stop praising him, Minato. Yamato hissed between clenched teeth. Ha! You sound like a philosopher when you talk like that. Not a chef. Taste is important in a dish. Nothing else, Sadao countered, laughing in amusement while finishing preparing a few mussels, deveined shrimps and steamed clams. She then added to the sori on top of the parchment paper. We agree to disagree then. But still, you are making quite the adorable cartoccio. Pot meets kettle, perhaps. Izuku answered. Bleh. The girl replied by just pulling out her tongue. She then added cherry tomatoes and mushrooms to the seafood mix, and once topped each sori with a spoonful of her herb butter, she wrapped everything inside the parchment paper and moved the wrapped fishes in the oven. Done. What about you? She asked. Technically I am done too. The last part to finish my dish can be done just before serving, so I will wait for you to be done before getting through with it. In the meantime, I will prepare a baby spinach sauce as a side dressing. Normally I would leave the spinach just steamed a bit so to use the leaves as a decoration, but if I don't do something to pass the time while we wait, I will go insane. Izuku admitted. We can play cards if you want. It's okay, I'll keep myself occupied with the sauce, he answered, smiling gratefully. Okay, the other answered, more than happy to just WHP out her phone to watch some funny videos online. That's it, it's official, she is physically unable to take anything seriously. Mako, King Number 1, declared with a groan of disbelief. 20 minutes later, ding. The sound of the egg-shaped alarm cut through the silent room like a searing hot blade, causing Sadao to almost drop her phone in surprise. Ready? Izuku asked while giving a last filtering to the baby spinach sauce to make sure it was extra smooth and free of lumps. Yes. This is my special Pacific Sori flavor bomb cartoccio. What about you? You done? She answered while opening the cartoccios and inundating the room in a pleasing scent of cooked fish. Holy shit! The scent of the sea! A student gasped in wonder while her nose greedily sniffed the air. That's the Fish King for you. She is the greatest fish expert of them all. Second to Mako-sama herself by just a tiny margin. A boy answered, just as amazed. Wow. This smells great. Izuku admitted, impressed. Thank you. When the Rector Yamato told us about your challenge, I just knew I had to make this dish. Sori is among my favorite ingredients because it is just so versatile. And between cartoccio and aquapazza, I knew this would be a killer. Sadao answered while decorating the cooked sori cartoccio with a slice of lemon each. Good to know. I was afraid I misread your intentions after all. Izuku admitted with a wide smile as he cut the sori he seasoned into thick slices he positioned on a wide plate in a flower-like shape. Then he used a brush to cover the pieces in a generous quantity of brown sauce before taking a burner and turning on its flame. What are you, Fush? Many gasped in surprise at watching the green-haired chef mercilessly scorching his plates without a hint of fear, but many more turned shocked at the intense, amazing scent the dishes started emanating once he was done with the burning. How the F does burning fish release this amazing scent? What joke is this? It matches the scent of Sadao's dish. Many usually use keishi for ramen and noodle dishes only, but that really is a multi-purpose seasoning that can be used in a myriad different recipes. It truly is a staple of Japanese cooking. And the right trick to use to make scorched carpaccio, isn't that right, Chef Izuku? Minato said with shining eyes and a smirk once seen the young man give a rapid-fire bath to the sori carpaccio once finished brushing the sauce on the surface of all the plates he prepared. Ooh, correct. Even with a powerful burner like yours, burning the surface of fish in the proper way is difficult, but using keishi it becomes easy thanks to its sugar content. And it also acts as an insulator of sorts and protects the sori from most of the heat, preventing loss of freshness from the continued influx of heat since I only need to scorch the fish surface fat, not the meat inside. Izuku answered, smiling proudly at himself. Once satisfied with the scorching, he also added the sori fat dressing sauce and the baby spinach sauce on top and around the fish slices before topping everything with the flowers of radish. Scorched sori carpaccio, my dish is ready, Izuku declared once every plate was composed. This aroma. Sadao's dish is literally an explosion of flavor as the name implies, but Midoriya's own is just as strong, but instead focused like a blade. I wonder who between them complemented best the delicate taste of the Pacific sori. King 2 muttered with his eyes narrowed and focused fully on Izuku's face. Miss Yamada was right, that guy is a monster. We should not underestimate him, if he wins against Sadao-chan as well. Dessert King answered, thoughtful. Where does he come from? Knowing Miss Yamada, a talent like his would normally be something she would do everything to snatch. Then why is he here as our enemy? Mako wondered with a low voice. You heard him, that is not a good enough excuse, there must be something else behind this, she interrupted the other girl with a hiss. We will proceed with the taste test. Sadao, you first. Yamada said once seen both chefs deliver their plates to her, Minato and the other kings. It does look nice. Takeo, vegetable king, admitted once pride opened the fish meat with his chopsticks. Yes, she did an acceptable job, this time. Mako conceded, huffing. Tone it down a little, nobody likes frosty beaches, Mako-chan. Dessert King Michiko jokingly warned her. Mako-sama. We love you. Queen Mako. Many boys yelled in rapture at seeing the Soup King show a tiny sneer of annoyance. Except those guys, Michiko added, sighing. Focus. Yamato barked angrily, silencing the other kings while studying the wobbly piece of sori she grabbed from the plate. I must admit the cooking method chosen was excellent. It does put on display the natural taste of the Pacific sori. You also managed to control the natural oily feeling of its meat and diminish its intense fishy smell down to almost zero while leaving just enough to maintain the feeling of sea evoked by the scent. Good choice of supplementary ingredients too. The aquapazza made with the mussels, shrimps and clams helped supporting the main ingredient and are all a pleasure to eat, especially the steamed clams, that even if cooked in 2 different methods, remain pleasantly springy and flavorful. You gave your dish the perfect name, it's a real sea flavor bomb while remaining melty sweet and tender at the same time. Congratulations. Minato said with a pleased tone. I second the judgment. You used the Pacific sori almost perfectly, especially its thick meat. I could chew this forever and never get tired. Takeo confirmed with a dashing smile. Several girls swooned again, all for Izuku and the other king's chagrin. Sadao-chan is a bona fide fish expert, always a pleasure eating what she makes. Michiko added with a thumbs up. Good, it's good, but the ingredient was the Pacific sori, nothing else. You gave too much importance to everything else. The sori should have ruled supreme. It is still good though. Mako said, uninterested. Hey, cheer up a little. What your friend made tastes amazing and it's also very nicely presented. Do not be a stick in the mud and enjoy it, this dish is good. Izuku answered, annoyed a little, he had already finished his portion and was not ashamed to show he liked it. Thank you, maybe in the end I did make it a bit cute too, other than good tasting. Sadao said with a mischievous smile while eating her own cartoccio. That you did. Izuku answered, smiling. Then this is obviously a win for Sadao. I am sorry boy, but your defeat was a given. Get out and do not bother us anymore. Yamato said with an evil smile. What? She asked. Mom, you are becoming annoying, we have not even tried his dish yet. Minato said while massaging his forehead to push back the incoming migraine his mother caused. It's just some raw fish slightly burned with fire. You can't expect it to be better than. Then, the old woman tried saying while despondently shoving a slice of the scorched carpaccio in her mouth, and growing unhealthy pale while her eyes bulged out. The sauce of Pacific Sori innards. He prepared it just by adding oil and vinegar to the fish's fat and part of the innards, and yet the taste is permeating my tongue and is making the sweetness of the fish meat stand out so much it's making me drown in its taste. Michiko admitted, shocked. How many spikes did you use? Takeo asked, just as surprised. Only the pimento or allspice? Depending on which name you want to use. Those Pacific Soris were already good by themselves, adding more sounded like a waste, so I just tried enriching and polishing that flavor with a couple small pushes from the sauces and the spice. Izuku answered, shrugging. If Sadao created a bomb of flavor, yours was a single bullet from a sniper rifle. No waste, no fanfare, and no collateral damages. One strike, one kill. Only pure Pacific Sori flavor, marvelous. Minato admitted, clapping a little. Thank you. What do you think about it, Sadao? Izuku's question died a messy death when he saw Sadao eat with zero manners her own portion of scorched carpaccio and even liking the plate over and over until it shone. Glad you liked it, he said, unsure. You are a lady, show some manners. Mako chastised her while mid-lick of her own plate. I give up. Takeo muttered in dismay while trying to ignore her. Cough. We will proceed with the vote. Who do you think won? Minato asked, fake coughing to cover his own embarrassment. I vote for Midoriya. Sorry. Takeo said, smiling uneasily. It's okay, Take-chan. I'll do better next time. Sadao reassured him with a thumbs up. I vote for Sadao-chan. Michiko said with a wink. Thank you. Midoriya, at least he used the Pacific Sori only. Mako said. You are a picky eater. Sadao answered, pouting. I will have to vote for Midoriya as well, my apologies, but I must recognize the ability needed to bring out such amazing flavor with so little ingredients. Minato said with a sorry expression. No harm done, sir. I loved it too. Yamato-san. Sadao asked. Get out of my school, the old woman answered with a low, defeated voice. Go back to your seat, Sadao. You are still a student here. Minato subverted the order. Silence. You are already giving a sad spectacle. Don't think I won't rein you in just because you are my mother. The man roared, shocking his mother. But, I am saving you from yourself. Sadao gave her best, and that's all that matters. She is still a first-year student. She can still get a lot better if you give her a chance. Wasting talent just to appease your tantrums won't help nobody, not them and especially not you. Now calm down and be a proper, professional chef, or else I will take over and select a new judge to take your place. Minato said with narrowed eyes. Okay, Yamato conceded with a small voice, her body losing every ounce of fight she had at the beginning. Good, I will still keep you grounded because I know you are not a bully, but a great chef, and I want to preserve that part of you. Michiko, you are next. Are you ready? He asked. Of course. I need to avenge Sadao-chan. The short girl answered. My hero. Sadao answered with an exaggerated swoon while retaking her seat next to Takeo. Once delivered one of her knives to Izuku with her name written along the blade with a permanent marker. She also added a cute little heart next to it, apparently a fixed part of her signature. That guy is tearing through us like a tank. Takeo muttered with a low whisper and his eyes fixed on the wooden cabinet Izuku brought along now containing 2 knives belonging to their fellow kings. This time Miss Yamato tickled a dragon's nose once too many times, and now we have to deal with the catastrophe. Mako answered. I will use my secret weapon, he asked. Me too, conventional dishes won't cut it this time. Flavor demon. As you said, he deserves our worst, molecular devil. Takeo answered, eyes narrowed. Very well, we'll have a 10 minutes pause to clean everything and let young Midoriya catch his breath a little. Minato declared, nor he or anybody else heard what Takeo and Mako said. No need to worry, but I will use these 10 minutes to recover an ingredient for my dessert dish, since I can see apples being washed and prepared to be our chosen ingredient. Izuku answered with a grateful smile. Something we can get for you? No. I have those already ready back to my place. He answered before motioning Whitey to come closer. Post, the robot asked. I need, what the young chef whispered to the robot, nobody heard, but they all saw the big chubby robot scratch his round bald head with one of his big hands before nodding. Understood, Whitey answered before opening the door of the classroom and, "Bo." Tara knew one to the sound barrier while running to the Green Cloud restaurant and back in the 10 minutes of pause Minato gave him and carrying a small jar of dull glass. "Perfect. Thank you," Izuku said with a grateful tone. "That thing ran back and forth between here and your personal kitchen in 10 minutes. Where do you live?" "Yavin Street. At the opposite side of the city." "Whitey is very fast," Izuku answered, smirking. "Even too much." In truth, Whitey only covered half the distance before the system summoned the glass jar in his hands. Izuku insisted on secrecy, so this little lie had to be organized. "I am eager to see what you will come up with, but rest assured that it will still be useless. Your defeat will be sweet, though, so don't feel too bad." The bold claim came from Michiko as soon as she started slowly preparing a pot filled to the brim in boiling caramel. "I admit I am not exactly a dessert-oriented chef. I prefer to branch out as much as I can and cook following as many different styles possible, but this doesn't mean I won't give my all," he answered. "Good. Because I want to smash that smile of yours into dust," the Dessert King answered as she took out more plates and pots. Izuku uttered, confused. "Watch and be amazed. I will now prepare a cheese mousse, apple jelly, blue cheese cream and a sponge cake made with crushed walnuts, at the same time," the short girl declared with a crazed smile. "How do you plan to do all that, alone?" the young chef asked. "By going all out, you quirkless loser," she answered while throwing away her own bandana and unfolding the tentacles on her head. To everybody's shock, Michiko's tentacle hair then sprang to life and divided into two groups. 6 held a plate each while the others held the utensils, meaning that together with her own hands, she could prepare 7 different parts of her dish at the same time. A duo of tentacles was already boiling the apples for the jelly, another was holding up a pestle to crush the walnuts they will then mix with eggs, 2 were expertly preparing a pot full of matcha green tea leaves she will soon put to boiling while others were mixing the 2 kinds of cheese until each turned into a fluffy cream. Michiko herself instead was mixing cranberry juice with gelatin to create a cranberry nappage. Nappage is a kind of glazing used when preparing sweets. "This is my secret technique. The 7-in-1 cooking frenzy," Michiko said with a maniacal laughter. There it is. They say she can challenge an entire team by herself thanks to her quirk." A student gasped in awe. "So you all have decided to leave behind any sense of decency and will start using your quirk." "Fair enough," Izuku answered with a tone of disappointment. "Why should they limit themselves? It's not their fault if you don't have one." Yamato answered, happy to ridicule him. "As you wish, if that's how you see things. I have all the more reasons to wipe that smirk off your face," the young chef said, giving a twirl of the knife in his hand and swing. With the loud and sharp sound of a blade cutting through air, his hand became a blur that moved in a straight line through the apples still untouched in front of him. Pluck, pluck, pluck. And one after another, every fruit lost its peel in an instant and got sliced into perfectly identical slices thin as a hair while a small amount of extra thin apple peel appeared right next to Izuku. Astounded silence fell in the room as Yamato's mouth hung slightly open. "I don't like quirkists as I believe people's value is not measured on the power of their quirk, but in the strength of their beliefs, and if I have to fight everybody in order to teach you fools a lesson, then so be it." "Ichichoi. What happened?" Sadao asked with a shriek. "He peeled and cut all those apples at the same time. With just one swing," Takeo answered, unsure. "That is impossible. Do you know how many laws of physics would need to be ignored for that to happen?" Mako answered. "Will host start infusing gourmet energy in his dishes?" the system asked. "No need. I didn't do it before and I won't do it now either. I will just up the level of skills I will show." Izuku answered, "It was a matter of principles. If he used that power to increase the flavor of his dishes, then he wouldn't be different from somebody using their quirk, and the challenge originally stated that no powers were to be used. Sure, it was an unspoken rule, but that didn't change its value." While Michiko was finishing her outrageous preparation of several ingredients at once, the young chef had instead just reached the final stage of his kneading of 2 different kinds of dough he had mixed by hand. He was in fact giving the last slaps to the smaller ball of dough of the two. Both finished spheres were whitish in color and almost unnaturally smooth, looking more similar to ball of marble than actual food. The first part is done, now I need to add my secret weapon to both and knead them again, Izuku muttered with a shaken breath. He made both bread dough and tart dough, what is he planning to do? Michiko muttered with narrowed eyes, and watched with bated breath as he finally used the mysterious jar he sent his robot bodyguard to recover. Poof whoosh. When the young chef opened the jar, there was no apparent scent coming out of it, but then he poured a minuscule deep red drop of liquid from it into the two types of dough he was kneading, and an explosion of aroma washed over the entire room with every student standing rooted on the spot. The boys only felt an amazingly sweet flower scent assault them, but the girls had another reaction altogether. Roses, one girl squealed as she unknowingly had the same daydream of her friends. Each girl saw herself as the main character of a fairy tale. A princess standing on a long path of white cobblestone with at both sides an endless field of red roses cut in half by that small road, red petals flying everywhere around them bringing along the flower's delicate scent, and at the opposite end of the pure white path there was their Prince Charming, flashing a heart-melting smile and wearing a majestic silver armor, with his hands stretched out as if beckoning them to reach him. Momo would also be miffed to death at knowing how quite a few of those girls were also unashamedly putting Izuku in the role of the Prince Charming. Rose essence. And one so strong. If he is not careful, that much aroma will make everything inedible. Minato muttered, surprised. How can you make a rose extract so strong? Michiko asked with wide eyes. Secret recipe. Izuku answered, unconcerned, too focused on preparing the dough properly to summon enough brain power to properly answer or even just look at her. With the rose extract provided by the system, Izuku needed to focus fully on the quantity and flavor distribution, because it was not normal rose extract one could ideally make home or buy. This one had been purified by him using his knowledge as Zaus and the system's own help. A serum purified enough times it was now 99% pure, any misstep would be a catastrophe. Just a spoonful contained the essence of several hectares of red roses, he had to be careful. At the same time he added some rose extract to a big pot of water as well and soaked the apple slices together with some extract from the apple peels, and left the slices to rest untouched to the side before returning to focus on the dough. Set. The scented ball of dough were then continuously slapped and kneaded until they all became faintly pink and utterly smooth spheres, done so that he simply kept them neatly separated in smaller parts on a side. The rest of the apples. Once satisfied with that, Izuku started to simmer some of the remaining apples with apple cider vinegar and water, and once turned them into a cream, he added normal butter and tirelessly mixed everything until perfectly fused together. Apple butter and apple confiture. Can he really balance both roses and apples in a single dish? Minato muttered while studying every movement of Izuku. Creating pure rose extract with that level of aroma is already ridiculously hard, but actually managing to slowly soak that rose flavor into the apple slices in the right amount, together with the extra apple flavor from the apple peel extract to reach the right balance, is even more insanely difficult. Where does this brat come from? Yamato thought in anger while biting down one of her nails. Her own bloodshot eyes were fixated on Izuku's. And a tiny feeling of fear of the boy started blooming in her heart. With Michiko the dessert king, damn it. That thing is a scent bomb. But there is no need to worry, he is using 2 ingredients only, I am using 8. The young woman thought while creating small discs of sponge cake batter she then moved into the oven to cook. You may use the young scent of roses, but I will use the nostalgic taste of autumn. Let's see which one will come out as the winner. She declared. So it will be spring youth vs autumn maturity. Okay, I accept the challenge. Izuku answered. You will regret challenging me, quirkless. Michiko muttered darkly. Some time later, as soon as the dessert king saw her sponge cake turning golden in color, she took the discs out of the oven and rapidly cooled them down, and then giving the final touches to her side ingredients. Like the extra leaves of matcha green tea, she was powdering at high speed thanks to her hair tentacles handling extra knives. Her dessert is clearly not simple. Minato muttered, Impress. She is preparing her infamous autumn leaf viewing entremet, the dish that cemented her position as the dessert king here in this school. Yamato answered. Oh. She is going all out as well, the vegetable king muttered. I am glad to see she is taking this seriously at least. Mako answered. You know she hates being challenged, it was a given she would not show mercy. If her self-esteem is frail as glass, it's her fault only, the young woman answered. Uninterested in the judge's scrutinizing stares, Michiko had finally started assembling her dish, using the sponge cake discs as the middle layer while carefully creating several layers above and under it with the various cheese creams and fruit jellies she made previously until a vaguely spherical shape was created. She then covered the whole thing with the cranberry gelatin to turn it in a perfectly smooth red sphere as big as a golf ball. Finally done. Get ready to lose, Corkless. The girl declared with a mocking tone while preparing a few more spheres. She then moved to the fridge. If all your insults revolve around my lack of quirk, sorry but you won't go far in making me feel under pressure. Izuku answered while shaking his head. While ignoring the fuming short girl brushing her caramel on an anti-adherent sheet of parchment paper to create thin, perfectly transparent shards, Izuku took note that the apple butter was finally ready along the apple slices having been soaked in the scented water long enough to satisfy the green-haired chef's requirements for his own dish. The tiny, satisfied grunt escaping his throat almost managed to freeze Michiko's blood in her veins. What, she asked. Just that time's up and I too can now finally build my dish, the young man answered with an adorable eager smile while first collecting several spheres of rose-scented bread dough to knead them back into a single, bigger blob to which he then added part of the apple butter too. First, the basket, he then said while pinching the giant ball and pulling aside a long string of it while twirling it gently between his pointer and thumb. Swish. 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 What the heck? The students behind him cried in shock as they watched the young chef pick up insane speed once again to create dozens of finger-thick strands of dough. He then started waving together to create an actual basket with a twirly handle arching above it. And no matter the intricate design, he was building it so fast many felt dizzy by looking at him. Done the basket, the tarts, done with the creation and decoration of the basket, the following move was building the base of the desserts, tiny cup-shaped empty tarts, those two made at ludicrous speed. And in the oven, Izuku said while carefully putting the basket and the empty tarts inside the oven to cook. I wonder if the apples. Perfect. He then said once given a taste test to the soaked apple slices, now dyed into an eye-catching pink color, and since he was evidently satisfied with the results, he carefully removed them from the aroma bath to dry them. I have no idea what you are doing, B, but I'm not afraid of you, Michiko said while pointing an accusing finger at him. But I'm not here to scare anybody. Izuku answered with a happy smile. And my dessert will soon be ready. Then we'll see who is the winner. She answered. Of course, he replied with a thumbs up. Sometime later, ding, ding, ding. As if it was planned ahead, the kitchen timer Michiko had set for her dessert in the freezer rang just a minute before Izuku's own for the oven, signaling both were now in the final leg of their challenge. You can do it, Dessert King, the students cheered for her. Dessert King. Dessert King. Dessert King. She will win this. Emboldened by the loud cheering, Michiko positioned a sphere in the middle of each plate. She then decorated with a tiny pinch of the powdered matcha green tea leaves and 2 wings of caramel shards at both sides of the shining red spheres. She had even created small maple leaves with some remaining sponge cake she had then positioned around the plate. Closing the dish, there was a warm cup of green tea as a side drink for the dessert. Done. You are finest dash swoosh. Michiko's taunt she tried delivering once finished assembling her dish when interrupted by Izuku's hands once more moving fast enough to disappear as he started grabbing the apple slices one by one with a duo of pliers to build the tarts after he used a brush to paint the inside of the empty tarts with the apple butter and then the apple confiture. She is screwed, a boy blurted out in dismay as a rose bloomed inside each tart, and not just a rose-like shape, but a perfect replica of a big rose made with thin pink apple slices recreating the flower's petals with ludicrous precision of details. A couple minutes in the oven to make the apple slices extra crunchy, and the tarts are ready. Izuku declared while moving the tarts back in the oven after brushing some apple peel essence on top of them. What came out of that oven once done that bombarded the students and judges in the sweet scent of cooked apples and the alluring fragrance of roses, the insane balance of the two scents though worried Yamato. She once again saw Izuku thread on the thin line between success and failure without a hint of doubts in his steps, and the tiny feeling of fear in her own chest grew a tad bit more. Here's my dish. A bit on the feminine side, but nothing says that I can't make a cute dish if I feel like it. Queen Apple Tart, with damask rose aroma. Thank you for waiting. Izuku declared as he walked towards the judges by actually grabbing onto the basket's handle and using 2 long pliers to deliver a small tart to each one of them. By the way, the basket too is edible. It's made with fragrant apple and rose bread. I have put aside some extra apple confiture if you want to add it to the basket bread. He then added, with a more cheeky smile. To put both rose aroma and apple butter into the bread, the required balance of quantities to make sure the bread won't break down and still be flavorful would need to be calculated down to the micrograms. Did you really have to risk it so much? Mako asked. You want me to lose, I want to win. I have too much to lose from this challenge, so I can't hold back, but be ready to bet all of myself at every step. Izuku answered, sighing. We'll start with Michiko's dish since she finished first. Yamato decided. Please help yourself, the dessert king answered with a cocky smile. Nothing for me. Izuku asked, honestly hurt. Sorry, but I don't expect you to have the right palate to truly enjoy it, so I prefer to not waste ingredients, she answered, huffing. Host? Whitey asked, and even his normally robotic voice sounded annoyed, somehow. No, Whitey. Don't. Izuku ordered while shaking his head a little. Look at the cross-section. Simply perfect. Yamato was heard exclaiming with a proud voice. The red sphere dessert in her plate had been cut cleanly enough one. Could still see the various layers of the different creams and sponge cake forming the inside of the dish, all neatly separated without even the smallest smudge. The sponge cake is incredibly soft, like a cloud, and even its positioning is not casual. By forming the middle of the dessert it can perfectly mix with every other taste used. You did study the position of each layer, isn't it? Minato asked, very impressed. Correct. I spent an entire year experimenting with both position and thickness of every layer, even their density is not a chance. I tested over and over every possible combination to make sure every layer of taste would mix with the others to perfection when bitten. Nothing is left to chance. Michiko answered, her smirk reeking of smugness. It shows. Even such a strong cheese like gorgonzola has been carefully nestled between the apple jelly and the sponge cake. You can almost tell every taste apart at each bite. Well done. Minato declared. And it goes well with green tea, even if I am not exactly a tea person. Takeo added, taking a sip of tea every few bites of dessert. Fine. I admit it. It makes you taste the autumn. Pappy. Mako admitted, annoyed. You know I don't have a fondness for sweets, but you're always a good exception. I love it. Sadao the Fish King said. Thank you. What about you? Michiko answered. Besides saying you have a wonderful technique, I can't say more since I have not tasted it. Izuku answered with a shrug. Then be born with a quirk in the next life, she countered, smirking. Be thankful I was born a gentleman still. Many of my old acquaintances would have kicked your teeth in a long time ago with that attitude. Zebra would have directly eaten you alive. Izuku answered with an annoyed sigh as even his legendary cinnamon bun patience was starting to run thin under her constant verbal onslaught. You don't scare me. It was an extremely good dish. Now we will proceed with the tasting of Chef Izuku's dish. Yamato declared. Said that, every judge grabbed the tart from their respective plates and took away a piece of the basket handle along with a bit of apple confiture, and judging by Minato, Sadao and Mako's expression, the three of them actually found it a pity to break apart such a cute bread basket. Here, Izuku begrudgingly handed a rose tart to Michiko himself. Blah. Take that thing out of my sight, I won't eat that. She answered with a scrunched nose. SCKS to be you. Well, to our challenge. And to your future as a lonely old woman surrounded by cats. He answered while eating the thing himself. Why, the girl growled back in answer. Crunch. Holy hell. Takeo the Vegetable King yelled in amazement once given a big bite to the tart. Ooh, the Dessert King gurgled out in surprise. Judging by your reaction, it's good, the Soup King asked. And amazing, it feels like biting a very juicy apple while sitting next to a rose bush, it's sweet and almost refreshing. Takeo answered, still chewing with a big smile on his face. I see, the young woman answered while giving a big bite to her own rose tart. Takeo asked, worried at her petrified expression. The onlookers knew people were not supposed to clench their legs that hard while eating, but the king number one did look like she had a demon big O at eating that dessert, no matter how insane that sounded. Right, you and I both have a very sensible palate, should have warned you, the Vegetable King admitted with a grimace. This is so nice. And this dessert too goes well with your green tea, Michiko-chan. Sadao admitted while shamelessly gorging herself without a shred of manners. Yes. It's good. At the same time they heard Yamato admit that with enough pain in her voice she scared them. When you bring one to your mouth, the first thing you feel is the sweet and delicate aroma of roses, but then you bit into it and you get submerged into a sea of apple fragrance and taste, from the crunchy and sweet petals of the rose to the homely feeling of butter and confiture of the filling. He put in there just a thin layer of both, but those two together with the crisp tart dough base fit each other like a dream. The rose scent and faint taste stimulate the nose and relax the spirit, while the apple taste massages the mouth and warms the body. It's unreal, Minato admitted while studying the half-eaten tart in his hand. The secret is in the balance of taste, as you said. My rose extract has a strong scent and even stronger taste, so redistributing that immense concentration of flavor everywhere equally is a real pain, but once done properly, it is simply amazing. Izuku admitted, sheepish. The DM basket is tasty too. Alone it has the subtle taste of cooked apples and fresh butter, but if you add the apple confiture to it becomes a knockout punch of apple taste I can't get enough of. Do I also feel a twinge of cinnamon in it? Takeo said with narrowed eyes. Just a bit. I added that to the confiture along with a tiny amount of lemon peel. Correct. Izuku answered. Impressive, the Vegetable King was forced to admit with a groan. What? The Dessert King demanded with a frown. I don't know how to say this, the second king admitted with a low tone. Wah. I am sorry, Michiko-chan. I know you voted for me before. But, Sadao admitted with an ashamed expression. You two are too soft. A defeat is a defeat, we should not sugarcoat it, we have our pride as future chefs to defend. Mako chastised both with a huff, clearly unafraid of casting her vote for the winner. No, the Dessert King whispered, horrified. You were amazing, Miss Hideyoshi, so at least my vote is for you, even just for the complexity of the dish itself. Minato offered with a kind, albeit uneasy, smile. Yamato instead simply stood in silence and avoided meeting the king's eyes at all cost. No. I can't accept it. Michiko roared in defiance. Izuku uttered in confusion. You can't win this time too. I won't accept it. You just made a tart. I had to come up with a method to make a layered dessert of different tastes while making it as small as a golf ball. I refuse to be defeated by a sloppily made cheap dessert. The short girl yelled. Sloppily made, you say? Izuku asked, eyes narrowed. Yes. Everybody here can make that dessert. I am the genius here. I am the prodigy of dessert making. Not a quirkless nobody like you. A tense silence fell into the room. Troublemaker. You will be dash, stop Whitey. There is no need. Here, taste this. Just a drop. Izuku answered, unfazed, while handing her the jar of rose extract he used. Ooh, this was my secret weapon. Taste it raw and tell me if you would have been able to handle it like I did, he asked. Fine, she answered. Just a drop. Yeah. Michiko answered while pouring a single drop of the rose extract inside her mouth. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. sweet. Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. Sweet. Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Guawa. The dessert king could barely reach the classroom garbage bin in time before vomiting, and heaving heavily for a couple of seconds while hugging the thing with all her strength, all the while hiccuping non-stop. Michiko! Sadao yelled while running at her side to gently rub her back. So, can you use that to make a tasty dessert? Can you handle its intense flavor to make something edible? Something good? Don't look down on me just because I am a quirkless. Izuku was heard saying with a grave tone while grabbing one of her knives and handing it to her. I take cooking very seriously, as it is the only field where I know I can put you all elitists in your place and stand toe-to-toe with you. A mutation won't automatically make you a better chef, never. It takes hard work to be good. He declared. Your name on the blade, please. Your name. Tears started falling from her eyes. Michiko. Tick. I can't lose against a quirkless. You people are inferior. She answered while crying. Forget it, you elite are hopeless, the young chef answered with a sigh while writing Michiko's name on the blade himself and putting it with the other two inside the cabinet. That's mine. Michiko-chan. Please. Sadao begged with a sad expression. Oh. My mom always says that a quirk makes us special. Like gods. He should just go die in a ditch somewhere. There is no place for quirkless in this world. The girl raved madly, forgetting that there was a live stream ongoing and that many were growing more disgusted the longer she talked like that. And the live chat soon filled in insults aimed at her. I can't believe there is somebody so bitter like you around. Kind of ironic since you are an expert in dessert, Izuku said with a sad smile. Shut up. Give me back my knife. I won. I won. Not you. Michiko yelled while making her hair tentacles snap forward to grab Izuku. Clamped. KH, the short girl though shrieked in pain as soon as Whitey intercepted the attack and his big hand grabbed the tentacles to lift her from the floor. Troublemaker, cease the attack or you will be stripped as an example to others, the robot ordered with his round eyes shining in an eerie red light. Many also shrieked in fright at the sight and the strange threat the big chubby robot delivered with his thundering monotonous voice. Fight me yourself, coward. Michiko shrieked. Take your diamond knife, I don't need it to know I won. But try to grow up already, you are 20, not 5. Izuku simply answered with a sigh, and put the knife back on her workstation while shaking his head. Get back to your seat, Michiko. You already ashamed yourself in our school enough, and I'm not talking about you losing. Surprisingly, it was Yamato who silenced the girl as soon as the robot dropped her. But, Rector Yamadash, I said to be quiet and down, child. No. The woman roared, and Izuku finally saw the woman's quirk when a long prehensile tail with an actual human hand at the end of it whipped out from behind the old woman to grab the dessert king and slam her on her seat. Take her knife, Midoriya. A deal is a deal, she lost fair and square. The old woman said with a heavy sigh. Why do you hate me so much, Yamada-san? Izuku asked, saddened. Personally. I have nothing against you. There is not even quirkism or the like behind it, I swear. But me and the others, together with Sam, we go way back, all the way back to middle school. We are a tight-knit group of friends, and since one of us needed help in dealing with you, we all grouped together to avenge him. Sorry, but between you and Sam, I will stay by his side. If you want me to step back and stop bothering you as you said I was doing, then you will have to win this challenge of yours, and it won't be easy. She answered. I am ready. Good, because neither I or my students or my teachers will show mercy. I never asked for it, I just want to be left alone. I never had anything against you. I am just defending myself. Fair enough. Takeo, you are up next. Defeat him, please. Yamato asked, sounding exceptionally tired all of a sudden. Yes, madam, the Vegetable King answered while stepping forward. Want to know why you lost? Mako asked. Oh, Michiko, still crying, muttered. Here, try it. Mako explained while handing her a tart. Crunch. Oh, the Dessert King muttered in surprise once tried it. You used a lot of ingredients, and while it is exemplar that you could mix them all together in a very ingenious way to make an astounding dessert, the main ingredient, the apples, were just a small part of it. He instead used only apples and roses, and even then, the apples were still the main protagonist of the whole thing, and he cooked them in different ways too. In the bread, in the butter, as a confiture and soaked in flavorful water. He gave apples facets, and all of them worked splendidly together once he made them fit in place. The young woman explained. I see, the Dessert King muttered, sniffling. And judging by your puking fit, he was also very skilled in turning a flavor bomb of roses into a frame to enrich the apple taste. Don't remind me, I had to rinse my tongue a lot to relieve myself of the taste. I have no clue how he managed to handle that thing like he did. Michiko answered, gagging. Glad to see you understand. Have no fear, though, the next match will be his last. Takeo will use his secret weapon, Mako declared, enjoying the look of horror flashing on the Desert King's face at her words. Both of you are ready? Minato asked after the working station had been fully cleaned. Yes, both young men answered together. Good, you can start whenever you are ready. I am ready. Choose your ingredients, Tao-san. Izuku said. We'll use beef as the main ingredient. Your small war against Inoshiki Academy ends now. The other answered with a dark tone. Beef? Izuku muttered, confused as to why the so-called Vegetable King chose meat for their fight. I see. Good job, The boy is finished. Yamato instead understood what her student was doing, and her smile turned into a fearsome mask of putrid malevolence. While the students were happily gorging themselves, with more than a few actually following the live stream showing Izuku's ongoing massacre of Inoshiki Academy's best students at the same time, the university's boss Nizu was showing the school's own chef a collection of video snippets both from the challenge itself and from the database the guys from I-Island felt generous enough to share with the Ratbearman Chimera. The chef pro hero Lunch Rush silently watched each and every video in silence, sometimes rewinding back whenever a particular scene attracted his interest. So, what's your verdict? Nizu asked once given to the pro hero what he felt was enough time to study the videos. In answer, Lunch Rush removed the tube from the gas mask-like mask he was wearing to talk with a whisper of voice. I want to meet him, he said while returning the phone to Nizu. I can try to make him come here if you want, the other answered. A thumbs up was all the answer the pro hero gave. Do tell me though, could you replicate what he does? If I cut an ingredient, they die, I can't make living. Skeletons. Yes, that food honor thing is kind of a middle finger to the laws of nature. What about the rest? Hard to say. He is holding back. I can tell. The hero answered, and his reconnecting the tube to his mask meant he had already talked enough. But sign language it is then. Nizu muttered with a groan. You know why I do this? Lunch Rush signed with a shrug. I know. You said the boy is holding back. Can you guess how much he is hiding? Nizu asked, sighing. Hard to say, I can give you a wild guess based on personal experience. The pro hero took a moment to think, then his hands moved like a flash to give his answer. It would still be a start, the Ratman Chimera conceded with a sigh. This is a normal chef. One of the kids he is fighting with, for example. The pro hero said while filling a teacup with water. Okay. This one is that old woman, Yamato? Lunch Rush then said, filling a big pot in several liters of water. Nizu muttered, unsure. This is your boy. The pro hero then simply opened the kitchen faucet and let water run in the sink without putting in the cap. Lunch, a minute, the pro hero signed. The water just kept running. This should be a good estimate, but I may be wrong and the kid could be better still. The pro hero said once finally closed the faucet. I see. And where would you put yourself compared to him? Nizu asked, unsure. I don't know, that is why I want to meet him. I'll see what I can do. Nizu answered, sighing. If Recovery Girl asks, I called dibs before her. Lunch Rush added. Over my dead body, you idiot, the short woman roared once barged inside, showing clearly she was spying on them. He cooks well, I can make him shine, the chef pro hero signed with a growl. His hands were moving fast enough to put a ninja from Naruto to shame. His dishes heal people. I want to study him. Recovery Girl hissed back in answer. You are just jealous he healed Tashinori while you couldn't? Jealous. Jealous. I am not jealous, you walking food dispenser. Gasp. There they go again, Nizu muttered with a groan. While this was happening, a bit of drama was also taking place at one of the tables in the cafeteria, in the section housing the tables of the older students. Then marry him if you like him that much. We are done. Finished. The full conversation had been missed by everybody in the cacophony of every student there either eating or talking, but all of them saw the tail end of the duo's quarrel, because it was not every day they saw somebody ever smiling, like Nijire had to roar like a furious beast before storming out of the university in tears. Mirio, with his head still dripping broth from the big plate of ramen the young woman emptied on his head at the apex of her heartbroken rage, merely sighed and removed plate and noodles from his hair without saying a word. You f'd up, his childhood friend, Taiki, muttered with his head glued to the tabletop, and barely moving his head to the side enough to avoid the puddle of broth now drenching his friend and his section of the table. She will come around. She will understand that I am doing this for the well-being of everybody. Mirio answered with a new sigh. I think she is tired of waiting for you. Tamaki muttered. She will come around. She will come around. Mirio answered, maybe more to reassure himself than his friend, though. If you say so. All Might's legacy is too important. If my body hurts so much while using his quirk, it means I am not strong enough yet. I need to train hard, Nijire. Just be patient, I need to put you aside only for a little while. Once sure I will be worthy of being All Might's successor, I will return to you. Just wait for me. Mirio thought in determination. Meanwhile, Hinoshiki Chef Academy, classroom. I may understand using beef as our ingredient considering how versatile it is. But are you really sure you also want to use so many artichokes with it? Izuku asked, looking on curiously at the insane amount of artichokes the vegetable king was cleaning and preparing. Izuku had expected a vegan-styled recipe from the young man, considering his title as the vegetable king, but instead Takeo had surprised him by choosing beef as the main ingredient and then starting to clean way too many artichokes to use with it. He could tell there was some serious smell of bullshit coming from the guy now. Of course. You see, I understand where Sadao and Michiko went wrong. You played on the sole main ingredient strength every time while they added other ingredients as a support to their main one, with the final result of it being overshadowed. Either the apples or the sori could have worked perfectly well alone, like you showed, but in their haste to show off and suppress you instead, they failed to fully grasp the very ingredient they personally choose, like you instead did. I plan to unleash the full power of artichokes on you instead, and I need some good beef to properly do it. Both will be the key to your defeat. The second king answered, while still cleaning more artichokes and only using their heart to cook. Then why did you not choose artichokes as the challenge theme? He asked, confused. That's a secret. Takeo answered with a wink, making the girls in the class swoon hard. Izuku instead merely looked at the vegetable king with narrowed eyes and a thoughtful expression. That sounded like an insult to my skills. Sadao said with a whine. I am just saying yours was a big oversight. You just didn't have the right focus on your chosen theme, that's all. Takeo answered, smiling sheepish. Toshio actually did things properly and used bare meat only, he just wasn't able to match his tricks. Mako, Soup King, added with a huff. I just followed the rules. I was given an ingredient and I used it the best I could. You make it sound like I cheated. Izuku answered, appalled. Nobody said you cheated, Midoriya. Relax. Yamato answered, rolling her eyes. What? The woman asked. You defended him, her son, Minato, muttered in shock. I am not a broken record, Minato. I can have mixed opinions about somebody, she answered. So you I want him broken and defeated, but I can also recognize his skills. The two things are not mutually exclusive. Now I recognize you. Minato answered, sighing in dismay. With Izuku, using so many artichokes. I see, there seemed to be a strange flash in the green-haired chef's eyes, as if witnessing a memory of his past being reenacted a second time. Takeo muttered in confusion as his enemy discarded the ingredients he had chosen before for a new batch. I am suching recipes, I hope you don't mind. Izuku muttered while creating a small mound of flour, he then emptied in the middle to form a volcano-like shape. Is he? Minato muttered with wide eyes. Pitsapa. Sadao squealed loudly in excitement as the flour soon turned into dough. Izuku then started to masterfully spin it around, slap on his workstation and then flatten and spin around again above his head at ludicrous speed. You want to defeat my roast beef? With pizza? Takeo asked. You focus on boiling those artichokes and adding lemon juice to not make them lose color. I will deal with my own dish by myself. Izuku replied with a cheeky smile. Done with the kneading and twirling, Izuku once more flattened the dough into a thin circle. He moved aside to rest so as to shift his full attention to his own cut of beef, to the ginger and the onions he had chosen as new ingredients. Swaying. Once again ignoring what was and what was not possible for a quirkless human to do, the young chef gave a single slice that instead cut beef, ginger and onions into slices of exactly the same thickness, at the same time. 1/2 inch wide stripes for the meat, human hair thin slices for the vegetables. A big skillet was then put on the fire, inside some oil and the ginger that was cooked until fragrant. The beef and the onions were then added and cooked until both turned a pleasant brownish color, with the smell produced already embracing the nose of the people present. This smells nice. A girl from the back admitted in awe. He is simmering all that. Is he making beef shigurini? As a topping? Mako muttered, uncertain. Toshio's meat expertise would have helped a lot now, Sadao admitted, sighing. Satisfied with the meat's state of cooking, Izuku added to the skillet 1 tablespoon of mirin sauce, 5 tablespoons of sake, 3 tablespoons of sugar and 3 tablespoons of soy sauce and kept simmering everything at a low flame and moving the skillet's content around gently so to not make anything stick or burn. The 3 tablespoons of sesame seeds Izuku prepared beforehand went then rapidly toasted on a side pan and then added to the meat once most of the liquid in the skillet had been absorbed by the beef to properly coat it. Left the meat to rest as well for a moment. The circle of pizza dough was recovered and gently brushed until a light layer of sauce covered its top. Izuku then added on top of it the beef shigurini and some white scallions along a generous amount of mozzarella, and moved everything into the oven to turn the dough into a crispy-looking golden brown color. Done? Takeo asked with a malevolent smile while removing his roast beef from the fire. For now, Izuku answered, unfazed. Do you know how a king is selected? The vegetable king asked. And the more he talked, the more his eyes turned sharp and malevolent, like a carnivorous animal's. I suspect it is about skills, isn't it? The other replied while preparing a big selection of cheeses he carefully divided into groups and then cut into tiny cubes. Exactly. Miss Yamato personally selects only the best students to create a new formation of kings every year and lets both old and new formations battle to see who remains and who is kicked out. So if you don't keep your abilities sharp, you get sucked with a new candidate. Ahu, barely interested enough to listen, the green-haired chef briefly removed the pizza from the oven to add the wide array of cheeses to the thing, for the confusion of the students and judges watching that could not properly see what the hell he was doing due to his body obscuring the pizza, and then put it back into the oven. Well, I was still in high school when I was selected as the Vegetable King, Takeo declared with savage pride. Kaya, Tao-sama is so cool. A female student yelled in amazement. Tao-sama is the best. He's invincible. Another girl squealed right after. I didn't know that. How strong is he? A boy screamed in horror. Good for you. Izuku instead answered while checking his watch to see how long before his pizza was ready. A saving grace of his perfectionism/semi-OCD mentality when cooking was that any form of nervousness usually plaguing him would always take a backseat so to not disturb him while working his magic. I have kept this position for years. Undefeated. Do you know why? No. Izuku answered with a sigh, immediately filing the guy under the kinda negative, Katsuki-like label. Because I can manipulate the taste of dishes. Both mine and of my enemies. Every time a fool tried challenging me, my dish always made theirs inedible. For example, this roast beef is one of my many trump cards. All thanks to cinerine. A natural component that makes artichokes have their characteristic bitter taste, but a substance also able to scramble the taste buds of who eats them, causing everything eaten after that to taste sweeter by virtue of their tongue's state of confusion. I guess people usually focus on the beef and ignore the artichokes when you propose this theme for your challenges. Izuku finished the guy's speech himself while rolling his eyes. A tense silence fell into the room. I've already seen a strategy like that being implemented. Last time it was inside a torta rustica, a salted cake of Italian cuisine where a cake-like dish is prepared with salted dough and vegetables in place of cake dough and fruits. You're using beef for this kind of trick threw me for a loop for an instant, then I saw the ridiculous amount of artichokes you were boiling for your sauce and I remembered the power of sirene. You yourself pretty much told me you planned to use that by quoting the true power of artichokes during your speech. Izuku explained, nailing the young man with a sidelong glare that rooted him on the spot. Example of torta rustica, vegan Emperor Gohan was an up-and-coming chef back in Zaus' world. At his first appearance at the same cooking tournament Zaus had already taken part in several times when making his official debut, but unfortunately Gohan had tried that tactic against Setsuno of all people, trying to trick her with a vegan version of that torta rustica dish filled to the limit in artichokes. The old woman took only a glance at the guy's ingredient spread to literally guess the full recipe and counter it. The vegan emperor's defeat that year had been so devastating the guy almost stopped being a chef altogether. And that incident actually cemented Zaus' friendly rivalry with Setsuno. So sure of yourself? Then let's see how sturdy your conviction is. Takeo answered with a chilling smile. His giant slab of roast beef he had just finished cooking while Izuku was focused on kneading the pizza dough and preparing his own beef shigurine topping, and once moved onto a plate it mesmerized both judges and students. The Vegetable King's beef was releasing endless thin strands of smoke, and when the young man did cut through it, the cross-section of the meat actually amazed the onlookers into a frenzy. That cross-section. The meat has such a brilliant shade of pink inside. That is not mere surface roasting. He made the heat permeate down to the core. That's amazing. Back in the days I was the meat king of the formation, then I learned of the power of vegetables and how they can subtly change and manipulate the taste of my dishes. It was then that I suched focus. The area of expertise does not determine the number, skills do, and as my skills soared, so did my place in the formation. I am sorry, but I did not ask you about your backstory. Can't we just cook? Izuku asked, unsure. A growl decidedly not human escaped Takeo's throat at that. Pray that your pizza will be enough, because my dish will devour you. Takeo growled with chilling eyes. Kaya, Tao-sama is so cool. Devour me as well, please. Quit your yapping, the Vegetable King roared with his eyes turning golden and his teeth becoming sharp fangs. Anger doesn't make a good dish. Neither does hubris. Izuku said, looking at Whitey's red eyes in worry since it meant the robot had started sensing violent hostility coming from the young man. But savagery does. And my savage, world-ending roast beef will dominate you. Takeo answered, brandishing a knife with a wide blade to start mincing vegetables at high speed. Once I've chopped some horseradish and added some fresh cream and anchovies, The base for the artichoke sauce for my beef will be ready. Izuku simply stood in silence, sitting on a stool with both arms and legs crossed while looking straight at the pizza he was preparing, his eyes unblinking as he followed every minute change of the thing through the glass panel of the oven. Speechless in terror. I can't blame you, Takeo said in cruel amusement. Once the artichokes are added, my dish will be ready, while you will need at best 5 more minutes for the pizza to be done properly. By then the judges will have already tasted my roast beef and the cyrene in the sauce will have bewitched their tongue and manipulated their sense of taste. Even after cleansing their palate, the effects will still linger, and your precious pizza will at best taste like an overly sweet cake. Even your precious countermeasure will amount to nothing. Groan. I already know that they won't cleanse their palate enough to avoid the effects of cyrene. Now get back to cooking, we are here for this, not for talking. Izuku answered with a sigh while massaging his temples to avoid a headache from overcoming him. Your voice is grating, like the voice of an old acquaintance of mine. He too loves to hear himself talking, and that kind of person always gives me a headache. Too annoying. Izuku admitted, groaning again, and unknown to him Katsuki that was looking at the live stream actually looked hurt at his words instead of angry, to the surprise of the guy's classmates. We'll see who will laugh last. The artichokes are ready. Takeo hissed in answer with a scowl, and once finished boiling all the artichokes he wished to use, he rapidly chopped them all and added them to the sauce. My roast beef, artichoke heaven style, is ready. It's over for you, the Vegetable King declared with a fanged smile while preparing a dish for everybody. That's it. The dish that made him become one of the kings. We can finally taste the legendary dish. A student gasped in awe from the classroom's back. The meat looked otherworldly tender and covered in a smooth sauce glittering a little in the room's light. On top of each dish, Takeo had also added a poached egg, making its golden color stand out in stark contrast with the pale color of the sauce and the pinkish one of the meat. Judge's table. Impressive, the center of the meat has a perfectly rosy color, pleasing to the eye but still cooked properly. It's rare to find such a balance in a dish prepared by a student. Minetta admitted, impressed. Me and Takeo spar often. The current score is 27-27. He is the only one I deem worthy of being my rival. Mako added, she too looked pleased by the dish's looks. This is my vegetable king. The bitterness of the cream matches the thick taste of the beef to perfection. And even the meat's juices become an integral part of the flavor that turns everything into a never-ending dream. Yamato declared, proud beyond belief. I see. So this is how it works. To everybody's surprise, Izuku's voice was not filled with despair, but in childish curiosity. You didn't just boil the artichokes. You actually removed most of the dish's innate sweetness so that it would only come from the artichokes themselves and made the cream sauce subtly more bitter than usual as a base to preserve your own dish taste. All to counterbalance the huge amount of cyrene you wanted to add and not put yourself in danger. Not bad. The green-haired chef said while enjoying his portion. You figured that out with a single bite. Takeo whispered in horror. He too had been eating his dish to bask in the taste of his victory. Why yes. I needed confirmation you actually did prepare the recipe the way I envisioned, otherwise my counter-strategy wouldn't have worked like I needed. I only missed the sauce base being extra bitter, but that will actually help me as well. The cyrene now is sitting on our tongue and overshadowing every other sweet taste. When the judges will eat my dish, the cyrene on their tongue will be washed away by their chewing and return the taste buds of their tongues to normal. Curiously though, those receptors of sweetness will remain overexcited, making every sweet taste following your beef seem even 10 times more intense. You planned for that to happen to ruin my pizza, isn't it? And my dish recipe. Like you envisioned. Yes, I know I should have focused on my dish alone, but in order to make sure I was countering you properly, I had to prepare a copy of your roast beef too. Izuku answered with a shy smile. Why you prepared my dish? While preparing the beef shigerini topping, I also prepared the same roast beef you made. He answered while tapping the side of his head. You made a copy of my dish while making yours. Without looking at me. Who are you? Takeo asked in abject horror. I thought you knew. Nice to meet you. I am Izuku Midoriya, owner and chef of Green Cloud Restaurant. He answered with a formal bow. Wait. You own a restaurant. You are not just a minor chef from a rundown eatery. Sadao and Michiko yelled as one in shock. Yes, I own a restaurant. Why? Yamato-san didn't tell you. No. Our rector failed to give us some key details about you. The Dessert King answered, appalled. We only knew you worked in a minor restaurant, Sadao added, faintly. His minor restaurant has a dedicated full page on Foodie Advisor with 200 reviews, all 5 stars, and the forum's rarely awarded platinum ribbon right next to the restaurant name. Mako muttered, paling a little after checking Izuku's restaurant on her phone. I just wanted you to face this challenge with a clear mind, Yamato answered, sniffling haughtily. You told us he was a nobody. Michiko screeched. Technically he is. Yamato answered, huffing. Technically my butt, Mom, Minato muttered in dismay while face-palming, a sentiment unanimously shared by the teachers that will soon face Izuku and we're secretly watching. As an added insult, in the livestream chat the guys from I-Island, together with Momo and Ochako, started shamelessly spamming the link to that forum page and the restaurant location for everybody to see. This means nothing. You can't have imagined just how many artichokes I would have used as well. With all the sirene in my dish, even plain water will taste sweet like sugar. Takeo said with wide eyes, almost sounding desperate instead of smug. You would be amazed by how strong my imagination is. Sirene, miraculin. There are many ways to manipulate the taste of your own dish and the dishes of others. You only need to know what fruit or vegetable to extract them from and how to use them. If I wanted, I could have done the same to you with my own rose extract and the glycoproteins in it right from my challenge against Michiko-san. But I preferred to make sure the judges would clean their palate properly before our match. Contrary to you, I want to win on my merits, not with tricks. Izuku answered, finally taking his pizza out of the oven. Tricks? Takeo hissed. This is fine and all, but now that your pizza is ready, we will either cleanse our palate and have it turn cold, or eat it as it is and have its taste ruined by Takeo's dish? Yamato said, smirking. You have no chance to win this. My other name is Flavor Demon. My real domain is in the manipulation of taste. Bravado won't help you. Takeo declared. Flavor Demon. Then I'll be called the King of Chefs if you don't mind. And as such, I won't let somebody using underhand tactics come threatening my kingdom. Izuku answered, nonplussed, while presenting his dish, a pizza with 2 kinds of topping turning it half black and half white, only created to form a perfect Tao symbol. Yin-yang pizza, half with beef shigerini as topping and half quattro formaggi, in Italian, for cheeses. Please start by tasting the beef slice, then the cheese one. Izuku instructed after distributing 2 slices of the big pizza to each judge and then Takeo and himself. The shigerini has a sweet undertone in its own taste. One may think you are basically committing suicide by making us start from that, Minato muttered. Please, do humor me, Izuku asked, sheepish. Your funeral boy. Even if it is a very nice shigerini I am seeing. It's a bit of a pity to have its taste ruined by Takeo's artichoke sauce. Yamato admitted. I can still defeat you. To my victory. Ita de Kamasu. Takeo declared with a wide smile and then gave a huge bite to his pizza slice. The room was once more plunged into an absurdly thick silence as every judge's eyes snapped open wide. This doesn't taste sweet. This pizza is DMN amazing. Sadao was the first to snap out of her stupor, and her first words were full of astonishment. How? Takeo instead was looking at the slice he had just tasted in horror. For a start, it was not any normal sauce that I used on the pizza dough. I basted it with yuzu miso sauce. Izuku answered, clearly enjoying his own slice and talking with bulging cheeks in an utterly adorable scene. Yuzu is a kind of Japanese citrus. Why yuzu miso? Oh. My homemade yuzu miso is also extra bitter thanks to the grated yuzu peel I normally add to it to give it a more sophisticated taste. And since I knew sirene would have increased any sense of sweetness, I had to drastically decrease the quantity of mirin sugar and white miso I used to prepare the beef as well. But The Shigurini recipe you followed? That, I actually used more beef than required when using those quantities of condiments. Then why does it taste this good? Michiko asked, confused. He used Takeo's dish to increase the taste of his pizza, Yamato answered with a low tone. What? Exactly. This version of the dish would never work without somebody consuming that much sirene beforehand. Pausen, thanks to your sauce, my own beef Shigurini had the chance to shine for real. Even better. Thanks to your sirene bomb sauce, my Shigurini is actually even tastier than its normal version. Thank you. Izuku explained, smiling proud of himself. Why? Takeo muttered while his body seemed to grow bigger. You were fast in pointing out your friend's mistakes, but you too made a glaring one. Had you not declared those vegetables to be the key factor of your dish, had you not boasted about artichokes being basically your secret weapon, I would have gone through with the first dish I had decided to make, and your victory would have been almost certain. I learned on my skin to be humble and careful. I hope this will help you too. Izuku said. You, Takeo said again. Now silver fur could be seen rapidly covering his body while he kept getting more buff until he took a slightly hunched posture. Also, your biggest mistake was actually making beef not artichokes the theme of our challenge. Your wish to keep your tactic a secret gave me the key to defeat it too. Growling. By the way, to truly enjoy my dish full taste, I suggest you eat the cheese half now. Your palate should be properly ready after the beef Shigurini. Izuku said, unafraid and personally taking a bite of the quattro formaggi side of his portion. The cheese. A quattro formaggi, one of the most common toppings of Italian pizza, Mako muttered while giving a bite to the second slice of pizza on her plate. Midoriya. In the meantime, Takeo had subconsciously fully activated his quirk to turn into a feral-looking werewolf with silver fur. Amazing! Minato gasped in wonder. I kind of had to modify the original recipe, though, since ricotta, soft cow/goat cheese, is not exactly an official part of the quattro formaggi. Izuku explained. Mozzarella, Parmigiano, ricotta and gorgonzola. Simple cheeses mixed together to perfection. And the taste is simply unreal. How? Michiko asked. They all are cheeses rich of salty flavor. Their mellow richness and that salty feeling goes in stark contrast with all the sweetness your tongues have been bombarded with thanks to Teo-san's roast beef and my Shigurini. It was a royal pain to balance it, but I knew that all that sweetness would have made the cheese's taste stand out amazingly if I managed to pull it off. And I believe I managed. Not only the saltiness. You used black pepper to add extra tingling to the dish too. Mako answered, amazed. The bitterness of the artichokes paved the road to the sweetness of my Shigurini, enriched by the cinnarine, and both acted as the introduction to the final part of my dish, the saltiness of my quattro formaggi. And if you taste the Shigurini again, you will find the taste transformed, now having turned pleasantly bitter. This is the yin-yang pizza. Sweetness and saltiness neatly separated and yet with a bit of each other in them still, all thanks to my flavor-transforming beef Shigurini. Izuku explained. And all this wouldn't have been possible without you, Tao-san. Your dish made mine reach an even greater level. I did not just counter you, I used your own secret weapon against you. Midoriya? Takeo's voice was now a growl with drool flowing down his fangs-filled lupin mouth. It was an amazing display of abilities. I am sorry, Takeo, but I must vote for Midoriya. Minato said, sighing and showing a sad smile. Midoriya. Midoriya? You were amazing, Kao, but I have to. Sadao. He used your sirene against you, that in itself was impressive, but I can't even tell how he made the same dish have two different shades of flavor, but don't worry, I will avenge you. Mako said with a merciless smile. Sorry, how? Sadao muttered with a low voice. Midoriya. You FBS-erty. The transformed vegetable king howled in madness while jumping Izuku with the rest of the class screaming in fear. Troublemaker? Whitey. Stop. Izuku yelled while jumping back and watching the stool he was sitting on getting bitten to splinters by the mad werewolf. Bump, bump. As soon as his feet touched ground again, A duo of needles appeared in Izuku's hands and he used them on the knocking pressure points of his own shoulders to enlarge his arms' muscles and fists to thrice their sizes. "Come here," Takeo roared. "Stop." Yamato yelled with wide eyes at seeing one of her kings fully lose his cool and assault the green-haired boy a second time. "Idiot," they all heard Izuku mutter with a sigh, both his hands raised high and fists clenched tight. "Bodhisattva tenderizer," the green-haired chef declared with blazing eyes as both his fists came slamming down on both shoulders of Takeo to fully interrupt the werewolf charge and slam him down face-first on the floor with an extremely loud boom. And the entire school shook heavily. In Buddhism, a bodhisv/bodhisdv/bohdcv is any person who is on the path towards Buddhahood. In short, an attack that hits you so hard you almost reach Buddhahood. Takeo groaned weakly from the crater on the floor, his body created under the weight of Izuku's attack, and the young man was already returning to look human as soon as he fully lost consciousness. "That was fairly pathetic," Yamato commented bitterly while watching one of her prized students lying on the floor unconscious. "That is assault, a crime," Minato answered. "Yes, and a fairly pathetic one. You don't throw away your future just because you lost a challenge, but I guess that for somebody as prideful as Takeo, losing to anybody else besides Mako was too much to bear," the old woman said while walking towards the door. "Where are you going?" her son asked. "I need to make a couple calls, one to the police force to report the attack, and one to Toshio's family. After Michiko's outburst and Takeo moment of madness, we are short of judges." "Will I go to prison?" Michiko asked, afraid. "That is up to the police to decide. I will have to suspend you for a while though. You are unfit to judge for the same reason. After your attempted attack, your judgment can easily be put in question. You should have considered this before Takeo's challenge even started." She answered, sighing. "Yes, madam." The girl answered with a low sigh. "I am surprised you are not covering for them," Izuku admitted. "There isn't much to cover since we are streaming all this live, and even then, while I may like to see you lose, I don't want to see you drop dead. I am a chef, not a murderer, same going for my students. Takeo and Michiko will face the consequences of their actions." Yamato answered. "I understand," he replied. In the silence that followed that exchange, the old woman quietly left the class with a somber expression. "I know that asking this is foolish, or even hypocritical," Minato tried saying once seen his mother leave. "Yes?" Izuku asked. "Both Takeo and Michiko will have a lot to deal with once we are done here. Can I at least ask you to not press charges? Adding a court visit on top of all this could really ruin their future." The man begged. "I am sorry," Michiko added, already crying. "Apologizing after the deal means very little, you know," Izuku answered with a heavy sigh. "Please," Minato begged. "If they get away with this, it will set a precedent, and these things will happen again." "But it won't happen again. You have the power to instantly change how society thinks and acts against the quirkless, Mr. Minato?" Izuku asked. "No." Michiko's attack didn't even start. "You can't know if she only wanted to scare you instead of strangling you." Sadao tried saying. "Were you just trying to scare me, Michiko-san?" he asked. The girl answered with a tentative smile. "I really did try grabbing you." After a long war of stares, though, Michiko deflated and told the truth. And then, he pressed on. "I don't know. I was not really thinking." She admitted. "That is what I meant. Just consider it, please." Minato pleaded. "Let's finish these challenges first, then you all will be free to beg him for forgiveness. Even if in his place I would have none." Mako answered, unfazed, and carelessly threw away everything she found on Takeo's workstation to make room for her own equipment. "Okay," Izuku conceded with a new sigh. "Few agents will be here shortly to collect Takeo and our testimony. They accepted my request to let Michiko see the final challenge against Mako, but then she will have to follow them back to the police station for further questioning. An agent will wait outside for her." Yamato informed everybody as soon as she returned. "Thank you, madam," Michiko answered. "Did you take Takeo's knife, Midoriya?" "Not yet," he answered. "Here, as far as I know, this was his favorite." I'll write his name on it for you. Mako said while collecting said utensils. Thank you. But you don't seem very sad about your friend's situation. Me and Takeo are good friends, but I also recognize that his ego has always been a huge problem. I guess it was only his one-sided crush on me that made sure losing to me never bothered him. He probably saw it as me being worthy of him or some similar nonsense. It was only a matter of time before karma caught up to his stupidity. You reap what you sow and all that. The woman answered. One-sided crush? Izuku asked. You knew about it? Sadao chorused right after. I pride myself to be a bright woman. Takeo was wearing a neon sign declaring his interest in me, as far as I am concerned. Surprising. The Fish King answered. I know. While we wait for the police to arrive, I say we organize our own challenge, Midoriya. Are you up for it? Mako asked. I am ready. What is the theme? He answered. Soup. He asked once she did not elaborate further. That's it, we will both make soup and there won't be restrictions on ingredients. Mostly. She answered with a predatory smirk. Mostly. We both will need to use as many ingredients as possible and make it so their taste won't clash. I saw you win while using 1 or 2 ingredients tops. I want to see if you can handle lots more. For example, I will use bear meat, Pacific sori, beef, apples, salmon, chicken, and various vegetables. So your dish will double as a revenge for the fallen kings. Izuku asked with his eyebrows almost shutting up all the way to his hairline. What can I say? I have a soft spot for theatrics. She replied, laughing. Fair enough, I will use the same ingredients then, plus a few others. Izuku answered. Sigh. I think I know what you are planning for. I will ask our janitors to bring the machines here. Yamato said. Machines. You'll see, Midoriya. Mako answered, smiling mischievous. 20 minutes later, just as 2 agents of the police force finally arrived to cuff Takeo and slowly drag the still unconscious young man away, Toshio the Meat King entered the room to accompany the school janitors rolling inside 2 bulky and complex-looking machines the size of a fridge. I am glad you accepted returning here for this, Yamato said. I am doing this as a favor to Midoriya. After Takeo and Michiko screwed up, he needed a proper judge. I am already looking for a new school. The plump boy answered, huffing. Fair enough. The old woman replied with a sigh of dismay. While we waited, have you thought about what soup you will prepare? Mako asked. Sort of, I think I know which one I will make to face you. Izuku answered. Good to hear. Is the host aware of the main problem with his choice? The voice of his sponsor though made its presence known soon after. Problem? He asked. In order to prepare a perfect century soup, the host will need a drop of saliva from the ingredient known as wall penguin. Does the host wish to purchase some from the system? The entity asked. So that was the last ingredient. No wonder nobody else could replicate it. Setsuno probably knew and did not tell me either to men her. Izuku thought in amusement. No need. My imperfect version is still an extremely good soup. I will use that to defeat Mako. The young chef answered. So you say there won't be a theme or chosen ingredient. The only requirement is that we prepare a soup with as many ingredients as we can handle, Izuku said with a mischievous and still adorable smile. Mako answered, with a rather big chunk of ice spontaneously forming in her stomach out of worry. Good to know. Whitey, please bring me all the ingredients they have in storage. Here are the quantities I need. The young chef asked while rapidly jotting down a note on a piece of paper. Understood. The plump robot answered and immediately ran out of the room. Every ingredient we have in our storage. Minato asked with a faint voice. Exactly. Should be many, right? Izuku asked. We will soon have a feast to celebrate the anniversary of the founding of our school, so the kitchen storage has been stocked to capacity, Yamato answered, just as unnerved. How many? Izuku pressed on just as Whitey barged in with a huge pair of burlap sacks filled to the brim in ingredients on his shoulders, and the school cafeteria's chef desperately clinging to his leg to stop the robot. 253 different ingredients have been collected, host. Whitey declared. More or less that many, Yamato confirmed with a tiny voice. Rector. Stop this monster. This thing has beaten up and undressed the entire kitchen staff. Not even the women were spared. The guy cried out in horror. Disciplinary stripping cares not about gender. All troublemakers in the way to the host's mission shall be stripped as an example to others. The robot answered while delivering the ingredients to Izuku. Monster, several girls shrieked in horror. I care not about your feelings. Your respect-wament shall be used to shine this unit's backside. The system answered through Whitey's mouth, merciless as usual and making Izuku chuckle. Many outraged gasps echoed in the room at that. Small matters aside, I will start my own soup if you don't mind, the green-haired chef declared. You can't use that many ingredients together, Mako said with wide eyes. I have watched the others use many ingredients in every fight I had with you kings. What's wrong with me doing this now? At best I used less than 10. Not over 200. Michiko screeched in shock. I know, unfortunately the century soup does require a lot of ingredients to be done. Izuku answered with a helpless shrug. Century soup. Never heard of it. Mako admitted. Imagine it as a very clear consommé. It will take a couple hours to make, but it will be oh so worth it, Izuku answered, showing an eager expression. A couple hours. At least I will have plenty of time to make my own flavor pearls soup. We both will use our best dish good. The woman said with a feral smirk. It's not really my best dish, but whatever floats her boat, I guess, Izuku muttered to himself in answer. Both contestants ready. This is the last challenge between Midoriya Izuku and the 5 kings, this time against Soup King Mako Yarikami. The theme is simply soup and will be the longest of them all as both will have 2 hours to complete their dish. Minato said with a tense tone. I ask again, are you ready? We are ready. Both young chefs answered at the same time. Then to begin. At the signal, both contestants moved at the same time. While Izuku pulled out the biggest pot he could find, Mako was already attacking a fat salmon so fresh it looked still alive. Putting the fat fish on the chopping board, she slashed downward with her customized knife branded with Inoshiki Academy insignia on the handle to fillet and skin the salmon at high speed. That is some impressive knife technique, Izuku admitted. He had instead started with the beef and bear meat, cleaning both at high speed and then seasoning them. That's not the only thing I am impressive at. Now you'll see why I remain the first king ever since I was selected. Mako answered, her feral smile showing a sinister edge that still gained her loud simping cries from the students behind her. Those guys are hopeless, Izuku commented with a sigh as his knife moved in a burst of speed that gave the illusion of 3 blades chopping down at the same time and slicing the sori he was working with into thin stripes in an instant. How can you cut that fast? Mako blurted out, awed by the sight. Hard and merciless training, both my old teacher and my current sponsor are SLV drivers? The young man answered, sighing. Well, it matters not. It won't be the fastest chef to win, but the best. On the notes of that answer, Mako finished separating the skin, scales, meat and bones of the salmon she was working with neatly, each movement of hers swift and extremely precise. Once finished dealing with the fish meat, the young woman sent Izuku a challenging glare and pulled out a metal rack with a big funnel on top and a tiny hole on the bottom under which she positioned a big bowl filled in a clear liquid with a light gelatinous consistency. What's that? He asked. My secret weapon. Custom made to help my heat parasite quirk show its full potential while cooking. Mako answered in glee. He is finished. Queen Mako is also known as the Molecular Devil. Nobody can match her expertise. A girl exclaimed in reverential wonder from the back of the class. Molecular cuisine? I have dabbled in it a couple times, but in the end, I always return to more mundane cooking methods. Izuku admitted with a thoughtful expression. He actually remembered a chef from his lifetime as Zaus that specialized in that branch of cooking, mad scientist Nanachi, but no amount of amazing dishes could help Izuku stomach the guy's obnoxious manners he displayed whenever out of a kitchen. That man was just too rude and annoying. Then let me show you how a MSTR does it. Mako answered. One of the machines she had asked for and had been moved into the class was soon turned on, and each container on the front of the bulkiest machine went filled by the fish parts. Skin inside the first, the meat in the second and the bones in the third. This is what we jokingly refer to as taste extractor. It will forcefully extract every drop of essence from whatever is inserted into the containers and pour the resulting liquids into separate vials. Mako explained, and loud shredding noises rang out as soon as she started the thing. That poor salmon is not exactly enjoying it, Izuku muttered, unheard. Hearing the voice of ingredients helped him, and many of his colleagues learned that not every ingredient liked being used in molecular gastronomy. It was actually very polarizing opinion, but it was clear to Izuku how that particular salmon didn't appreciate being treated like that. Once collected the vials of salmon essence, Mako sucked containers with clean ones to repeat the process with her own seasoned bear meat, and doing it again over and over with every ingredient she had chosen. What now? While slowly stirring the soup stock he made until it started to boil gently, Izuku watched the wide collection vials now filling Mako's workstation. Now I will turn all this into appealing pearls of flavor thanks to a solution of sodium alginate and calcium chloride. Pearls I will then freeze. She answered. I don't want to sound like a grumpy old man or even a 20th century boomer, but I still find all that a bit too extreme as a way of cooking, too many chemicals involved. Izuku admitted, sheepish. To each their own. Mako answered with an annoyed huff. It was a curious sight indeed. On one side they watched Izuku carefully cut pork meat into identical tiny cubes barely an inch big, while at the opposite side Mako was instead using a syringe to collect the content of a vial of essence and pouring it a drop at a time into a small basin containing the chemical bath that turned each drop into a small gelatinous ball the size of a pea. One chef is cooking in the traditional way, the other is using the most modern equipment of the 22nd century. It's literally a battle between past and present. Minetta muttered, intrigued. Like watching a samurai fighting a robot? Sadao asked with starry eyes. Exactly. The man answered, excited. Honey, you read too many light novels. Yamato commented while rolling her eyes. I am still going to say that samurai versus zombie versus robot for the love of the takoyaki princess in the kingdom of dancing squids is neither trashy nor cringe. Minato answered, huffing. Minato, the title alone made my skin crawl, the woman answered, sighing. Hater. With Izuku and Mako, the contestants were luckily too engrossed in their cooking to notice the strange byplay between mother and son, so did the audience both in class and following the livestream. Once every drop of essence from the various vials had been turned into gelatinous spheres, all neatly separated into different dishes, Mako grabbed one of the handles of her contraption with one hand, rapidly covering the entire thing with a thin layer of frost once absorbed into herself every ounce of heat thanks to her quirk. Here it is. My secret weapon. I am going to kick your nice but pretty boy. And as expected, the downside of her quirk as well showed up with all the absorbed heat making her self-control slip. Izuku shrieked at the comment about his butt. You heard me. I don't care if you can bounce a coin on that masterpiece of your butt. You're being a hot piece of but teasing every girl in a 30 meters radius with your mere presence won't save you this time. Your please molest me, Luncheon. This aura won't work on me. Mako roared with a savage roar. Mako becomes way too forward when overheating, Michiko commented with a sigh of dismay. Not that she is wrong. Sadao added she, just like the other girls in class, was now avoiding Izuku's eyes when the unnerved chef tried looking at them. True. I'm not like that. I don't have that Luncheon aura or whatever. At best I am an average plain boy. He muttered with a pout. A supremely adorable pout. Bullshit. The girls in the classroom thought as one at the same time. The same answer momentarily swarmed the livestream chat as well as every female user typed that. The same thought also crossed the minds of the fans of the original manga. That but belongs to me, kindly keep those dirty paws away from it. Momo thought in distaste while scowling at the livestream. Still glaring at the green-haired chef, Mako kept one hand on her contraption to keep it cold, while with the other she delicately poured the content of a dish to let the drops of essence gently roll into the funnel. Thanks to my quirk, I can freeze these drops instantly. Even better than a bath into liquid nitrogen. You are finished, pretty boy. Mako, still under the effects of her overheating, declared as the tiny pearl-like frozen grains started dripping down from the funnel and filling up the porcelain bowl under it. Once repeated the freezing with the content of every vial, soon pearl-like grains of different colors filled the bowl to the brim. The pearls are ready, now I can focus on the soup proper, the woman said with a sigh, moving the bowl of pearls into the fridge with a more relaxed expression. Feeling better? Izuku asked with a whisper. Yes, I will be. Luckily the effect doesn't last long once I stop absorbing heat. Sorry about what I said. It was distasteful. Mako answered, ashamed. No harm done, don't worry. Thank you. You're done making pearls? Yes, I will start preparing the soup proper. How about you? I am a third of the way. To make a proper consommé 2 hours will be barely enough, but I'll manage. Izuku answered. Give it your all then. I hate chefs who slack off. Mako answered, nodding. Said that, the young woman started preparing a chicken bone stock since the bird's meat will be the main element of the soup. Chicken soup as a base, making a tasty soup that is also clear and without oil or grease suspension will be of essence to make a successful dish. Yamato thought with narrowed eyes while studying both contestants' handiwork. In the meantime, Mako had finished cleaning the knife she used to prepare the ingredients for the essence extractor and was now cutting the meat, skillfully piercing through the chicken skin right above the articulations connecting the wings to the body and cleanly separating them from the beef. Done the same with the legs, and after quartering the chicken beef, she delicately removed the bones to prepare the stock and rubbed every piece of meat in butter and placed the now shining cuts into an earthenware pot. Good enough. The herbs and the pepper grains. The young woman muttered, thoughtful. While the bone stock was slowly starting bubbling gently on the stove, a colorful mix of herbs and spices, along with a small pinch of black pepper, was gently sprinkled above the meat until every piece was covered uniformly, then the pot went sealed by its lid and put above the fire. Having now her hands momentarily free of work, she moved a bit closer to see what Izuku was doing. This century soup, she asked. Yes. He answered while removing the last traces of scum floating to the surface of the meat he was blanching, meat that went then added to the main pot boiling at low flame. Do you really need all those ingredients to make it? Yes. To be fair, though, a proper century soup should be left boiling for up to 10 hours, but with the ingredients I am using, 2 hours will suffice. Izuku answered. Is it a very complex dish then? She asked while peering into the bubbling pot. Very. I might lack a key ingredient that is still fermenting back in my personal kitchen, but I have experimented enough with this recipe to know how to cover for most of this problem. This I am preparing is what I call proto-century soup, but done here I plan to make the real one back at my restaurant. 10 hours even impressive? Impressive and a slog to prepare. Of course the original recipe requires many hours to be done. The ingredients needed are so out of ordinary compared to the ones of this world that it's not a surprise the requirements are just as crazy. The green-haired young man mentally added with a sigh. You said that the missing ingredient is still fermenting. What's that? Mako asked, curious. Homemade aromatic vinegar. Secret recipe. Izuku answered with a cheeky wink, and using the lie suggested by the system. So you are fighting me with an imperfect soup? Mako asked with narrowed eyes. Imperfect implies it will be a bad soup. I am preparing a different version of the original dish. Please don't insult it. It will be exceptionally good, I know. Izuku answered, sending her a side glare. We'll see. The young woman answered as she marched back to her own workstation. Some time later, while Izuku's dish was nearing the final phases of preparation, Mako's own soup was almost ready as well. As she waited for the soup to be ready, she recovered her pearls of flavor from the fridge and started collecting a few of each flavor to create a small selection of colorful beads she then poured into small dishes, one for each judge plus 2, one for Izuku and one for herself. In her pot, water boiled and steam rolled forth while the soup was constantly bubbling, filling the room in the homely scent of cooked chicken. Looking as if unsatisfied by something, Mako actually grabbed a few pearls from the ones remaining from her selection and tossed them into the soup where they melted instantly, causing the scent to change slightly while the soup bubbled even more violently. Bubbles constantly rose and popped at the surface of the soup the more pearls she added. Plot, plot, plot. This will add a bit of body to the soup taste. I added some essence of herbs, beef and pork to it, enough to add facets without overshadowing the gentle taste of chicken. Mako explained with a smirk. Using a steel ladle to scoop out the soup and show it to the people present, Izuku and the others saw that the thing was extremely clear, without a single trace of oil, which made it look pleasing to the eyes. The dense meat fragrance of the chicken intermingled perfectly with the delicate scent of the bone broth it was submerged in, with the mixture of scents wafting everywhere to tease the noses of the spectators. Swish. Pouring the delicate chicken meat soup into the various white porcelain bowls, Mako then took the dishes containing her flavor pearls and delivered everything to the judges' table. Here it is, my flavor pearls chicken soup is ready. Please try the meat and soup by themselves and then pour the pearls in the remaining broth, then you can either wait for them to melt or eat them as they are and enjoy the feeling of hot and cold they provide. Please enjoy your meal. Mako explained with a deep bow. Although the judges all thanked her for their portion, their attention kept gravitating towards the other soup still cooking, and Mako could not exactly blame them either. The soup kept bubbling and bubbling, with Izuku's ladle never stopping moving to gently squeeze out every drop of taste from everything he used. He keeps adding ingredients, Sadao muttered, shocked. And the scent still remains amazing, Michiko chorused, looking at the big pot with unblinking eyes. Beef, pork, veal, bear, shrimps, calamari, salmon, carrots, potatoes. I can tell each ingredient apart by smell and they are not in conflict. How? A student shrieked in horror from the back of the room. And he keeps adding more. What the F dash? The girl's friend added. The preliminary preparations are done. Now, the filtering. Izuku muttered with narrowed eyes. Filtering, everybody else thought, growing extremely confused. As if to answer them, they watched Izuku prepare a second big pot he topped with an extremely fine filter Whitey pulled out of the opening on his stomach. The thing was so fine the holes of its net almost could not be seen by naked eye. Now, if I did it properly, 3 times should be enough, and I will only need to make it finish cooking for a couple minutes more after that to be done, Izuku muttered while pouring the entire content of the first pot into the second once removed the cooked ingredients from it. Why filtering it? To make sure the broth is extra clear. Minato muttered, unsure. Maybe he wants to avoid any particles to float in it. Yamato answered while watching Izuku clean the first pot thoroughly to repeat the filtering a second time with a brand new and even finer filter. When the third round of filtering happened though, every whisper died down abruptly to let absolute silence take over, because nobody could comprehend what they were actually seeing. The soup that poured down from the filter now was absolutely invisible. Clearer than water, transparent to the point of absurdity, a soup they could hear sloshing about in the pot, but that they were unable to see. Perfectly done, Izuku declared with an elated smile. How? Mako demanded. It's part of the recipe. Unfortunately, I lack the ingredients to finish it properly, so the 99.9% version will have to do this time. He answered. He honestly could not tell them the missing ingredient came from an animal of another world. While you finish your preparations, we will start judging Mako's soup. Minato said. Please go ahead, I will be done in a minute. Izuku answered, nodding. Good. Let's see. This soup does look delicious. Yamato admitted, sounding extremely impressed. Mako's dish could only be described as appealing, a soup with enchanting color and luster. Under the light of the room, the dish seemed to be as dazzling as a starry sky with the clear soup emitting an enchanting fragrance as steam rose from the surface of the bowl, constantly rolling around and scattering. The soup was clear with a light yellow tinge to it, and the tiny grains in the small bowl next to it looked like small pearls emitting a hazy luster when light shone onto them. The meat had been cooked a little by itself before being cut into small round slices. Mako then added to the soup, just enough for the butter and the mixture of herbs and spices to properly enrich its taste. Not being fully cooked in the broth also meant that the meat did not break apart once scooped up with the spoon. It was a warm taste that gently warmed the heart of the eater, with the buttery soft pieces of meat giving further body to the dish. Simply wonderful, Yamato declared with a proud tone. Just by sight, this soup has already exceeded every expectation we had, but now is time to see if the taste too was a success. Minato declared, I am confident in my dish, I promise you won't be disappointed. Mako answered while puffing out her chest in pride. I know I won't be, I know you well. Yamato answered, she was the first to taste the dish. When the judges took their first mouthful of soup, the look in their eyes changed from sharp and focused into a more relaxed expression, as if reminiscing few fond memories of days long past. In the next moment, they constantly moved their spoons, scooping more and more spoonfuls to their mouths with an eager expression. Try the pearls too, those are a wonder of molecular cuisine. Mako suggested with a smirk oozing unbearable amounts of pride as she pointed at the small dish of pearls next to the soup plate. I remember your pearls. Pure taste and essence condensed into minuscule bombs of flavor. Yamato answered, eagerly collecting a few pearls of each color in her spoon. She then briefly dipped into the soup before eating them. When the essence grains entered her mouth, their cold shell formed a sharp contrast with the hot soup that further highlighted their taste. These essence grains were frozen, and the cooling sensation when they entered the mouth together with the warm soup made the judges risk swallowing their tongue in their haste to eat more as soon as the grains' taste mixed with the broths. Salmon tastes in chicken soup, it's a surprise the two don't clash. Is it because of their being spheres? Sadao admitted. What she did, spherification, changed the flavor of the ingredients, didn't it? Izuku answered. Pretty much. It is still a chemical reaction, not every ingredient can take it and maintain 100% of their original flavor. In this case it helped because it took away some edge to the salmon taste, enough for it to work with a bone broth base. Mako said, you still took a daring gamble. You have been doing this since the beginning, don't be a hypocrite. She answered. Touché. He admitted with an amused chuckle. It was indeed surprising, the pearls were good eaten alone as well, actually refreshing the palate after eating the warm soup. Simply amazing. Minato declared with a wide smile. Mako-chan has a bit of an attitude, but she does make awesome soups. Sadao added, never was a lover of soups, but this was admittedly nice to eat, I guess. Michiko said with a shrug, I don't really like watching meat get destroyed and transformed like that, but it was good all the same. I just wish Takeo was here to taste it too. Toshio said with a sigh. Takeo had a choice in taking the defeat with dignity or even making a fool of himself and whining about it. He instead chose to attack somebody in blind fury to avenge his wounded pride like a common hooligan, and assault is a crime. Yamato answered, scowling. It is still so surprising to hear you say that. I might have a personal reason to dislike you, Midoriya, but even that is not a good enough excuse to let one of my students go unpunished after an attack on your life. He broke the law, and as a proper educator it was my duty to clean up the mess and contact the police force to see him properly punished. When he will be released, if ever, he will face the consequences of his actions, and being a promising chef won't spare him that. The old woman answered. Oh, thank you. Izuku answered with a small smile. To be perfectly honest, had things been different I would have tried snatching you as a student here with all my might. Yamato admitted with a sigh. It can still happen. Minato whispered to her with a smirk. Hush. She hissed back in answer. Izuku uttered, confused. Nothing, Midoriya. It's nothing. Are you ready? Yamato answered. Of course. I will serve it immediately. The green-haired chef said, filling several big bowls in transparent soup. I can't see sheet. How can soup be invisible? The plates are empty. A girl in the back yelled. That guy keeps pulling bullshit like that. Can't he cook normal food at least once? Another roared in defiance right after. Many in fact started loudly declaring him a cheater due to the soup's appearances. Please be quiet and don't curse. Izuku asked with a calm and yet cold tone. He didn't actually look back at them, he just raised his right hand and slowly closed it into a fist on the notes of its cracking bones. When a flaming red aura covered his body and the arm's muscles bulged out, a loud chorus of jaws snapping closed echoed behind him as the students in the back instantly fell silent. They all remembered the one-hit KO that downed the berserkering Takeo, and didn't wish to try their luck against Izuku and Whitey that was already glaring at them with red eyes. That's better. Here is my proto-century soup. Please enjoy. Izuku said with a bow, once delivered the full bowls to the judges and Mako. And one for myself too. He then poured a bowl for himself to enjoy. I don't actually know how to judge this, Minato admitted with an unnerved tone. I mean, it is a clear soup, and it does smell nice. Toshio muttered, puzzled. Is this edible? He used so many ingredients, Michiko added. Taste it and you'll see. It came out pretty nice, if I can say so myself. He answered while eating. Taste it, he says. How can a soup so transparent have any taste, I wonder, Mako muttered, unsure while studying the spoon in her hand. If not for the fact she felt its weight on the spoon and heard it fall back into the bowl once poured it back in, she would actually believe there was nothing in her plate. But even the sound the soup made whenever she stirred it with her spoon was abnormal. It sounded too crisp, too clean. The scent is hard to describe, while gentle and delicate. At times you feel the meat, at others the fish and then the vegetables, the former Meat King commented. And yet there is nothing here, clear like crystal, Sadao answered. I wonder how you would react to the small aurora a proper century soup generates above the plate. That is the hard part to explain. Izuku thought while rolling his eyes, and coming up with at least 100 different ingredients from the gourmet world out of the top of his head that would blow their minds way harder than the soup he made. Please taste it before it gets cold, he begged. Let's see what you did. Mako answered, shoving a big spoonful of the thing in her mouth all at once. I bit into it. The flavor almost felt solid, like biting onto a giant steak. Mako thought in shock as her entire being went assaulted by the soup's true taste. She could see it actually. Hundreds of cows resting in an endless grass field and peacefully basking in the sun with her sitting among them. Then the flavor changed. The salmon. The sori. Mako was now deep into the bottomless sea as giant schools of fishes swam all around her. The flavor changed again. She saw a giant field bustling in vegetables, all juicy and ripe and with the warm and earthy scent of watered soil permeating the air. And the taste changed again. The squid meat, and again. The pork meat, and again. Shrimps, and again. And again. And again. Each bite, each spoonful had a different taste. Always changing. Always transforming. The judges too were drowning in that taste, just as awed as Mako was. The bear meat, the plump Meat King muttered with teary eyes as he once again came face to face with the same bear of his own challenge, right in the middle of the animal's beloved woods, but this time he didn't feel hostility, as if the female bear had already forgiven him, making weep harder. The sori's fat and meat in this soup taste so good. Sadao ummed in bliss while still playing around with those fishes in her own little fantasy. Apples and roses again. He is twisting the knife in the wound, Michiko muttered while eating her bowl of soup. She too was crying faintly. Impossible, you can't pile up so many flavors on top of each other like this. Food doesn't work like this, Yamato muttered with a weak tone, each syllable trembling in badly restrained horror. I can taste both Takeo's roast beef with artichokes and the pizza that defeated him, Toshio's bear mincemeat katsu and the red braised paws, the cartoccio of Sadao and the scorched carpaccio. Even Michiko entremet and the queen's apple tarts are faintly present. The same tastes of the dishes he and the kings made in the various challenges are all present, and then many, many more. Minato said while looking at Izuku in disbelief. The century soup is not just a dish, is a testament of the greatest ingredients of the current century and a thank you to the ingredients of old. A taste both ancient and fresh, and pretty much a complete full-course menu condensed in a single dish. My only regret is that this is the incomplete version, unable to showcase the full scope of its taste. But I plan to make it properly and add it to my restaurant menu. Izuku explained. The revelation that the proper version of the soup could be leagues better still in taste threw the entire room into a deep silence of disbelief. Analysis: host Izuku can add the century soup to the menu, but will still be forced to purchase the wall penguin saliva as an extra until he reaches level. Then the ingredient will instead be stocked like every other condiment. The system answered. Fair enough. He thought in answer. Mako in the meantime had finished her plate of soup and had fallen on her knees with the spoon still in her mouth. The dish taste had kept changing again and again until she lost count, and every time becoming more delicious still. beyond her comprehension. How? She asked with a faint voice. Years of trial and error and countless sleepless nights. No superpowers involved, only hard work. Izuku answered, and offered his hand to help her stand back up with a gentle smile. Why does everything you make taste this good? Mako asked once back on her feet. Lots of love for the ingredients, perhaps. I too can't really explain it. He answered shy. I think I understand, Mako answered. It was simply amazing, I feel no shame in admitting it. We will now proceed to vote. There is no need, Mr. Minato. Mako interrupted him with a sad smile. To the other's surprise, she took one of her knives and wrote her name on the blade. She then grabbed Izuku's hands and gently closed them around the handle, with her hands covering his. I have never met anybody with such skills before. You may have hidden it well, but I can tell. This wasn't even the tip of the iceberg of what you can do. And it's amazing. Mako declared with a tiny smile. Thank you. Izuku answered, uncertain. The girl was still holding his hands in hers. The numerous male simps in the room cried in horror at seeing the green-haired young man cuck them all at the same time with a bowl of soup. And while the live stream chat looked ready to explode with all the messages of the Izumako shippers flooding it, the students of Class 1A stood in fear-induced absolute silence. Once seen Momo clench her phone so hard in her hands the thing snapped in two. She was clearly against watching some random bimbo make doe eyes to her boyfriend, especially with lots of strangers even endorsing it. How dare she? The hero student roared in her head. Back to Inoshiki Academy? I have a girlfriend, you know. Izuku tried saying once his hands were freed from their warm prison. I don't mind sharing, and I am sure you won't either. Mako answered with a mischievous smile. And what about your girlfriend will come around eventually. She won't have a choice. She answered, unaware that Momo did hear that shameless claim from Mina's phone, and besides almost snapping in half that phone too, a feral roar did escape her, making even Aizawa dive for cover once heard that. I can't accept, he tried saying. Ooh. Sooner or later, you will. I am a patient woman, and one day I will drink you up like a delicious cinnamon soup. She answered, boldly kissing his cheek before returning to her seat, unaware of how screwed she was. UA University, dormitories, common room. The assembled students of Class 1A and their homeroom teacher Aizawa, all brave heroes in training and a pro, stood huddled in a corner to watch in silence. Momo sitting alone at a table while watching the live stream through Mina's phone, and while the girl's expression was neutral, in a classy sort of way, a thick and dark miasma kept rolling off from her body in huge waves of darkness. This can't continue. Aizawa said. Yeah. Please, teacher, do something. Toru begged. Don't worry, I have a plan, the pro-hero Eraserhead answered with narrowed eyes, making the students cheer silently for their brave teacher. Here goes nothing, Bakugo, go talk to her. The teacher then said, why mean? Katsuki answered with a low, whispered shriek. You are the top dog, right? Yeah. I am the top dog, not the sacrificial lamb. Send the grape-headed moron, nobody will miss him if she tears him in half. The blonde punk replied. Minetta already escaped. Aizawa answered. Fing useless midget? Todoroki, the pro-hero tried asking. I am the class Kaderi, not the student with suicidal thoughts. Shoto answered. I'll go. Ochako said with a trembling voice as she rose to her feet. That reminds me, Momo's hissed answer at that made her turn chalk-white pale though. You work with Izuku as his waitress, meaning that you actually spend more time with him than me. I hope you are not developing feelings for him that will create a love triangle situation that will culminate with me having to share him with you. So to not see a dear friend of mine suffer from her broken heart after several chapters of headache-inducing love doubts that will plague everybody involved, Momo asked with utterly soulless eyes drilling a hole in Ochako's head. I won't go. Ochako answered by sitting back down on the floor behind the couch, the group's chosen hiding spot. Tokoyami is up to you. You are the guy with suicide thoughts. So you said. I don't have those. I am the stereotypical goth character. There is a difference. The bird-headed young man answered with wide eyes. Sorry then. Plan B. Aizawa declared while whipping out his phone. I am cashing in that favor. I need you to come here and placate a jealous teenage girlfriend. F dash. Can't I just go fight all for one and his Nomu army alone and naked? Oh. Be a man, wear a Kevlar vest and come here. Also, bring some gold imperial leaf tea, it should appease the demon long enough for me to talk her into calming down. God, give me 5 minutes to update my last will and I'll be there. Present Mike answered with a defeated sigh. Done, we'll have somebody to bear the brunt of the first explosion and give us an opening to fix this. Aizawa declared with a sigh. What about Shinso? Can't we ask him? Kirishima asked. I tried that already. Apparently female fury makes her immune to my quirk. She also did not appreciate my meddling. I've got to remember that if I really join this class of psychos. Shinso answered while adjusting the ice bag over his recently gained black eye. So that's how you got that. Class 1A is not for pussies, Grapehead is the only anomaly. Katsuki answered. Said that, all of them stood in silence as they waited for Mike to come and save their lives. Back to Izuku, Inoshiki Academy. Sigh. This is the last one, Izuku said once, putting Mako's knife inside the cabinet as well. Should I call my teachers now? Yamato asked. No, there is no need. 5 challenges are more than enough for one day. If I hurry back I will be able to organize the dinner service, so I will save some energy for my job. He answered. I understand. Shall we do it tomorrow then? No need, I don't want to interrupt your lessons. Next week at the same time. Next week. Yes, it's feasible, just enough time to take care of both ingredients and equipment. But, can I add something to the challenge? The old woman answered. What is it? Nothing extreme, just a matter of theme. You want to challenge me and my 4 best teachers, that would be 5 themes, boiling, steaming, frying, stewing and carving. Is it acceptable to you? It's okay for me, who will do which? Izuku asked. I will be the one facing you in carving, I will send you a letter detailing the other names tomorrow. Yamato answered. Good for me. If this is all, I will be going. Thank you for accepting my challenge, the young chef said with a deep bow. Had I known you were like this, I wouldn't have accepted, the old woman replied with a sigh. This isn't over. I want a rematch. Michiko said from the sidelines. Me too. Sadao chorused. Hoi. I will be the first. I will have my revenge as well, so beware, Mako added, smirking. Whenever you want, Izuku answered with a wide smile, and under the shocked look of the students of Inoshiki Academy, the green-haired chef walked out of the private school closely followed by his robot bodyguard carrying the ornate wooden cabinet now holding the knives. Of the legendary 5 kings everybody thought were invincible inside their school. My beloved Samui. I wonder if you have any idea who you have put us against. Yamato muttered to herself with a sigh, unheard by the others. Later that day, park, 1 bus stop down. God, why I had to challenge a school at the opposite side of the city. Izuku said, sighing, while making his way through the park towards the bus stop at the opposite end of the place to catch the second bus that will take him back to his restaurant. Crackle. A loud rumble and a brief flash of light was all the warning he got before a deluge started rattling everything with raindrops the size of golf ball. Thank you, Whitey. Izuku said with a grateful tone as the plump robot promptly pulled an umbrella out of his stomach and opened it above the chef's head. Now safe from the freezing rain, the curious duo made their way through the rapidly emptying park. Awesome. It rains too. Until Izuku saw a tall girl with extremely long hair sitting under a tree while hugging her knees tight to her chest, and judging by her red and puffy eyes, she had been crying for a while. You okay? Izuku asked in worry once near her. Nijire blurted out in answer, surprised to see somebody as strange as him near her. A young chef clad in professional uniform accompanied by a tall robot with a big belly was not something one saw every day. I asked you if you are okay. Izuku said again with a warm, gentle smile. I will be. Probably. Nijire answered, still with downcast eyes. Need an umbrella? He asked while handing her his own, and seemingly uncaring of the rain drenching him completely in a matter of seconds. What about Teach Kluk? My helper Whitey is very resourceful. Izuku answered with a grin as a new umbrella appeared in the robot's hand to protect him. Thank you, the girl whispered, grateful, now at least able to walk away from under the tree. That robot. Does it mean you are that chef people talk about? The one that challenged a private school for chefs? She asked. Yep, that's me, just finished the first round. Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you. He answered. Hadanijire, pleasure is mutual. Can I ask what happened? I don't want to talk about it, Nijire answered. Fair enough, I won't pry in somebody's personal matters. Gorororo. A loud, thundering sound, similar to a sink getting unclogged, rumbled free from Nijire's stomach, and with her face turning bright red, the young woman dearly wished for the earth to open under her feet and swallow her whole to hide her shame. On the contrary, though, I would be remiss if I ignore an empty stomach crying for help. Izuku added, smirking, and watching amused as Nijire's face did the impossible and turned redder still. Oh, God, the woman groaned in shame while burying her face in her hands. Come along. I am going to my restaurant to start preparations for the dinner rush. I will give you some appetizers to keep you occupied until proper dinner starts. Izuku said, walking forward and motioning her to follow him. I don't. Today's specialties are beef Wellington, takoyaki, katsudon and oden, and today's special desserts are angel fruit cake and sakura tort. Or else you can choose from the traditional menu. I added the dishes I prepared during my challenges in Inoshiki Academy as well. Izuku answered mercilessly without turning to look at her. Gaithai. What came from Nijire's stomach in answer could only be described as the whimper of a dying animal. Wait for me. She finally caved in and followed him to the bus stop. The ride towards Green Cloud Restaurant was silent, with Izuku and Whitey standing and clinging to the bus railing while Nijire sat nearby, the girl silently appreciating the chef not pushing further to know what was wrong with her. Last thing she felt she needed was somebody using her sadness as an opening to flirt with her. Green Cloud Restaurant. Once arrived, she watched as Izuku rapidly unlocked the door to let her in while he himself opened the drapes and turned on the lights. Take a table you like, I will be with you in a moment with a light snack. Soon it will be dinner time and I don't want to spoil your appetite. Thank you, Nijire answered, watching him disappear inside the kitchen while she sat at the table under one of the small trees at the very end of the restaurant, near the small window connecting the two rooms. You have a dog? She asked, trying to strike a conversation after a few minutes of awkward silence. You mean Blackie? Yes, he is my guard dog, a very amazing one. She heard him answer. I can tell he knows that, she answered, surprised to see a very human-like smirk appear on the dog's face at the praise. Both the girl and dog were resting under the same tree, and Nijire could guess why the animal didn't seem willing to leave once she sat at that table. For some reason sitting there was making her feel calm, relaxed and safe, in a sense. The restaurant, she surmised, was clearly the young man's pride and joy, just by looking at how spotless it was and at the insane amount of dishes carved in the 4 tall wooden tablets by the door. She could feel the love the green-haired chef put in his job. The room possessed a very welcoming feeling, and with the ample windows showing the storm raging outside in all its merciless glory, Nijire felt even more glad she was safely inside, even if she also felt awkward at seeing the scarce people running by look at her in envy while they braved the freezing cold downpour. She was unaware of how long she just sat there in silence, but she ended up welcoming the privacy the young chef offered her with his silence. She just looked at the strange leaves of the plant above her while deep in thought. Still unable to find an answer to her Mirio problem. I don't know how you are doing this, Planchon, but you are helping me think about him without crying again. But I still don't know what to do. Nijire muttered with a sigh of dismay, as if hoping for the plant to actually help her. If you are wondering, those plants are called soul-appeasing trees. My sponsor got them from a Chinese botanist. My guess is that the guy named them like this because he likes wuxia too much. Izuku explained once, finally surfacing from the kitchen to present her a small tray with steamed buns on it. So they really help people relax? Nijire asked with a tiny smile finally resurfacing. Pretty much, it's their quirk, shall we say. Here, Bowsy, steamed pork buns. Izuku proudly declared. Oh, Luckily I had made some in advance, so I only needed to cook them. Please enjoy. He explained. In truth those were supposed to be his snack, but he decided to sacrifice them to help an empty stomach in need. Luckily he did not add the usual insane quantity of chili he normally added to his personal portions. Thank you, she answered, grateful. It's good. Then came a happy squeal as soon as she gave one a bite. The wrapping, while thick, was as soft and fluffy as a cloud. The pork filling instead was flavorful and with just the right amount of chili spices to tingle the nose and perfectly frame the meat flavor. Ooh, I'm glad you like them. Izuku answered, amused, and watched her wolf down the buns at insane speed. Wow. Somebody was hungry. He then said, I missed lunch altogether since. Nijire had started answering with a wide smile while still eating, until she remembered why she was alone in that park crying her eyes out. She now just sat there looking at the last and half-eaten baozi still in her hand. You don't have to tell me anything, but you can stay here as much as you want, or at least until it stops raining. Izuku offered with a kind smile, and simply collected her empty dish to take it back to the kitchen. When the chef was halfway to the door, he heard her mutter something. I argued with my boyfriend. I am sure things will get back to normal soon. A moment of disagreement happens to everybody. He answered. Not this time, Nijire answered, sighing in dismay. We all think that, but you two will soon make peace. Just you. I am tired of waiting. Nijire roared while slamming both fists on the table. Troublemaker, cease making a scene or you will be punished. Whitey immediately came out of the kitchen as soon as he heard Izuku's surprised shriek. Oh, God, I am so sorry. I'm just so tired. Nijire answered, hiding her face in her hands with a groan. I see, the chef answered once sent Whitey back. Sorry, but wait is the last thing I want to hear now. Oh, I have been a good girlfriend, you know. I pretty much changed my lifestyle so that my schedule would fit with my boyfriend's. I was understanding. I accepted the numerous times he canceled our dates because his mentor suggested a new special training regimen. I even accepted dates getting interrupted halfway because he got a call from his teacher insisting on revising his special quirk training. Believe me, I am the diamond most accommodating girlfriend ever. Nijire said all in a single breath. I can tell. Izuku tried answering, understanding that he had just been elected as the girl's confidant even if he never proposed for the job. He just took a seat and readied himself for the long rant that was clearly coming his way. And a long rant it was once her floodgates went smashed open. Failed dates, cancelled or even forgotten dates/anniversaries, handmade lunches abandoned or eaten in a rush and phone calls cut abruptly, among other things. Whoever the girl's boyfriend was, he seemingly took his quirk training way too seriously, especially by hurrying to obey whenever either his teacher or his mentor called and abandoning Nijire with just a hurried, please wait a second, thrown her way. Even Izuku with his workaholic tendencies did leave himself enough free time to spend it with Momo, sure between her hero training and his job, and the system constantly breathing on his neck, both young man and woman had to fight hard to spend some time together, but they managed at least. It's always wait. With him. She hissed. Then came the last straw. Last night we were supposed to connect for the first time. Nijire finally said with a depressed tone. I don't think I need to hear this, Izuku tried saying. I had it all planned out, you know. I booked a nice and expensive LVHDL, and I bought various boxes of condoms. Nijire kept saying, unperturbed. I really don't need to hear this. I had bought some kankwaii, see-through lingerie too. The very obscene and edible kind. I don't want to hear this. And scented candles. I put scented candles everywhere. I was fully ready to unleash my inner slut. Honest. I was ready to act like a bona fide were. Nijire said with an angry tone. Why are you telling me this? Izuku said with a miserable groan. And then, as he was going to finally put it in, the phone rings, and instead of ignoring it and making true to his boyfriend's duties and pounding me into the mattress, he answered. He took the DMN call. He answered and listened as his mentor asked him if they could talk, and he DMN left. He simply dressed back and left. He didn't even take off the condom. He left me pent up. And with just some cherry-flavored panties to eat alone to calm down. The girl yelled, obviously frustrated beyond belief. Hearing only silence coming in answer, she finally noticed Izuku leaning forward and burying his face in his hands, a poster picture of misery. Once again Nijire's face turned bright red in shame as it dawned on her how much she said. Please don't dash, I will keep this part a secret, don't worry. Just stop with the sordid details if we talk more, I am trying to erase from my memory that LVHTL thing. Izuku cut her off, face bright red himself. Okay, she answered meekly. Good, with your permission, I will finish dinner preparations, then we'll talk more if you want. Thank you, she answered. But to be honest, besides listening, I don't think I can help you. What you will do about your boyfriend depends on you only, I won't nor can suggest a thing. But I know that love is never a one-way road, one has to give other than take, so I am sure your boyfriend will soon return all your patience with interests, Izuku offered. I hope so. Nijire answered with a hopeful sigh. Have faith, he answered as he got up. Falling again into silent contemplation, she watched as he rapidly prepared his restaurant for the so-called dinner rush, soon filling the restaurant in a mishmash of amazing scents of ingredients being worked on. And when the time came, she watched in wonder as he managed to follow every single table, delivering and recovering plates at high speed, all the while still managing to talk a bit more with her. The food was DMN amazing too, and Nijire was unashamedly ordering dish after dish from the menu and piling up empty plates at a steady pace. She was more hungry than even she knew. The real drama for her though came when he brought the bill. It was then that Nijire noticed that in her haste to storm out of UA she had left her wallet behind. I will bring the money tomorrow morning, I swear. She cried out in horror. It's okay, don't worry. You will pay me tomorrow, I will just add your breakfast to the total. He answered with a gentle smile. You sure? Aren't we friends? I can do a favor to a friend whenever I want. The chef answered with a wink. Thank you. She answered. To be honest, after what she told him in blind anger, upgrading his rank to friend was the least she could do, especially since he didn't comment on her LVHTL story. That was a small blessing. The next day, the following morning, she was the very first customer entering as soon as he opened the restaurant doors. Good morning. How do you feel? He asked. A bit better than yesterday. Nijire answered. That's good. I knew you would bounce back. Nothing can stop the amazing Nijire-chan. He said with a thumbs up. Ha. Amazing even. She asked with a touched expression. The very best. His smile was mischievous and friendly at the same time, a combination Nijire actually liked to see him with. I have some time before lessons, can we talk some more? Of course. I am always happy to talk with my friends. Izuku answered, leaving her table briefly to prepare her breakfast. Friends who? Why not? She muttered, watching him work tirelessly to serve his other customers and drawing a rather impressive picture of the boy in her head the more she studied him. Gentle, honest, hard-working, modest, well-mannered, shy to praises. Aren't you a sweet guy? The young woman thought, and seeing his warm smile up close when he brought her a cup of coffee finally cleared her doubts. Yes, I think we can be very good friends, Iken? She said to herself with a wide, happy smile. Thus the green cloud. Restaurant gained another regular customer, and Izuku a new friend. The restaurant was already packed for the breakfast service, with several people standing by the door or sitting on the 4 chairs by the entrance as they waited for their turn to sit and place their orders. Whitey standing in a corner and tirelessly scanning the room to stop eventual troublemakers from bothering the customers, while Blackie was, as always, sleeping outside by the door. It may have been just 2 days since Izuku's first bout against Inoshiki Academy, but already the name of his restaurant, and his own, had spread far and wide through the city, drawing to him a new influx of customers, coming to try the dishes of the mysterious young chef and to see the infamous wooden cabinet containing the 5 knives he won hanging from the wall. The majority of the customers though were still pro-heroes, and at odd hours vigilantes under fake identities, something that almost made Whitey's own security feel redundant, but between them and the chubby bot, the green-haired chef still trusted his robot bodyguard more. Here we are. Cappuccino and espresso for Mandalay and Pixie Bob, And chocolate milk for Koda-chan. Izuku said once delivered the drinks. Thank you, Chef Iken, both members of the Wild Wild Pussycats said as one with a wide smile. Thank you, added the small kid with them with a more low voice. Where are Ragdoll and Tiger? Those two will be here soon. God forbid Tomoko wastes an opportunity to have that sacker pie or whatever with her coffee. Mandalay answered, smirking. I'll save a big slice for her then. Is everything else of your liking? Dimon best chocolate croissants ever. As usual you have an angel's touch when making desserts. Pixie Bob answered. Glad to hear that, Izuku admitted in relief. The eggs are good too, Koda muttered while looking straight at his plate. I still don't know how you manage to drink chocolate milk while eating scrambled eggs, but as long as Chef Iken manages to make you eat your eggs, I won't ask questions, the boy's mother admitted while gently rubbing his head. Ahoo! Forgive him, he is a bit shy with strangers, the blonde pussycat muttered. It's okay, at least he does not have a quirk, those heroes are too annoying, the kid muttered under his breath. Koda. It's okay. Don't worry, Izuku answered with a placating tone. You don't like quirks? He asked once bent down on his knees to meet Koda's eyes. Quirks are okay. I don't like heroes, they are stupid. The boy admitted. The wild pussycats don't look stupid to me, sometimes they kinda are. Koda. That's me and. Both women replied with an exaggerated whine. Only sometimes, though. It's still something. Izuku replied, chuckling. Maybe. The boy conceded. What's your ideal hero then? I don't want to have a hero. Why not? Because I hate them. Koda answered, scowling. If not a hero, what about a role model? Izuku asked. What? A role model? Somebody that makes you say, I want to be like them. I want to be strong, or cool, or smart, or brave like them. Somebody that makes you feel safe whenever you think about them. Isn't that what a hero is? The boy asked, confused. Not really, the chef answered with a cheeky smile. So, do you have one? I don't think so. Koda answered, uncertain. One day maybe you will find one. Yeah, maybe. Don't really need one. That is also true. Izuku conceded. Hey. Koda called out when he saw the chef excuse himself. Yes. Do you have a hero? The kid asked with a challenging tone. I used to. Now I don't. Izuku admitted with a sigh. It's okay they do that. They are just liars, Koda commented with a sigh. Koda, Mandalay muttered with a sad tone. Not all of them. In my case I was just wrong in believing my own hero held all the answers to my prayers. I got better now. I am sure you will soon find a real hero to look up to, Izuku answered, his smile tiny but encouraging. As if that's never going to happen. The kid answered, returning to eat his eggs without a care in the world. With Izuku, once reassured the two women with Koda that everything was okay, the young chef moved towards another table to collect the empty plates and mugs in front of the customers. You okay? The pro hero known as Ryukyu asked with a gentle smile. Of course I am. He answered, smiling. Unfortunately some of us are in the business for the wrong reasons. I don't blame you for losing respect for heroes after meeting one of the bad ones. Pro hero Kamui Woods admitted with a sigh. I never lost respect for heroes. I still recognize what you all do for the community, don't worry. I just don't have a specific one to call my hero at the moment. Izuku explained. I can be your hero, Chef Iken. Mountain Lady offered with a smirk and a thumbs up. Only to then gasp in pain when Ryukyu slapped the back of her head. Please forgive her, she just discovered that Midnight surpassed her again in number of fans and is still salty about it, the dragon hero explained, sighing in dismay at the girl's manners. Oh, I see. Izuku answered, chuckling. Who's prettier? Me or that hag? Mountain Lady asked. Me of course. Midnight was heard hollering from the entrance. She and Aizawa had just entered the restaurant while accompanying Nizu. Shut your trap. You don't accept my superiority. Let's ask Chef Izuku then. So, who's prettier? Namuri asked with a teasing smile. Who's prettier? My girlfriend, of course. Izuku answered, smirking. Whipped. Mountain Lady answered, scoffing, and getting a new slap on her head by Kamui Woods. Nope. I am desperately in love. The chef corrected her, unashamed. And this recording of your answer and admission of love will go to Yayarozu. Good thing I got her number. Midnight declared once showed the phone she was hiding behind her back. That's low and underhanded, the young man shrieked with bulged-out eyes. Whatever. Message sent. I wonder how she will react to this. Nemuri answered with a mischievous smile. Barely a second later and a faint squeal-like noise was heard coming from far away, but nobody in the restaurant actually paid that voice any mind. Funny theatrics aside, I am not here for breakfast this time, Chef Izuku. This will be just an official visit. Nizu said. But I made that honey lemon cheesecake you talked about? Izuku answered her. This will be an official visit where I will also have breakfast. Take that dessert out. The university boss switched gear immediately, no shame whatsoever. I can't believe this, he's got him under his spell too. Aizawa grunted in disbelief. I also made some coffee-flavored muffins, I'll take 6. Eraserhead answered instantly, pride immediately forgotten. But you two are foodies. Nemuri declared with an evil smile. You made that rainbow fruit jelly pie again, didn't you? The woman asked in dread once seen the contrite expression of the young man's face. Yes. God damn it. Bring me half of it. Half the entire thing, he shrieked in horror. Just hurry before I actually remind myself how many calories are in that. She answered, tears already falling from her eyes. It was all very overly dramatic. Once the 3 heroes' breakfast was served, good, now that we have sated our stomachs, I say we can talk business. Nizu said, having just finished, wiping out his 3rd serving of cheesecake and the 4 giant cups of tea accompanying it. God, these muffins will be the death of me. Aizawa muttered while still munching. What kind of business, sir? Izuku asked while collecting the empty plates the 3 amassed. I want you to come prepare lunch for our school today, the Rat-Bear-Man Chimera declared, making a deep silence fall into the entire restaurant. I beg your pardon, the young chef asked while leaning slightly forward. Simply put, Lunch Rush wants to see you in action in person while dealing with the huge amount of picky eaters we have at UA. It is rare for him to show interest in anybody, either in cooking or heroics, but in your case he has pestered me enough to force me to either talk you into coming to UA at least once to cook, or kill him. And since I am not a murderer, I only had coming here as an option to finally have him stop asking. Nizu explained. Nothing else. Recovery Girl 2 has a couple of questions for you. You know why? Nizu whispered in answer. I see. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Why not? Nemuri asked, and she will forever deny her tone was the whining of a spoiled kid. I have a restaurant to manage. Contrary to you heroes, I have not a stable income from publicity, I need to work to live. Izuku answered. I know that. That is why the school will cover the expenses by paying you the average income of the lunch hour you have here on a normal day. And I am also sure the pro heroes behind me that are blatantly eavesdropping will pay for their fill should they join us for lunch in our cafeteria if you accept. Nizu answered, and the various pro heroes behind him all looked sheepish, but they all nodded along as well. I don't know, Izuku muttered uncertainly. Post, this can be the chance to further spread the fame of your restaurant, the system whispered in the young man's head. Will the money they give me count for my experience points at least? He asked. Yes, the money UA University and the other pro heroes will pay you will be considered valid for the experience point conversion, the entity answered. Good. Okay, I'll do it. But on one condition. Which is? Nizu asked. I choose the menu and bring my own ingredients. I finally got my homemade aromatic vinegar ready, so I can prepare the real century soup. I want to see if the recipe is up to my standards, and I need taste testers for that. Izuku answered. The silence grew even more intense at those words. Every pro hero in there had tasted the mysterious proto-century soup at least once and learned of the story behind it, of the soup that can be made properly only in very limited amounts and only once a year since the key ingredient, that vinegar, was apparently difficult to prepare and took 1 year to ferment. The proto-version had already bewitched many customers no matter its ludicrous price, and the idea of tasting a version several thousand times better, per Izuku's own admission, got everybody interested no matter the probable increase in price, and in case of the civilians without the same overflowing bank accounts as those heroes, caused many to look in seething envy at the few lucky BSRDs that will be able to taste it. It's ready, the pro-hero backdraft asked with a trembling voice. Just filtered it this morning. It is now 8 a.m., and UA is having lunch at. Izuku asked. 13:00, Nizu answered. That makes it roughly 5 hours. Yes, by that time the soup will be ready. Unfortunately I still have limited amounts of my vinegar, so I will have to split the soup in two, the proto one and the real one. Izuku answered, thoughtful. How many servings? Ryukyu asked with narrowed eyes. Of the real one. Not considering I want to put aside 3 bowls for a couple friends, and the 2 bowls for Momo and Ochako. 20 or so servings will be up for purchase. I will distribute it on a first-come first-served basis. Everybody else will get the proto version. Sorry, but that ingredient is still a pain to produce. The chef answered with a contrite expression. Only 20 portions, somebody screeched in horror. Of course the teaching staff of UA will get first pick. Nizu declared, unconcerned. Fair enough. Izuku conceded after a short pause of thought. Bullshit, a multi-voice roar exploded from behind the short animal hybrid. Luckily Koda's ears had been promptly covered by Mandalay so to protect him from hearing that cussing. This is abusing your power. Plain and simple. A pro-hero yelled in outrage. Haters gonna hate. Nemuri answered, smirking. Arg. Good to see you open to the idea. Shall we send somebody to pick you up or you can manage by yourself? Nizu asked. Don't worry, I am not afraid of taking a bus or 2 to get there. Izuku answered. Good to know. We will wait for you then. I suggest to arrive a bit earlier, to acclimate yourself with our kitchen. You will work alone after all. Of course, Mr. Nizu, the chef answered. Perfect, now tell me what menu you wanted to bring, so I will be able to tell you if our budget can cover it or if you need to change something. Of course. The young chef answered, nodding, and already making a mental checklist of the ingredients he will use, all coming from other worlds, just to flex a tiny bit on those heroes. It was not childish for him to do so. Later that day, UA University, corridors, the students of Class 1A were, as always, loudly talking between themselves while making their way towards the university's cafeteria, and offering a polite greeting to the other students once joined the crowd of young men and women clamoring to get their fill. Yaoyorozu, Rumi uttered with a terse tone. Usajiyama. Momo replied, just as coldly once met the eyes of Class 1B's star. The rivalry is in full swing. Tsuyu asked with a whisper. It happens when you openly declare you will steal a girl's boyfriend. Pony whispered back. Oh boy, the other replied with a soft, defeated croak. Hoi. You heard the rumors. Seems like there will be somebody else preparing our lunch. A student from the support department was heard saying to his classmates. Mina was heard muttering, curious. Somebody else? Who? May asked. Dunno. Somebody from outside, Mina muttered. You will tell me how it was later. I will have lunch elsewhere today, Momo answered with a small smile. Oh. Yamamo will get some food from her husbando. See if you can bring back some dessert, please. The pink girl answered, smirking. I'll see what I can do, she replied, chuckling amused. Would you look at that? I think I will do the same. Rumi said with a challenging tone. I seriously hope you will just go to some random fast food restaurant. I will have lunch wherever I want, Yaoyorozu. And I feel like pampering myself by having some cutie green-haired chef preparing me lunch. The bunny girl answered, sneering. You are towing a line you better not overstep, Usajiyama. Momo hissed with narrowed eyes. Please don't fight in the corridors. It is against the rules. Seriously, Yamamo-sen, you should lead by good example. Tenya said, aghast. Yes, you too, Rumi. We are not hooligans. Itsuka chorused, sighing. Stay out of this. Rumi growled in answer. She was already said that between Momo's constant visits and Ochako's own interference she had hardly any time to enact her small hunt for the cutie chef. At least in school she won't have people walk all over her. Fing. Amazing. Now we'll need to eat sheet food for some RETD's publicity stunt. God damn it, I will have lunch outside. Tetsu was heard cursing in the background. I agree with a blowhard, incredible. Katsuki agreed with him, surprisingly. Why so gloomy? Something's wrong. A new voice said in amusement. Ingenium. A girl from the second-year group squealed in excitement once seen the pro-hero, and many others, join the students in the ample cafeteria from a side entrance. Big brother. Tenya himself exclaimed in wonder at seeing his brother there. Hey there. I was passing by and I decided to come snatch a bite. Tensei answered, gladly accepting his brother's hug and returning it with gusto. Oh my god. 13 is here as well. Ochako squealed in right after. Nice to see you again, kids. I am glad you all recovered well from the intense visit to my USJ. The astronaut-dressed woman said while waving playfully to the awed students looking at her. Hoi. There is a line already. The youngster's surprised mood seemed to prolong into infinity as Hawks and Mountain Lady, soon followed by Kamui Woods, entered the place as well. Damn it. I told you we would have been late. Tomoko of the Wild Pussycats swore loudly once seen the other pros already there. In my defense, the traffic was a nightmare. Tiger tried saying with a small voice with behind him the other two women looking in annoyance at the crowd of pros already taking over tables left and right. So many pros. What? Kaminari gasped in wonder as many other heroes arrived on the scene. There is Endeavor too, Shoto added in distaste, even if the memory of the man's defeat at Izuku's hands still helped him sleep well at night. I smell some bull here, Jiro muttered, thoughtful. I assure you it's just a coincidence, Tensei answered with a forced smile. Big brother. Tenya muttered, confused. Blame Nizu for this, it was his idea. Power Loader said while hurrying to fetch a table. Nizu-san, many students muttered, confused. Hey. Isn't that girl? The one from the livestream. Minetta said in surprise once seen the three strangers Namuri was accompanying inside. Yeah. That Soup King girl. Kirishima confirmed after recognizing Mako from the livestream. What is she doing here? Momo asked. That girl and the other two are guests of the guy Nizu coerced into cooking for us today. Aizawa explained once joined his class. Guess? Turo chorused while watching Mako, Toshio and Sadao, Soup King, Meat King and Fish King, take a seat with a few pro heroes at a table very close to the window connecting the cafeteria's kitchen to the rest of the room. I don't get thump. When Whitey actually walked out of the kitchen to stand by the window to scan the whole room, many in the know immediately understood who the mysterious chef was. Whitey/Whitey, many yelled at the same time. Ha! I should have known. Izuku-kun always wanted to come here after all. Ochako was heard laughing in amusement right after. Ooh. Well, would you look at that, it seems like my lunch came to me instead. Momo said with a tiny and cute chuckle. Boss Izuku is the chef. Yeah. Tetsu declared with a wide, fanged smile. So the nerd did manage to get in here at least once. In hindsight it was just a matter of time, Katsuki muttered to himself, and curiously, he felt more amused than angry at the idea. Let's get a table then. I want to have an encore of our super lunch. Mina said, excited. Mina-san, I remind you that you will have to pay any extra servings out of your own pocket. Our meal plan covers for one serving only. Tenya immediately reminded her. Don't be a stick in the mud, Tenya-chan. I just got my allowance so it's not a problem. She countered. Wait. Big brother. Are you actually here to eat his food? Not to visit me? He then asked, looking at his brother with a betrayed expression. No. I am here to visit you. No, he isn't. Mountain Lady yelled in the background. Tensei, mind your business, why? Tensei screeched once seen the broken expression on his brother's face. In the meantime, with Izuku cafeteria kitchen, I have to admit it, this is nice. Izuku said once finished studying the ample room and the professional equipment in it, everything was top of the line. Yes, Lunch Rush was adamant in demanding only the best, justifying the cost in our annual budget meeting has been a pain. Nizu answered. But the results show. This is an amazing kitchen. Izuku admitted, and the Chef Pro Hero Lunch Rush flashed him a grateful thumbs up. Host, this kitchen is barely good enough for a future god of cooking. Do not lavish mediocrity in praises that are not deserved, the system said. Jesus. Too much, system, too much. The young man grimaced at the merciless boasting. Could the entity be capable of jealousy? It always seemed to get jealous if other kitchens were complimented. It's not jealousy, host. The system is only stating facts. It's almost time, are you ready? Nizu asked while still eyeing the 3 giant crates Whitey had deposited in the middle of the room from which they watched Izuku take out ingredients and his own utensils. Yes, I gave the ingredients a preliminary preparation before leaving my restaurant, like seasoning, and actually finished cooking most of the dishes here while we waited for the lunch break to start. Only, Izuku answered, unsure. Yes. Why did you make me change one of the menus I suggested completely? He asked. That live stream of yours had caught the interest of many of my students and pretty much my entire teacher staff. So I wanted to play the nice guy and give them a chance to try one or more dishes, the Ratman Bear Chimera answered, smirking. After much deliberation, both Izuku and Nizu agreed on 2 menus. Menu A, rainbow steamed fish buns, fried tofu udon soup, hamburg steak, rainbow mochi skewer with chocolate parfait. Menu B, spicy pork baozi, or scorched carpaccio, proto-century soup, red braised bear paws, or inyang pizza. Queen's apple tarts. Of course, every ingredient used in those dishes came from other worlds, like the coral fishes, the berserker bear meat, the jewel meat, the albino boar, the king python and the scorpio dill, and more. All ingredients Izuku either earned by fulfilling the system's missions or captured himself in his first sortie in another world. He kinda wanted to flex HRD on them at least once. And he earned those ingredients either through abrupt missions or by going dimension hopping, so he was gonna use them. The true century soup dish was listed as a dish sold outside the 2 menu with a counter of the servings still up for purchase, and many eyes bulged out in horror at seeing the absurd price of the thing. It was pretty much legalized robbery. And even any extra dish, should one want seconds or try a different dish from the possible choices in the second menu, were expensive as well. It was basically Izuku holding them by their feet and shaking them to empty their wallets. God almighty, a girl with thorns for hair yelled in shock from somewhere in the back once checked the price list. So expensive. You are a bad influence, Yamamo. Toru cried out with a childish whine once seen the prices. What? Momo asked, confused. I guess it was a given. He had to probably prepare most of it beforehand and bring everything here. Shoto guessed. There they are. My fish buns. Was heard declaring happiness. Big brother, Tenya uttered with a broken heart. Don't tell me you hate coming second to a plate of fish buns. Kaminari said, amused. Be quiet, the tall young man hissed in embarrassment. Now kids, remember the rules. Get in line and place your order and wait for your portion. Namuri said once near the table of Class 1A. Of course, Professor Midnight, the class replied as one at Momo's prompting. The last thing. Yayorozu. Uraraka. Yes. I was asked to tell you this. You will find a special extra in your own portion, and our guest chef wants you to know that should you want you can order that true century soup free of charge and without having to get in line for it. Congratulations. The woman added with a mischievous smile. She then left to join the teacher's table. Both girls shrunk a little under the combined glare of the rest of the table. Nepotism, pure and simple. Mina hissed with narrowed eyes. You can't use your being his waitress to cheat, Ochako-chan. Tsuyu added with a disappointed-sounding croak. Totally unfair. Aoyama cried with an overly dramatic tone. Haters gonna hate, itch. Ochako answered, huffing. The roar of childish anger that came in answer eclipsed any other noise in the cafeteria. In the kitchen, almost time, you ready? Lunch Rush asked after checking the time. I am. The century soup is finally ready and can be served. We can start. Izuku answered. Most of the more complex dishes had been prepared beforehand, like the dessert, the century soup and the fish or meat buns, or had been pre-cooked once he arrived at the university, but most of the work on the dishes still needed to be done at the moment of the order for the final product to be as much good as possible. That exercise of speed cooking was what the Chef Pro Hero was after. And Izuku was more than ready to take on the challenge. "We start now then," Lunch Rush declared as he rang a little bell he had mounted outside the kitchen just for that occasion, and the long line of students and pro heroes ready to order took maybe a tenth of a second to form. "They are pretty hungry and eager, will he Mineg dash swoosh." The pro hero's thoughts derailed gruesomely when he saw the young man having already turned into a blur of motion to prepare the Hamburg steaks, paws and the noodles and fried tofu for the udon soup. "And that is a quirkless," the pro hero thought in surprise. Boa meat, passed for beef, simmering on a wok, tofu getting gently turned around to be fried into cute golden cubes with the utmost care in another, noodles being pulled by hand to become thin string smooth as silk, and both pork, in truth the meat of the giant albino boar, and crocodile meat being minced by hand at ludicrous speed to be then mixed together into several Hamburg steaks and pan-fried. All at the same time, or so it looked from outside. Whoever the young man's doctor was, Lunch Rush decided, needed a good beating because those were not normal human abilities. "Main room, menu B," Whitey declared when the first tray was delivered to him by Lunch Rush himself once ready. "Yes." Pony squealed happily as she rushed to her table. "What do you want?" the robot asked the next in line. "Can I disassemble you, Whitey-chan?" "Please." "Pretty please." May asked, moving forward to place her order. "Oh, place your order. It will take a minute. I will put you back together right after," she begged. "No. Pleasees. That chef built an amazing baby. I want to see how he did it," the young woman begged again with a drawn-out whine. "No. Please, just order your food, woman. I am starving here." Tetsu Testa bellowed from way in the back. "What is happening?" Lunch Rush asked once seen the line stopping already. "The psycho from Class 1H is blocking the line. She is harassing the robot." A girl from the second-year classes with butterfly wings answered from behind May. "I am not harassing him. Place your order, Hatsum, or I will ban you from the lab for a week." Power Loader, fourth in line behind May, said with a groan. "Menu?" May finally ordered with an annoyed grunt. "Understood," Whitey answered, and when a couple minutes later he gave her order and she left, the cheering that followed her departure made her grow even more sour. Small issues aside, many noticed that Izuku seemed to remember the preferences of his usual customers without them even asking, as seen by Tensei getting an extra helping of rainbow buns, for the pro hero's clear delight, Mandalay getting her dishes gluten-free, or Hawks getting everything in his order extra spicy. All this without slowing down the développement of even a second, as both students and teachers barely felt any substantial difference in waiting time between Lunch Rush or Izuku. If ever, the guest chef seemed even slightly faster. "Uraraka?" "Yes." Ochako asked once it was her turn. "Host Izuku says you can have machi no matter the menu you pick. They will be delivered at double the amount and size, as a thank you for your hard work as a waitress of Green Cloud Restaurant. Do you also wish the True Century soup to be added to your order?" Whitey asked. "Yes please. Menu B with giant machi and true soup." She answered immediately. "Understood. I love you, boss," the girl, crying fat tears of happiness at seeing the numerous and huge machi that had been added to her order, declared with a loud voice. "I know. The feeling's mutual." Izuku's voice echoed from inside. "Menu B with True Century soup," Momo asked right after as it was her turn, and she clearly did not glare at Ochako for that outburst. She merely followed the girl's every move with narrowed eyes until she sat at their table just because she feared Ochako could trip along the way. "Understood. Host wants to know if you want a slice of tiramisu added to your order as an extra or if you prefer a coffee parfait." "The parfait, thank you." "Yes." "Nepotism. Sheer eating nepotism," Mina hissed from her third place in line behind Momo, and many nodded along with her. At the tables, everywhere one looked, there were hungry mouths greedily getting their fill of the feast in front of them. The machi skewer was a long wooden needle with 7 golf ball-sized, or grapefruit-sized in Ochoko's case, dessert ball-colored, as the name implied, like the rainbow, red for the ones with red beans paste filling, green for the green tea ones, yellow for the mango-flavored ones, and so on. Each bite is amazingly soft and yet chewy, elastic and flavorful. "That guy did this. My God," This is amazing. The student called Monoma said in amazement while devouring the fried tofu soup in front of him. Each cube had a crunchy exterior, but once bitten it revealed a creamy filling that submerged the mouth in taste every time he chewed. That's Boss Izuku for ya. That guy cooks like a god. Tetsutetsu answered, angrily swatting away the floating hand that tried to snatch a piece of his small inyang pizza. A version of it Izuku made with a normal recipe instead of the one he used against the Vegetable King that instead needed insane amounts of cinnarine to be consumed beforehand to become tasty. This mind you beach. He roared. I just wanted a bite, moron. The girl replied once recovered her severed hand and reconnected it to her arm. This is yet another proof that our Lord exists. He gifted one of his children with a divine talent for cooking. Another girl, the one with thorns for hair, added. Iberse, you really have to preach even while eating. At least swallow first, you are shooting bowsy crumbs everywhere. Pony begged with a scrunched nose. I am so sorry. The young woman shrieked in shame. So much for the well-mannered Maria. Itsuka muttered, smirking. Your future husband is still a MSTR in cooking, Rumi-chan. Pony said. Yep. I am trying to snatch him, but don't worry, soon he will be mine. Rumi answered, smirking. Fried tofu soup. Class 1A table. Nobody could tell the ingredients used came from other worlds. Even Tamaki's own quirk was not reacting outside of his expectations when eating his own food, but what was certain was that the ones that had not tried Izuku's food before silently swore to visit the chef's restaurant again, all under the knowing looks of the other people in there that were instead regulars of Green Cloud Restaurant. Boss Izuku's machi are so good. Ochako declared in tears while inhaling her food with zero manners. Maybe I should change your name from Round Face to Kirby. Are you even breathing? Katsuki asked, disgusted. Num. Can't be worse than Denki-san, Tokoyami admitted, looking impressed by the eating speed of the guy. It's not their fault, everybody acts like this the first few times, but the effects do lessen once one gets used to eating Izuku's food. Momo explained, looking unaffected as she was eating with impeccable manners. Well, not all of us have the benefit of eating this whenever we want, Toru answered, huffing. Nor do we have your bank account, Tsuyu added with a whisper. I often enjoy this for free, actually. Especially when he comes to my house to give my mother cooking lessons. She replied. My jealousy is immense and my lunch is partially ruined, Mina uttered in disdain. Have you ever used him as a plate? Jiro asked, and for once Momo did lose control and choked a little in her food. What are you saying? She asked with a shriek. Well, did you? The girl pressed on. WWL. I may have. C considered it. Once or twice, Momo admitted with a very low voice, a burning red face and a completely ashamed expression. It takes courage to admit that I am impressed. Mizo admitted chuckling. Lucky busy of a chef, Minetta muttered in disgust, while still enjoying his food, to his dismay. Once finished serving everybody, after having delivered the last order and the last dish of true century soup, Izuku finally surfaced from the kitchen to see the results of his work, hundreds of people eating to their heart's content the food he prepared, something that filled his chest in pride for a job well done. And the applause the people in the room gave him once they saw him get out turned him into a shy blushing mess as he had not actually expected it. As he had requested, though, whoever got their hands on the true century soup did not open the lid of the special container it had been put into. Izuku had reassured them that the special container would have kept it at the right temperature without spoiling the taste, and he personally trusted the system to create and give him containers with that ability, until the time to open them came. You did well, you actually surpassed my expectations, Lunch Rush declared while using sign language. Could have gone faster, but one can't accelerate the time needed for ingredients to cook, so more than just being fast in preparing, cooking still required the same time, he answered. For now, host, the system replied. True, but the fact remains that both speed and results were way beyond what I expected after seeing you go against the students from Inoshiki, the pro hero said. I don't usually crush my opponents, I don't want to scare anybody by winning too hard, because I am not that kind of person, Izuku admitted. Understandable. By the way, those ingredients you used. Their quality is astounding. I would like to inquire with your sponsor if they are open to the idea of selling us some to use here in the cafeteria. I'll try asking. Izuku answered. Thank you. Is it time for those containers to be open? I think the ones that managed to snag that true soup deserve to eat it. Lunch Rush asked. Right, sorry about that. I wanted to make a spectacle out of it, to be just a bit dramatic for once. Izuku admitted sheepishly. A spectacle, this the pro hero asked with his actual voice, too taken aback to remember to use sign language. Yep, the young chef answered, smirking, and clapping his hands to get everybody's attention. Sorry to disturb you, but I would like to apologize to all the ones that paid extra for the soup. You can open the lid now. I just wanted the dish to have your undivided attention. Sorry again, you can eat it now. He said to the people in the room with a sheepish smile, and without waiting for a second prompt, the lucky ones did hurry to open the soup containers they were given, all at the same time. Teacher's table, finally. Mako said in glee. Yuum. Yuum. Vlad. Are you eating that, or eating that? Namuri asked, unnerved by the man's lewd emphasis as he chewed. Shut up, the teacher answered, face red in embarrassment. Nom nom. Are you still eating bear meat? Sadao in the meantime asked in disbelief. I asked Boss Izuku for a third serving. God almighty, this is to die for. The bear meat he prepared in our challenge can't even be compared to this. Takeo answered while still gorging himself in red braised bear meat, a tender and spicy flavor he was rapidly getting addicted to. Yeah. If you keep this up your cholesterol will certainly murder you. The Fish King answered, taking away his plate. No. I still have to lick it clean. I said nothing to you getting 4 plates of carpaccio, you hypocrite. I am saving your life, moron. It will be a worthy death. Give it to Dash. The only warning everybody got was the hissing sound of the airtight seal of the soup containers opening before a blanket of aroma conquered the entire room, and while gentle, the divine scent of the true century soup still managed to impose itself on everything else, silencing the room instantaneously. At the other tables, Jesus, Mario admitted in awe at the amazing scent coming from Nijire's soup. Even if she now sat far from him, the scent still punched him on the nose. Mario. He heard Tamaki shakily call his name from next to him. Something you want? Nijire asked once noticed he was looking at her. Mario, I wanted to apologize, he said. Mario, look. Apologize for what? There's a long list of bad things you did to me. You'll need to be more specific. Nijire said. Mario, oh God. You know why I did it. Hey, it's too important. What's so important about it? What's more important to you? Me or your training? Gee guys, I have a legacy dash, they're good. If it is that important then take care of that legacy, whatever that means since you are telling me nothing. But do not expect me to be the good trophy girlfriend that will just stand there looking pretty and waiting for you. Our relationship is officially dead, and consider yourself lucky we are still friends at all. She hissed. Enjar dash, Mirio? What? That soup created an aurora. Tamaki muttered in shock while looking at the ceiling. A soup can't make is that aidem an aurora borealis? Mirio's angry answer turned into a high-pitched shriek once he looked up to see that yes, Nijire's soup. And the others generated a giant aurora covering the ceiling of the entire cafeteria. Nobody could wrap their heads around the strange phenomenon, but by following the strands of color connecting the aurora to various tables, it was impossible to not understand that indeed it was the century soup to produce that mirage, no matter how impossible that was. Don't worry, it's perfectly normal. Izuku reassured them with a gentle smile. It's not normal. Tenya shrieked. An aurora is created by the ions of the solar wind colliding with the atoms of oxygen and nitrogen from the Earth's ionosphere. A soup can't replicate that. That is why I say it is an extremely difficult dish to prepare. Something that I need an entire year to make properly. What I did during my challenge against Inoshiki was an extremely rushed version, this isn't, and the adding of my homemade aromatic vinegar not only changes the taste for the better, but it also causes the chemical reaction that generates the aurora. Simple as that. Izuku answered. What chemical reactions cause this? Nizu asked, entranced by the aurora coming off from his and the other teacher's table. I have not the faintest clue. Power Loader admitted. Me neither. Recovery Girl added. What about you, Lunch? Nizu tried saying. Though. The chef pro hero was seen falling on all fours to cry his eyes out as a waterfall of tears was seen pouring down from under his mask, and by the empty container next to him, they all knew he had already eaten the soup. He broke our chef. Amazing. I hope the boy offers a takeout service, because he will have to take responsibility for this. The university boss groaned in dismay. The soup is supposed to make people happy? Izuku shrieked in horror. Unfortunately, the feeling of defeat was stronger than the century soup's ability, host. Have no fear, he will recover in a couple of days. The system reassured him. A couple of days. Everywhere else, luckily, the reactions of who ate the dish was more in the norm, with happy smiles and even laughter echoing from the various tables, with the smiles being either silly giant beady ones, or more normal wide and happy smiles. My God, it's so much more intense than the one he did before. It's delicious. It's godly. Mako admitted in awe, her smile a bit silly with how wide it was. Stop hiding, Shoda. Let me see your smile. Mike, showing the silliest smile of them all, prodded his friend to force him to stop hiding his head from under his arms. Go away. Aizawa hissed, but any threatening intent he tried to put into his words failed spectacularly and his face simply refused to obey and form a frown, and he refused to show a similar stupid smile like Mike was. Wah! Amazing! I can't stop smiling. Toshinori in the meantime did the impossible and hulked out just a bit more even if already in his all-might form thanks to the soup, and his teacher's outfit gained few holes in the area of his biceps as he flexed subconsciously. Nana, if only you were here, you would have loved this, he also thought with a bit of melancholy, unaware that part of her was inside his quirk, and she was indeed loving the feeling the century soup managed to instill all the way deep into One for All and the imprints inside the quirk. Holy shit, Fat! Gunhead yelled in surprise at seeing the pro-hero Fat Gum jump from his skinny form all the way to his fat form in just a couple spoonfuls. Wjoy, the now giant guy admitted in shock. Why are you eating his food, Endeavor? That brat caused you so much pain. A woman with burning acid green hair hissed. Because at the end of the day, his food is still good. Endeavor admitted, and seeing him smile was secretly deemed creepy by the man's colleagues. It was a very alien sight. I should kick his butt and teach him respect, though, the woman said, grumbling. Burnin, the chef's robot is here. Do you want Whitey-san to strip you and beach slap you away again? Enji asked without looking away from his soup. The woman, the pro-hero Burnin, shrieked in fear when Whitey momentarily looked straight at her with red eyes as if he had heard them. Thought so. Endeavor muttered while fully focusing on eating, and ignoring his secretary now hiding behind him to avoid the robot's eyes. As more and more declarations of awe and delight resounded in the room, Izuku grew certain. The century soup was a success that will make sure his restaurant name gained just a bit more fame thanks to gossip, and his making the real one only once a year will mean that he will also have the chance to sell something else during the rest of the year. You think they will get him to work here if enough of us sign a petition? Minoma asked. Yeah. Let's try. Unlikely he wants to reach the top, and to do that he needs to be as free as possible, Momo answered, shaking her head. That's a pity, Mizo admitted, and watching as the young chef neared the teacher's table to talk with the kings of Inoshiki Academy and the pro-heroes there. The number one chef, Yes, it suits him, Katsuki thought with a near-silent saddened sigh escaping him. Aizu dash before he could actually call the young chef over, though, the hero student heard somebody behind him take a hissing breath between her clenched teeth. While some students actually seemed interested enough in Izuku to try chat him up once he was done talking with the teachers of Yue, Momo could not help but notice how most of them were actually girls, talking with Izuku and asking questions about his cooking or his restaurant, or even showering him in praises for how he acted in the livestream challenge. But Momo didn't feel threatened, she knew she had nothing to worry about. I am a Yaoyorozu. We are always collected, well-mannered and proper. I am not a brutish, violent savage getting angry and territorial. I am a cultured woman that never lets her instincts take over. I am Yaoyorozu Momo, and Momo thought in pride while holding her back straight. Here is my favorite chef. Finally coming to meet your favorite customer. Rumi chose that exact moment to shamelessly hug Izuku's side and, casually burying the entire left side of his head in her chest, exactly where she had casually left several buttons of her school uniform's blouse open to form some outrageous cleavage for him to get smothered into. Momo smash puny where, the student of class 1A mentally roared in fury. Control yourself, Momo-san. You are frothing at the mouth. Tenya muttered while shaking her a little. You are right, I have dignity. I can control myself, I can do this. She answered, taking a deep breath and recovering her self-control. This until Nijire decided to jokingly join the hug from Izuku's other side as well, so to rub her face in his fluffy messy hair, thus completely burying the chef's cherry-red face in a marshmallow heaven many boys in UA could only dream and wank about. Jealousy looks soon overtook the males in the room. No, I can't do this. Unhand him. The class press bellowed, marching towards Rumi and Nijire and forcefully prying her boyfriend free from the boobay trap the young man was buried in. God, I envy him. What's wrong? Feeling the heat of the competition. Rumi asked with a smirk and moved closer to Momo so that they got nose to nose, unfortunately smashing their chests together as a result, and causing many boys in the room to gain captivated horny looks. I don't need to feel any competition. Because that would mean I consider you an actual threat. Momo answered, eyes narrowing dangerously. So I am no threat to you. Good to know. So you won't mind me taking him to see a movie with me, yes? As friends? Alone? Rumi said, smirk turning even more malignant. Of course. My Iken is a gentleman and won't fall for your petty tricks. She answered, albeit with a nervous tone. She still knows nothing about him. She will clearly choose a movie he absolutely hates. She then thought, trying to reassure herself. Stupid comment about tricks aside, I am glad to see you so sure of yourself. Because I happen to have 2 tickets for the premiere of Assault on Hero Island 2, and I want to go there with him. Rumi said, crossing her arms. Sheet. He loves that movie. Momo thought in panic, remembering well the tickets for that same movie she herself bought for the 2 of them. But surely Rumi's seats were bad. Middle row, perfect seats in the middle of the room. Rumi said as if reading the girl's mind. Fu. Beaten again, hers were at the corner all the way in the back. And while good seats for some hard petting / dry humping, for a movie those were bad seats. How do you know he loves that movie? Are you spying on him? She demanded. He loves it. Really? Nice. The bunny girl looked honestly surprised at the admission. And no. He hates it. He prefers horror movies. The gorier the better. Momo tried a last-minute desperate and kinda pathetic lie, soon followed by a mental apology to her precious Cinnabon boyfriend. Lie. Rumi said with a fong-filled smile. Why worried? It is still up to him to decide if he will come or not. I have nothing to fear. He won't come with you in a theater where you will be alone, in the dark. Momo said. Sluu, you are up. Oh, Rumi-chan. Your tongue is so long and hot. Nanananono. That won't happen. That will never happen. She thought in desperation and banishing that disgusting image from her head. She herself hadn't done that to him yet, and she won't let Rumi do it to him either. Oh really? Why don't we ask him then? Rumi said with a challenging tone. Yes, let's ask him, just because you apparently like being rejected? Momo answered. Aizu. Where has he gone? Both girls said at the same time once seen the chef and Whitey were both gone. Nijire and a girl from class 1A kind of dragged him away to give him a tour of the school, at Nijire's insistence. Tamaki offered with a bored tone. What? The beach. Rumi roared. What girl from 1A? Momo asked. Iya. I think it's the one that makes stuff float. Why? He answered. A strange tic took over the girl's left eye at that. Then came the roar of betrayal. You are a Why did Nijire drag him away? Do they know each other? Since when? Are they close? How close? Are they friends? More than friends? Less than friends? Why did she never tell me she knows him? Why him then? Mirio in the meantime kept looking at the door. He saw Nijire disappear into while dragging Izuku away by his arm with a worried Ochako following behind them at the girl's insistence. He wasn't jealous. They were obviously just friends and nothing will be born from that now that Nijire declared she and Mirio were done and she was once again single. So Mirio wasn't jealous. Absolutely. Not even a little. Not at all. He was not jealous. Nejiri, he muttered with a long whine. Jesus. Dad told me the guy was a magnet for trouble, and he was right. Maybe I should really keep an eye on him, just in case. Tamaki instead gave a self-deprecating sigh and shook his head. With Izuku, classroom, hee. Here it is. My classroom. Nijire declared proudly once opened the door wide. I don't think we should be here. Izuku said, unsure. Come on. They are all occupied with lunch. And I am sure Mr. Nizu won't mind it too much. I just showed you the gym and this room, not a single secret place. The young woman answered. She was also floating in the air, something that, unknown to Izuku, meant she was in a good mood. Maybe if we are fast they won't notice? Ochako added, just as nervous as he was. To the two girls' surprise, though, the young chef soon fell silent as he walked inside the classroom while gently running a finger on the chalkboard. The room was empty, neat and clean. Boss, Ochako tried saying. As in a trance, Izuku chose a desk near the window and sat down without a sound. His eyes were unfocused and just staring far ahead at the chalkboard, but his gaze actually reached far beyond everything. Iken, Nijire asked worried. He was a student of UA. He wore a pristine uniform he kept with the utmost care and was eager to become a pro-hero like All Might. He had a quirk, he could breathe fire like his dad, and his mom had helped him design a hero costume. Dad said he should go as Green Dragon as his hero name, and both father and son would keep laughing at the kinda cringe idea. Aizu, both Momo and Rumi finally found them, but as soon as Momo saw the strange look in the chef's eyes, she covered Rumi's mouth with a hand. Please. Let him just once. Momo whispered, making the bunny girl's eyes widen in realization. Of those four girls, Ochako and Momo were the ones that knew him best, that knew how much he longed to be a hero, how much he wished to be their classmate and join the lessons, and they also knew how much it hurt him knowing he was denied all that because he was a quirkless. Oh, Nijire, maybe getting a clue about his inner turmoil, dropped her smile in favor of a more sad expression. He was sitting at his desk taking notes while the pro-hero Eraserhead droned on with his usual drowsy tone of voice. Ochako sat next to him while Momo sat in the first row, back straight and fully focused. Kaken was sitting not too far from him, clearly bored but not missing a thing either. Midoriya, pay attention, Izawa said. Sorry, sensei, he answered shyly. Problem child. The teacher sighed in dismay, but still continued his lesson as if nothing was out of ordinary. They were Class 1A, and they will one day become heroes. Host, it was the voice of the system to shatter the dream, and Izuku found himself sitting at the desk in the empty classroom while wearing his green chef uniform. That was all his reaction to the realization it was all an illusion, only his daydreaming. It did not sound like disappointment, not rage nor sadness. It was an empty, atonal noise. Sorry, I was lost in thought. You were saying, it scared the girls how perfect the natural smile he showed to them was. Looking at that one would have easily thought it was sincere. Nothing important. Sorry about all this, I didn't mean to hurt you, Nijire answered. It's okay, just a bit of childish daydreaming. Nothing to get worried about. To his surprise, Ochako, who had sat next to him while he was mentally elsewhere, decided to give him a comforting hug that buried his face in her neck so that she could rest her chin on top of his head. She smelled of vanilla and Ochako. It had a nice scent. You would have been an amazing student. I would have loved to have you as a classmate, Izuku. She muttered, sighing. Hey, cheer up. I am no longer a crybaby. I will be okay. I just had a down moment, nothing more. The chef's cheerful tone came out slightly muffled, but everybody still heard it. If you need to talk though, we're friends. Remember, I am not just your waitress. Look, we're friends. Ochako said. I know, he answered, jokingly poking her on the forehead once released from her hug, and chuckling at the cute, eek, squeak she released once hit. We are still friends too, right? Nijire asked with a small voice. In answer he simply got up and opened his arms wide. A tenth of a second later the taller girl propelled herself forward like a human bullet to hug the life out of him, and had Izuku not used his own abilities, he knew she would have shot him down the floor. Thank you, Nijire-chan. You gave me a appealing gift, even if it lasted only an instant. But it hurt you, she muttered, hiding her face in his messy hair in shame. Not at all, he answered, smiling wide and patting her back. Liar, the four girls thought at the same time in sadness. I better get going, I don't want you to be in trouble. Izuku declared, freeing himself from Nijire's hydraulic press hug and walking towards the door where Whitey was already waiting for him. The robot had already collected everything left from his cooking and had reached him. Izuku, Momo muttered. It's okay, no harm done. And those were only friendly hugs, he said, chuckling. It's not about that, silly, she answered. Her own smile was tiny and still forced. Just be a good hero for us both, and I will be happy. Hey. He offered, and the third tight hug of the day really went close to breaking something as his spine gave a faint crack sound. I'll be the best hero for us both, she answered, tightening her hug even more, making him release a strangled ugh groan. Hey, Rumi asked when she saw Momo finally release him. Yes. I have 2 tickets for Assault on Hero Island 2. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to go with me, but I guess now is not a good moment, she muttered. No, I believe a good movie would be a nice idea. I don't mind seeing it with a friend. Izuku answered with a gentle smile. Okay, and it's not a plot of mine, okay? She admitted. I trust you, he answered. Good, so tomorrow. I'll be a gentleman, promise. Me too, I'll be good, Rumi answered, her usual cocky smile slowly resurfacing. But I won't say a thing should your hand get curious about me while we watch the movie. Miss Jealous here will never find out, she added, maybe a bit forcefully, to lighten the mood. I have nothing to fear from him. From you, on the other hand, I will keep my eyes on you. Momo answered. Good, I heard it's hotter when there is somebody watching. Please don't joke on this, I am not that kind of guy. Izuku replied, giving a fast kiss to Momo at her request and one to Rumi's cheek once she nagged him enough. Usajiyama, on the notes of Momo's outraged scream, the young chef neared his robot bodyguard and gave it a gentle pat on his big rotund belly. Let's go, Whitey, he said, gaining a nod from the robot that immediately fell in step with him as both left the school. Izuku, Ochako muttered with a sad expression, very aware of how nice hugging him felt, and yet still unable to say if she actually liked him or not, and the sense of guilt about her increasing attraction to him once considered his relationship with Momo did not help at all in abandoning those budding feelings, quite the contrary in fact. With Izuku, the ride back to the Green Cloud restaurant was spent in complete silence by the young man. Even the system's own words of encouragement fell on deaf ears as that same daydream happened again and again inside Izuku's head over and over for the entire duration of the 2 bus rides he needed to return home. As he had said once already, his power of imagination was extremely strong, and it only helped making everything more painful with how real everything felt. You okay, kiddo? Blackie asked when he saw the drained expression on his protégé's face up close. I will prepare your noodles immediately, he answered, mechanically. Take your time, this lord is not a puppy. I can wait a bit more. The dog offered with a disinterested tone once studied the chef's face for a little while. Okay. Izuku answered as he unlocked the door of the restaurant and entered. It was not a good day for him, unfortunately, the Lord Dog muttered to himself. The empty room that greeted Izuku upon entering helped very little in cheering him up, even if it was his beloved restaurant. He knew he had to prepare for the challenge against the teachers of Inoshiki Academy and Yamato herself, since contrary to the kings, his next batch of enemies will be proper pros, not students, so preparation was essential. I need to prepare, those teachers won't show mercy, Izuku said to himself. Host can rest assured, the system was not lying. The path towards the role of god of cooking will lead you to greatness. The host will be a hero to the people, only in a different manner, the entity reassured him as soon as the young chef entered the kitchen. I know. It is not that the problem, he muttered while leaning on his workstation. Pet. It's okay. Let it all out? It was a fleeting feeling, but Izuku felt his appetite demon give him a gentle pat on the back while flashing him an encouraging smile. Plick, 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 plock. And right after, in the absolute silence of the empty kitchen and restaurant, the soft noise of tears falling down on a pristine clean chopping board was clearly heard. Secret location. So it's official. That buffoon has recovered. A masked man bound to a chair connected to a complex array of tubes hissed in contempt. That is what our spies said. He no longer uses his true form to go around under the fake identity of All Might's secretary, only the pro-hero is seen around now, even during conferences lasting way longer than his time limit, and since we know he is at least smart enough to not waste time in frivolities when using his quirk, that makes it certain, All Might is back. The old man in scientist attire working next to him answered without ever lifting his eyes from the computer he was working on. "Aya." With a loud smashing sound and a roar, the masked man's fist snapped one of the armrests of his life support chair in two. "Who was it? You were certain that the tumor was impossible to remove." The legendary villain all for one demanded between clenched teeth. "And it was. I personally engineered it to be high adaptable and self-regenerating. Even the location you injected it in had been studied to the millimeter to have the greatest impact while making it inoperable. Nothing in this world was supposed to remove or heal it." The doctor, Daruma, answered, unfazed. That was how deep AFO's hatred for Toshinori ran. He didn't want the man to just die a swift death, he wanted All Might to wither away, to rot a piece at a time and feel every day a tiny part of him die and decay until the day came that only a dried-up and deformed black husk remained of the hero's corpse. Not to die in a blaze of glory, but with a pathetic weak whimper. All for one had tasked Daruma to create an artificial tumor-like growth that would have sapped Toshinori's energy slowly, day after day after day. He had then absorbed the thing inside his arm thanks to one of the many quirks at his disposal he had stolen inside himself through the years. At the CLMX of their fight, as a last insult to the #1 hero of Japan, All for one had injected the tumor inside All Might's body, but now that very same secret weapon he had used had been defeated as well, and the villain was furious. "Was Recovery Girl the cause of this?" he asked. "No, I took care of covering for her quirk and similar ones as well. The tumor was programmed with immense regeneration and growth abilities. I studied the rate of healing Recovery Girl can produce with her quirk in detail, so besides slowing it down a little, even daily infusions would have not stopped it." Daruma answered. "Then why does he look just as healthy as he was years ago? Before I poisoned him." Efo bellowed. "Of that I have no clue," the doctor admitted. "Well, then find out who did it. Find out who was the miserable worm that dared to get in my way and bring them to me. I will get Kurogyri and our spies on it," the other answered. "Good. I want whoever is responsible here in front of me. I will skin them alive one strip at a time. I will break them in body and mind, and then deny them the merciful death they will beg me for." All for one muttered with a dark tone. It had been a while since he had felt such intense hatred towards somebody that was not Toshinori or Nana herself. "It will be done," Daruma answered, and at that answer silence once again fell into the empty lab, interrupted only by the bubbling of the tubes containing a new batch of Nomu waiting for competition and deployment. At the same time, UA's Height Alliance dormitories, Class 1B section, Rumi's room. The young hero student was giving the finishing touches to herself in her morning routine, but every time she looked at her bed through the mirror reflection, she saw a giant pink ball of thin fluff with long bunny ears on top and a tiny rabbit face on the front staring back at her, a plushie big enough she could actually hug it with both her arms and legs. With a loud puffing sound, Rumi threw herself on the bed and buried her face deep into the plushie while hugging it tightly, rubbing her nose a little in its fur to find the few traces still there of the scent of the boy that won it for her. The date was good. When her face finally resurfaced, her cheeks had an adorable dusting of red. She knew that beside Whitey, Momo and Ochako as well were following them from afar as she went through with her date with Izuku, but the young woman was too stubborn to let the two girls' misguided attempts at keeping the chef safe ruin her chance. The movie part had been a success already, With him not arguing about Rumi leaning her head on top of his while watching, he even regaled her with a cute little chuckle and a knowing look she was more than happy to answer with a smirk and a wink, secretly glad he was feeling better after his down moment during his visit in UA. Then came the trip to the arcade where she destroyed him in Dance Dance Revolution, and besides showing great sportsmanship by congratulating her instead of getting angry, he actually decided to get back at her by winning that giant bunny plushie he then gifted her. One she had him carry for her for the rest of the date, both for him to be a gentleman and to maybe have a bit of his scent remain stuck into it. She blamed her inner rabbit for that, or that was the excuse she decided upon should somebody ask. The closing act of the date was a visit to the ice cream parlor that he insisted on paying for, to her shame, and then accompanying her back to UA University. Then I ruined everything. Her expression darkened considerably when she remembered the last thing she did before hurrying back to her dorm. Flashback, it was an amazing date, Rumi admitted while recovering the giant plushie from Izuku's arms, an hilarious sight as the thing was pretty much as big as his whole body. I had a lot of fun, Izuku admitted. Even if I took a bit too many liberties, she asked, unsure. It was all in good humor. I saw how Ochako and Momo were tailing us, so I imagine you did all that just to annoy them, even if it was not very nice. He answered with a kind smile. I did not do all that just for fun, she admitted with a low voice. At the beginning it was all a game, a way to get under Yayarose's skin to have some fun. Mean fun that I can admit, but now things have changed. Rumi explained. Changed. Changed how Izuku's question was stopped by Rumi's mouth covering his in a searing kiss, a move he actually never considered her capable of. I know I can make you happy. Happier than Yayarose does. I just need to help you realize it as well, she said before leaving rapidly for her room at the dormitories. Izuku was thus left there standing in a daze while Momo ran past him with an expression that screamed psychotic rage, followed closely behind by Ochako desperately trying to stop the young woman from killing Rumi. Present day, end of the flashback. Ever since then Rumi, actually recognizing she effed up, had avoided Izuku and his restaurant because afraid he would be angry at her. Unfortunately she could not do the same with Momo or even Ochako, as both girls had rightfully marked her as their sworn worst enemy. In it, Rumi muttered, still with half her face pressed deep into the plushie. Rumi-chan. Can I come in? Pony asked from outside. Doors open. How are you? The girl asked while sitting next to her friend. Awesome, the other replied with a low voice. Still moping about your cutie chef? Pony asked, rubbing the rabbit girl's head gently as she talked. I am supposed to be the cool beach nobody can get. The unreachable badass. She replied, annoyed. And I can attest you are all that, you are a true hardened beach with a capital B. Then why do I want him to reach me? Rumi asked with her rabbit ears pinned against her head. I guess that's the price to pay to be in love. To have that one special somebody you can relax or even lower your defenses with. I don't like it. I want to be a lone wolf. Kind of hard with a bunny quirk? Pony quipped with a smirk. You know what I mean. Rumi roared in anger. I know. Pony said, still patting her friend's head. I don't want to feel like this. Then don't, you just need to forget about that boy and just go on with your life. I don't want to do that. You can't have your pie and eat it too, Rumi-chan. Who says I can't? That little thing in your chest pumping BLD. All this happened just because Yayarose got to him before me, Rumi said with a petulant tone. They are in a relationship, yes. That usually means he is off limits. You can't have him, but I like him. Maybe even love him. That's a bold claim, Pony admitted, surprised. It doesn't make it less true. Rumi muttered with a bitter tone and once again fully burying her face deep in the giant plushie. You still have to face Momo-san to get to him. I am sure it can work, I just need a couple more dates to make him recognize that too. You stole a kiss, you admitted it yourself, that is not a good start. I can fix it. I can still fix it, Rumi muttered. You will have to actually meet him to do that. You are still avoiding him in his restaurant like the plague, don't you? Pony said. Tomorrow he will face the teachers of Inoshiki Academy. Why don't you go there as well to cheer for him? And how do you know that? Rumi asked with her ears shutting straight up in surprise. I overheard Momo-san and Ochako-san discuss the possibility of going there themselves with Momo's parents, along with Midoriya's own parents, as a show of support. What if he doesn't want to see me? He did not strike me as somebody holding a grudge. Maybe if you explain he will listen. I can accompany you if you want. Pony offered with a kind smile. I don't need a nanny. I am strong and can go there alone. I don't need somebody holding my hand. Rumi hissed. Beside Chef Izuku, the other answered, smirking. Beside him, the bunny girl admitted with a low voice full of shame. Come on, let's go ask Professor Vlad if tomorrow you can skip class and go cheer for your crush. Pony said, getting up from the bed and walking towards the door. But I am not a shallow woman for chasing a man already in a relationship, yes. You might appear to be a bit of a beach to do that, yes, but if you do this not for lust but for love, maybe you can argue your role to be the love rival instead. Pony answered, amused. You read too many FING love novels, Rumi grumbled in annoyance while following her friend. But it is actually helping you now. Even a broken clock gets it right twice a day. Don't brag. So you are going? Of course I am. I still have a chef to catch, and if I have to snap Yaoyorozu in two to get him, so be it. Oh God. If she tackles love as she does with everything else, I am scared of what will happen. Pony thought in misery, since a strong-willed woman like Rumi with a very abrasive personality didn't translate well into relationships or even just courting somebody. Meanwhile, in Oshiki Academy, Yamato's office, the old woman acting as the rector of Inoshiki Academy was at the moment looking at the phone in her hands with an expression of confusion, having finally contacted Izuku to define the last details for the challenge she and her best teachers will have with the young chef the very next day. Miss Yamato, the monster at the other side of the call said, sounding worried at her lack of response. Sorry, it's just too insane. You want to face me and my teachers at the same time. Yamato shrieked in surprise, almost dropping her phone. Some of the dishes I decided to make need between 2 to 3 hours to be ready. We all are busy people, you and your teachers have a university to manage and I have a restaurant to run. Like this we will at worst spend 4 hours together, meaning that I will have enough time to take care of dinner service and you others to organize lessons and everything else for tomorrow. Izuku answered. What do you plan to cook? That is a secret, of course. But they all are simple dishes that still require lots of time. From all around the world, China, France, America, Philippines and India. I see, Yamato muttered, and her mind rushed through every dish she knew of those schools of cuisine to try guessing what he had planned for, and making herself dizzy because all of them had a large amount of typical recipes, and each recipe came with at the very least a dozen of variations as well. So, can we make it a 5v1 fight? I only need my 5 workstations to be built close to each other and in a circle. I will then take care of using them. You are not planning to cook every dish at the same time, D. What part of me asking to face you all at once did not suggest that? Izuku asked with a tone so full of disbelief Yamato would have preferred to hear him downright insult her. It's insane. No, it only takes guts and skills. I know I have both. I'm still going to call it insanity, but if it is how you want to do this, then so be it. Me and my 4 best teachers will face you at the same time. Remember, we all will be focusing on one of the themes we agreed on. I myself believe in my carving skills, and so do my teachers in their own field. It won't be easy. I know that. People used to call you Moonlight Sculptor after that moon-shaped white chocolate cake you made in celebration of your first Michelin star. Izuku answered. You researched that? A 3D cake made in a perfectly spherical shape divided in 6 horizontal layers. Topmost, bottom and middle layer were made in butter biscuit, other layers in sponge cake slightly bathed in tangerine-flavored liquor you personally made. As for filling, in order from bottom to top, custard with tangerine slices, custard with strawberry slices and custard with coconut shavings. All covered by a hard shell of white chocolate you carved to show several pictures of Mary holding baby Jesus in her arms. I guess that in order to serve it you then had to cut it in half in the middle and slice the 2 resulting domes. It would explain why the middle layer was the largest. Yamato could not answer that. she was too stricken. Yes, I researched that. It happened almost 25 years ago. Then you are an even better chef. I accounted for that as well. Fine, we'll do it your way. You will have your 1v5 insanity. The old woman finally conceded. Thank you. We'll see you here tomorrow then. We will prepare everything. Perfect. Good day, Yamato-san. Izuku answered. Good day, Chef Midoriya, Yamato answered before closing the call. Samui, I may love you still like I did when we were both teens, but I fear this time I have bitten more than even I can chew in the name of those feelings, she muttered in dismay. Madam, the woman's assistant asked, having been summoned by Yamato once she closed the call. I have the last details for the challenge. We will use the gym for this since we'll need lots of space for this. We will also have some guests as well. Here is everything we need. See to have everything ready by tomorrow morning. The rector instructed while jotting on a piece of paper the long list of requirements both she and Izuku agreed on. Okay. The assistant muttered, unsure. Me and the chosen teachers will go through a last-minute training session, just in case. Yes, madam. And see if we can somehow get some publicity out of this. I suspect there will be a live stream again. May as well try to advertise Inoshiki Academy. As you wish, madam. The next day, Inoshiki Academy, gym, once again flexing the big budget behind the private academy, Yamato showed how their gym as well was a top-of-the-line wonder of modern equipment and construction, with the main giant room being spacious enough 2 volley courts easily fit in it close to each other with still enough room around them for other equipment to be used by other students during PE. That day though the entire place had been vacated and sanitized thoroughly, so to leave the entire giant space for the cooking challenge. On one side there were 5 separate workstations positioned in 2 rows, while at the opposite side other 5 had been installed in a circle with just enough space for a person to walk between them. A long line of fridges had been also installed not too far and stocked in a huge amount of ingredients. Since both Izuku and teachers won't reveal their chosen dishes until the very start, the academy tried to cover every possible angle by amassing every possible kind of meat, fish, vegetables, skis, and so on. From the most common to the most absurd. Pretty much the entire school was sitting in front of the workstations and waiting in hype for the absurd challenge to start. Izuku's parents, Momo and hers, Ochako and her mother and Rumi were sitting in the front row, with Rei, Inko and Miss Uraraka acting as natural barrier between Rumi and the girls to avoid acts of violence. The judges were once again the 5 kings, with the Meat King returning once again as student of Inoshiki after much pressure from Minato himself on Yamato, and Michiko avoiding actual juvenile prison by sheer dumb luck thanks to Izuku's own intervention, fate that instead befell on Takeo that got expelled and arrested, with a new student taking on the mantle of Vegetable King that was now looking at Izuku's own area in great interest. Will he really cook 5 dishes at once? She asked. Insane as it sounds, I expect no less from him. Sadao answered. Be happy Miss Yamato won't try to have him join Inoshiki, you wouldn't be a king for long otherwise. Number 5. Mako added, huffing in annoyance. She still can't replicate Boss Izuku's century soup, she has been trying to make it ever since she tasted the complete version and keeps failing. Just ignore her for now. Toshio the Meat King, now number 4 of the group, explained. Okay, senpai. The new king answered. Every noise in the giant gym stopped abruptly when Yamato entered the place to address the audience with the mic in her hand, and watching appalled as a swarm of drones immediately entered the gym from the open windows to cover every possible angle and make sure whoever watched the live stream could not lose a single instant. Who the hell has this much interest in that boy? Yamato mentally shrieked in shock. At the same time, Island, Secret Underground Lab 8, Darling's research branch. A full team of 20 researchers was watching the monitors in front of them while a giant one covered by the combined feed of the various drones in Inoshiki's gym towered over the big room from the opposite wall. Cameras 1 to 8 in position, a man said from his station. All drones are recording. Video and audio feed is optimal. We are both streaming this for the civilians and recording this ourselves with no issues. Another woman chorused right after. We got a clear view of Subject 37 station, ready for the 3D mapping of his body, a third researcher added. I saw those videos you sent me. There is no way that boy is quirkless. A very old woman, the one directing the entire Darlings initiative and the boss of Hisashi's boss, admitted. I repeated the tests with a hair sample we managed to get in secret, and you saw the results yourself. He is a quirkless, the old man answered, secretly glad the mutation Hisashi talked about did not show up in the results, and unaware that the system actually removed the gourmet cells from the hair the agents of Island had stolen. I'm not convinced yet. I assembled this team just to get to the bottom of this. I want every single movement of that boy recorded and analyzed. She answered. I would gladly tell you he had an ice guy in another world and got special skills from that, but then you would convict me in an asylum. The old man thought in misery. Sometimes truth was even more incredible than lies. Start recording. If this still does not answer any doubts we have, I want that boy here in person. The woman barked. Yes, sir. Yes. Because the stripping robot will let us kidnap his MST or just like that, the old man muttered in dismay. Inoshiki, with Izuku, welcome to our challenge between we of Inoshiki and Chef Midoriya. This special event is being streamed live and has been sponsored by Inoshiki Academy itself. Yamato said to the audience, and Island registered the huge spike in visuals once the live stream went live, with the teachers of UA that had bet their paycheck on the challenge's outcome watching it in rabid attention, especially the now terror-stricken pro-hero present Mike that had bet the most among all of them and will lose everything if even just one teacher lost to Izuku. Class 1A and 1B and Nijire, as well had collectively bet on Izuku's total victory against the teachers and rector of Inoshiki, meaning that if they won every other student of UA University will find themselves with an empty wallet, and they could not wait to swim in cash. Except Mirio, he had bet Izuku would lose against them all. But that was not because the chef and Nijire were very close friends and she had dumped him, because Mirio was totally not jealous. I will now present to you the 4 teachers and the theme they will represent, Yamato said, pulling on herself the attention of everybody watching, either in the gym or in the live stream. For steaming, Professor Kurwa, she said, and on cue the lanky, glasses-wearing tall teacher entered the gym to take position at one of the workstations behind Yamato. For boiling, Professor Mano. Then came a tall woman with long blonde hair, and Momo could swear she heard her mother growl menacingly, but she also saw her glare at the woman in pure hatred. For stewing, Professor Sasaki. The third member of the team was a very old man walking with a hunchback posture and eyes closed in a perpetual slit. He too took his place behind a station under the roaring applause of Inoshiki's students. For frying and returning just for this challenge, Professor Minato. Yamato introduced her own son with a tone dripping with pride, with the man actually exchanging a friendly fist bump with Izuku before entering the gym. And finally, myself for carving. Yamato finished saying, a bit shy still at the loud applause of her beloved students. Now the challenger, owner and chef of Green Cloud Restaurant and up-and-coming legend of Yavin Street. A young prodigy and the one that actually defeated the 5 kings in a cooking duel, Chef Izuku Midoriya. The old woman declared without an ounce of hatred, having finally recognized the young man's skills as the real deal. When Izuku entered the gym, though, he was welcomed with absolute silence from the students of Inoshiki and a thundering applause from his friends and supporters. Go, Iken. Break them. Hisashi yelled with a feral roar. Show them the might of Green Cloud Restaurant. Saito yelled as well. That's my son. The king of chefs. Inko declared, proud beyond belief. And my future son-in-law. Rei added, smirking. Mother. Momo gasped in shock at the admission, face burning red. So that's him. In the meantime, Ochako's mother studied the young man's every detail as he took his place in the middle of the circle of workstations. Ooh, Ochako admitted, looking down. Cute, he is cute, and hard-working too since he has his own restaurant to run. Are you aware that he is already taken? Yep, sigh. Just like it was for me with your father. Contrary to me, though, you may be forced to admit defeat and step back. You know this? She asked. That hurts? It always does, my little Oka. It always does. Maybe you should really consider your options, you know, before it will hurt even more. Just consider it, okay? I just want you to be happy. Her mother whispered in her ear and gave her a one-arm hug of encouragement. Okay, he did not scowl when he saw me, he just waved at me with a smile. Maybe I can salvage this after all. Rumi thought in apprehension once seen him wave at her like he did with everybody else. As per our agreement, whenever one of us loses you will receive the loser's knife with their name written on the blade. As a show of good faith, I actually had my teachers choose what knife to give you in case of defeat and had their names engraved on it. It will serve as a reminder both in case of defeat or a victory. We will give our best, so I hope you will do the same. Yamato explained. Of course. Izuku answered, shaking the woman's hand properly, with no ill thoughts on either side. Had things been different, I would have killed to have you here. The woman admitted with a whisper, nobody besides Izuku heard her. I actually did try to come here, but your assistant made it clear I had to have a quirk to get in, he admitted. Ah. That guy is so fired. The old woman growled with a low voice while walking to her own station. Once everybody was in position, Mako herself took the mic and acted as both host and head judge. Good morning. As you can expect, since Madam Yamato and Mr. Minato are contestants themselves, somebody else will have to act as host. I hope I will meet your expectations. The young woman declared with a bow, and basked herself in the roaring applause of the students. We will be proper judges, though, being students of this school won't mean we won't be impartial. Our honor as chefs forces us to not play favorites. I hope our teachers will forgive us. She then said, causing a wave of laughs to echo in the gym. Oh dear. Now I regret giving you all that long essay as homework. Professor Sasaki admitted with an exaggerated loud sigh of regret, and renewed the laughs from the audience. Don't worry, we will close our eyes this time, Professor. But please, tell us what you all will make. Mako answered, amused. With pleasure. As the one tasked with the theme of steaming, I will prepare the steamed buns known as chicken momos, an appetizer from Nepalese cuisine. Professor Kua answered with a collected tone while adjusting his squared glasses. Ho! Since I have drawn the stewing straw, I decided I will prepare some beef stew following the same recipe of my dearest mother. It may be an inside joke of Inoshiki that I treat that woman as my greatest inspiration to become a chef, but this little challenge will help me show that yes, she was that good. The very old man answered with a chuckle and a fond smile. As the representative of the frying theme, I will go with something festive yet complex. Bon cam, their gelatinous rice flour ball filled with sweet mung beans paste, flavored with jasmine flower essence, covered in sesame seeds and deep-fried. I have a friend of Vietnamese descent that would hate me forever if I don't use this occasion to showcase this dish from his homeland. Minato answered with a loud laugh, and laughed even harder at one of the other teachers from Inoshiki yelling, "In right I will," from his seat between the audience. Since I will have to show off my carving skills, I will reprise my Moonlight Maria cake, only in the form of croquembouche, a cream puff tower, Yamato declared, to the awe of the audience and judges. So you will create small cream puffs you will then encase in white chocolate, carve on the shells of each one of them a small portrait of Mary and Jesus, and then manage to pile them all into a tower. Mako asked, not even trying to hide her shock. Precisely, it will be my new masterpiece, evolved Moonlight Maria? Yamato confirmed, stealing a glance at Izuku and gaining a nod of respect from the young chef. Rector Yamato is taking this DMN seriously. Sadao muttered with wide eyes. I wish the other teachers did the same. I guess their hubris stopped them from doing it. Michiko answered, grimacing. Do not underestimate Mr. Minato just because he chose a simple dish. He is the master of frying, but what about boiling? Toshio the Meat King said, unsure. Yes, what about boiling? Mako asked Professor Monoi. I will boil an egg, the woman answered. Mako asked. That's it? Why, the young woman asked, and the other teachers, Yamato included, looked at her as if she was utterly insane. I have a secret plan, Monoi said with a mischievous smile that seemingly irked Mako into maddening rage. Suddenly a loud sound of static surged from the gym speakers loud enough nobody could avoid covering their ears in pain. Glad you accepted to meet me. It's good to know you three are actually smart enough to understand the situation, Monoi's voice echoed from the speakers. What? The blonde woman uttered in confusion. Why did you want to meet us, Professor Monoi? Mako was heard asking. It's about that ridiculous challenge that an upstart cook forced us through. You will be part of the judge panel, yes. Everybody heard Monoi answer in annoyance. Yes, that was Sadao. Oh. It can't be. Izuku saw Monoi grow unhealthily pale once understood what the recording was about. Tomorrow we will be the judges, yes. What do you need? Michiko asked. Let's be honest, I did not want to take part in this farce, but there is the need for some sacrifices sometimes, the teacher answered, and in the gym pretty much everybody looked straight at her with wide eyes. Cooking is a world full of inspiring new talents waiting just for the right occasion to shine. And I personally can't let a quirkless come stealing the spotlight from more worthy people. Monoi then said, This is a world of quirks now. Those quirkless losers are just a page of history that should be cancelled as we move forward as a species. We have surpassed the concept of normal, and should not be held back by an inferior version of humanity. I find that kind of talk disgusting, Mako answered. Feel free to defend that idiot brat, if you have to, but the fact remains that he is wasting everybody's time in a useless cry for attention, and I won't second him. He doesn't deserve it. Monoi answered, scoffing. She reminds me of those guys preaching the villain Destro's ideals. She is literally repeating their spiel verbatim. Sasaki commented with a grimace. He was clearly recalling several unpleasant memories of his past. Insults to him and the quirkless population aside. Why did you call us? I bet it was not just to have somebody to vent to about Chef Midoriya's challenge. Michiko asked, grumbling. It's quite simple, actually. We only need one victory to force that little pest to close his restaurant forever, and since everybody here is being so stupid as to play along, I instead will take proper measures to put a stop to this nonsense. That boy is quirkless. There is no place for people like him in this world anymore. So this is my answer to his foolishness. If you kings do not vote for me as the winner, I will make it my mission to make you all fail. Monoi declared, to the shock of everybody. Are you DMN insane? Surprisingly, it was Yamato who screamed that. The woman stuttered, unable to form a proper answer. You are in your last year at Inoshiki, isn't it, Mako? The woman addressed the Soup King. Tisich, the student replied in disgust. Michiko and Sadao. Next year you will have your final exams. It would be a shame if you failed them, isn't it? I also have powerful friends. I can make it so that you will at best work in fast food. I will destroy your future. Why? Both girls roared in anger. You don't want that. Just vote for me. We only need one of us to win to teach that useless brat his place. I will even sweeten the deal. Do it and I will put a good word in the same restaurant I will work in once I leave this cesspool of a university. Consider it. Your future or that piece of garbage pretending to be a chef. How dare you? Rei could not take it anymore and gave a bestial roar of anger. Shut up, Katsuragi. Monoi snapped, finally reaching her breaking point. Yes, I said that. And I stand by what I said. He does not deserve to be here. He is an insult to chefs everywhere. You always were a bitter hag, and finally you are showing your true colors. Who the hell do you think you are? Rei countered. Silence. I am a DMN prodigy of cooking. You instead are a thief just like him. You both are just spoiled brats whining for attention and believing to be big shots just because you were lucky once. I never forgot how you have stolen Saito from me. How, I don't know, but I guess you managed to trick him into knocking you up and then marry you to achieve that. That's enough. Saito himself now looked apoplectic in rage as he jumped to his feet. Be quiet, you moron. You wasted an opportunity by choosing a useless brat like her instead of me, and I even heard you are championing that quirkless. What happened to the bright young man I knew? Rei bellowed. We quirked chefs are the future. And I personally am the one that will revolutionize the world of cooking. I am teaching the new generations how to be the greatest chefs ever. I will slap. With a sharp sound, Yamato surprised everybody by slapping Monoi hard enough she sent a few of her teeth actually flying off from her mouth. I heard enough useless drivel for today. You are fired. We are chefs, not villains. I too may like to see Chef Midoriya defeated, but contrary to you, I will defeat him with superior skills and no underhand tactics. Not because he is a quirkless, but because we are rivals. I am ashamed to admit I used to think like you about quirkless, but after meeting a very talented one like him, I recognized their value and I felt disgusted by my old self. Now I decided I won't condone such blatant racism in my school. Especially in front of everybody and during a live stream, you idiot. Yamato said with a tone of pure hatred. People like you are dragging us down. Society needs to look forward. People like him are a relic. And I know that whoever is watching agrees with me. You are the relic, Monoi. You are stuck in the ideals of old. Ray countered. Oh, shut up. You can't even boil an egg. You are useless. How many cooking teachers have thrown the towel with you, Ichin? 20. I heard so many nice stories from them, you know. You can't cook and you can't look after your daughter without nannies either. Besides looking pretty, managing some spoiled models, or you are useless as a woman. Monoi said. Ray tried saying, tears already mounting in her eyes. How dare you? Momo, furious, jumped to her feet as well. Be quiet. You are 100% her daughter, meaning that besides some nice melons, there is nothing useful or meaningful about Monoi. The sound wave and air pressure generated by that inhuman scream was immense. It caused the gym windows and lights to explode, almost deafened the people present and went close to frying the drones above. And when every eye in the room turned to look at the source, they saw Izuku himself glare at the former teacher in fury with a red flaming aura covered his body. It had been years since the last time it happened, but now the young chef was pissed, and his appetite devil had made its appearance to growl at Monoi as well, and even if everybody else was already on edge by feeling only a small fraction of the anger lingering around Izuku, Monoi herself was instead petrified under the full weight of it, and for an instant her heart actually stopped. You can insult me all you dim and well want, I don't care. But you have no right to badmouth the few people that believed in me. Or else, she tried saying. In answer, the appetite devil grew to huge sizes, so much it looked ready to burst out from the gym's roof, and with a deliberately slow movement its giant hand gently landed on top of the woman's head and started slowly pushing down on her whole body ready to squash her. I only challenge chefs. When it comes to troublemakers like you instead, I can easily get my hands dirty and break their bones. He answered, and behind him Whitey immediately turned red-eyed and cracked his knuckles. No need to get down to her level and become a mere ruffian, Chef Izuku, Yamato said with a calm but cold tone. If she is so sure about her superiority, she can easily show it by competing in this cooking challenge. Monoi tried saying, but the threat of another slap silenced her. If she wins, I will actually give her a chance to keep her job here, if this cesspool is up to her standards. But if she loses, not only I will fire her with as much shame as I can add to it, she will still give you her knife and she won't get through with her threat. Fine. I accept the terms. It's not like I expect him to win against my delicious boiled egg, Mako said, smiling cruelly. You said it yourself, you will prepare a simple boiled egg, that's all. We can give you a freebie and let you add some pepper, but that is still the dish you will prepare. No. I will you can't change the dish once you declare it, Monoi, those are the rules we and Chef Midoriya agreed on. Everybody here and the ones watching the live stream can testify you already choose a boiled egg as your dish. So get to cooking and hope it will be better than anything the challenger will make. Somehow. Korwa interrupted her with a BLD freezing glare. Behind him the other teachers as well were looking at Monoi in disappointment. You should have taken this seriously instead of trying to make a mockery of this event by cheating behind the scenes. Now go to your station and be quiet. Yamato ordered. You can't be serious. You are defending him. Instead of me. Not everybody treats the biography of the villain Destro as the Bible. Some of us actually have common sense, child. Professor Sasaki chided her, mercilessly. Have it your way, nothing will change even if you heard that recording. Because those brats better vote for me or I dash, you won't do a thing. Saito. I remember fondly our time as friends in high school, but if you think for just a second that I will let you talk to Ray like that, you are sorely mistaken. I will have my lawyers eat you alive in court for what you said to my wife, for the threat to those students, and for the disgusting hate speech you used against a dear friend of my family. I will ruin you. And with you so openly admitting all this on video, you'll see how those powerful friends of yours will gladly throw you under the bus to save themselves. So get on with the challenge and hope to win by some miracle to at least have some nice memories to fall back into, but I wouldn't bet on your victory if I were you. Saito explained, eyes burning in rage. I will judge accordingly, I won't play favorites. Mako declared. If you win it will be because your boiled egg was better, no threat will force us to vote unfairly. Michiko added. Yeah. Let me guess, when it comes to Professor Monoi, you all will vote for Midoriya-san regardless. The new king asked with a whisper. Honestly. Speaking for myself, Chef Iken can even cheat on the plate and I would still vote for him instead of Monoi, but I know he will make something amazing, even just to shut her up and win fairly. Sadao answered. Oh. With Izuku, system. Was that you? Izuku asked. Correct, host. While the system imposes challenges and missions on the host to test his skills and help him improve, those challenges and missions still fit into the category of difficult, but fair, as no host has ever been forced to go through an impossible task. What that simpleton did was a threat to the fairness of the task the system gave to the host, and that is unacceptable. A stepping stone should not dare to take initiative, only fulfill its role in the script. Transgressors will always be punished accordingly. The entity answered, merciless. Good God, Izuku muttered, shocked by the coldness of the answer. The host should not worry. While the system will not help the host fulfill his tasks, it will still assure the task's fairness. You will either succeed or fail based solely on your skills and hard work, not because somebody cheated in your favor or against you. Very well, I guess. But I need some jewel meat for my potofu. Is it possible? The young chef asked. The host wishes to answer in kind to the provocation. Request accepted. That fool dared insult the future god of cooking and his family. This sin must be punished. With the premise of her trying to cheat, the woman called Monoi is no longer considered a chef by the system. The usage of different ingredients from the ones imposed by the challenge has been permitted. Any specific on the quality of the jewel meat? The entity answered the mental inquiry. I want the absolute best part of it in both taste and texture. For once I will crush my opponent with all my power since she believes herself to be above everything with her quirk. If she thinks to be the greatest chef to have ever lived, then I will treat her accordingly and show her what it used to be like to have a high-level cooking battle against Zaus. Understood. At the moment the host will start preparing his dish, the meat will be suched with a piece coming from the jewel meat in secrecy. Nobody and nothing will notice. The system answered. Good, thank you. Once Monoi took her own position under the heavy booing of the crowd, Mako tapped gently on the mic to ask for some silence from the audience and then addressed Izuku. Shameful display of stupidity aside dash, hey! Shut your trap, the Soup King roared loud enough to silence the woman. As I was saying, please tell us what you plan to make, Chef Izuku? With pleasure, for steaming. Emperor's herbal chicken with sayapeo steamed dumplings as a side dish. A dish from Chinese cuisine and one from Filipino cuisine. 4 boiling. Potofu, boiled beef and vegetables. French cuisine. 4 stewing, Rogan Josh, spicy lamb stew. Indian cuisine. 4 frying, salt-fried Inyang beggar's duck, Cantonese cuisine. 4 carving, baked Alaskan miladies. A personal variation of mine of the famous baked ice cream cake. He answered. American cuisine, you said you had planned for simple dishes. In what universe of baked Alaska is simple? Yamato shrieked. To me they are simple. Izuku answered with a cheeky grin. Come on. Salt-fried. That's stretching the rules. Minato added with a childish whine. There's my restaurant on the line, I won't hold back. Izuku answered. That is understandable, but come on, the man replied, pouting. There isn't a simple dish in there. He played with us. I told you it was a bad idea to leave the dishes a secret to the very end. Kuwa admitted with a sigh. Oh, youngsters these days. Always so ready to show off. I say we give our best to show that we old guard are not pushovers. Let him flex a little, we might actually be the ones laughing in the end. Professor Sasaki commented with a jovial laugh. God, how I envy you optimist people, Yamato admitted with a groan. It seems like the challenger did play a bit dirty. Can't say we did not deserve that, considering our past together. Mako admitted with a chuckle. Two can play that game. Izuku answered, sticking out his tongue. Debatable. But now, everybody ready? The young woman asked. In answer, the teachers and Izuku looked ready to bolt towards the fridges. And go. As soon as Mako screamed, both young chef and Yamato with Kurwa and Minato ran to the fridges to collect the ingredients for their dishes. Sasaki instead had already given them a list of what he needed. Old age and running don't go well together. While Monoi just needed an egg that Mako herself was more than happy to handle the woman herself. Choke on it, she also added, scowling. You don't know who you are messing with. You are a second-rate teacher, not a messiah of cuisine. Jump down from that pedestal, you are making a fool of yourself in front of thousands of viewers. Mako replied, uncaring and then focusing on the other challenges. Samui, you better keep your promise and give me that sous chef role in your main restaurant. I threw my credibility down the drain for that job. The teacher thought in dread. With Izuku, Izuku thought, having already quartered a large onion and cut several large leeks in stripes of 2 inches, and added them to a large pot together with celery and carrots. Beef meat has been substituted successfully with jewel meat. The system has selected pieces equivalent in texture to beef shanks and rump roast following host specifications. The system notified Izuku promptly. Perfect, the young chef answered, pleased, while positioning the cuts of meat on top of the vegetables. Wrapping the parsley, thyme and bay leaves in a piece of moistened cheesecloth, Izuku tied them together and added the bundle to the pot along with the peppercorns and 1 tablespoon of kosher salt. I will use 2 marrow bones of the original beef too. It still deserves to take part in the dish. It's not his fault Monoi tried cheating. I will still pay him my respect. He muttered, adding that and some water to the pot. Waiting for the thing to boil, since between boiling, simmering and skimming he will need around about 2 hours to be done with the recipe's first step, he switched his focus to another dish of his list. He is really doing them all at the same time? Saito muttered in awe. He can really do that? Miss Uraraka asked. MDM, he can do it and then some. Honestly, I still can't tell what's the limit of his abilities, even if it is basically my job to study quirks and their limits. Hisashi answered, knowing well how the guys in Island were going to react once seen Izuku in action for real. Izuku sighed. Following Izuku's instructions, Whitey positioned a large basin filled in shining white salt on top of the biggest flame he had at his disposal, and the young man was now mixing the salt around to make it warm up uniformly with slow and steady movements of a big spatula. The salt will take a while to become hot enough and the lotus leaves are almost done soaking. In the meantime I will take care of the duck itself, Izuku muttered, taking an entire duck he had emptied of its organs and covering its inside and outside in a mixture of salt, wine and soy sauce for seasoning. Done. Perfectly covered. In half an hour it will be ready for cooking, just in time for the mushrooms to finish their bath. Good. Still mumbling to himself, he preheated the second oven and prepared a big stack of vegetables he started shredding into thin slices at absurd speed. Not satisfied yet, at the same time he moved one of the woks on his workstation on the fire to heat some oil. The vegetables are ready, now it's the pork's turn. Thrown the vegetables into the hot oil to stir-fry, a big chunk of pork meat was rapidly diced and added as well to the wok, where the young chef kept stirring everything at high speed nonstop, and when the meat lost its raw look, Izuku finally added the mushroom caps he had previously left to soak in water, and then squeezed dry and sliced, and a handful of bamboo shots to mix their flavor into the meat as well. When everything was almost done cooking, soy sauce, wine, salt and a pinch of sugar was added as well, and everything was then stirred thoroughly. Done with that, the wok was then finally removed from the fire, covered and set aside to cool. Filling for the duck is done. I still need to let the duck itself season for a little while longer. I can start the preparation of the white chocolate ingots while I wait. Then I will move to the stew and the emperor herbal chicken and siapayos. Teacher sighed. I am surprised he is not tripping over himself to prepare everything. He is way too calm. Minato admitted while preparing himself the rice flour he will turn into a paste for his fried dish. I wanted to say something about hubris, but he has not made a mistake that would justify that speech, yet. Kurwa answered, adjusting his glasses a little to study in great detail his own version of the flavored rice flour he was making for his steamed dumplings. Tell me again, Yamato, why is he not a student here? Professor Sasaki asked, taking a small taste of the broth acting as a base of his stew, and showing a satisfied smile right after. Because a dear friend of mine got his feelings hurt by him and overreacted, I had decided to help along in avenging his honor even knowing firsthand that the kid was good. I just underestimated how good he actually was. Now I am regretting it. Yamato admitted, and the way she was stirring her custard got just a bit more wild due to her annoyance. So we are here because your childhood friend has thrown a tantrum? Minato asked. Just keep cooking before I think more about this mess and start feeling the need to drown myself in custard. I used to tell you that Samui was bad news when we were kids, but you still wanted him to be our friend, and it looks like I was right. He hasn't changed a bit since our days in high school. Not now, Ku. Challenge time. 1 hour, Izuku sighed. The duck is frying along nicely. Time to start building the baked Alaskas. Izuku was heard declaring with a happy tone after checking the stuffed duck he had wrapped in lotus leaves, encased in clay and then submerged in the hot salt. What the audience saw was him recovering 4 boxes of handmade ice cream from the fridges Inoshiki Academy had prepared for the challenge along with several eggs. Egg white. Lots of whisking. The young chef mumbled while rapidly whisking the whites of a few eggs until the mixture turned into a foam thick enough to for 8 a stiff peak. He then slowly added sugar to the foam until it became thicker and creamy with a very gorgeous glossy look. The biscuit base is ready too. I can use it for the bases. After that, a big square plate holding an inch-thick crunchy biscuit base was recovered from a slightly warm oven for the young chef to rapidly cut into several identical circles. Vanilla ice cream, strawberry ice cream, chocolate ice cream and hazelnut ice cream. Perfect. What followed was Izuku grabbing a giant block of frozen ice cream of each flavor and positioning them next to the stack of biscuit discs he prepared. It was then that the old woman of Island watched in amazement as the boy's knife moved through the ice cream bricks with a single barely seen horizontal slice that instead managed to cut those 4 big frozen ingots into tiny cubes, all in the span of a second. I will make them perfectly checkered, a block at a time, Izuku said, a pair of pliers in each hand, while grabbing cubes of ice cream of various flavors and piling them up in a pattern creating a vaguely spherical shape on top of the biscuit discs. The dozen of small domes of ice cream cubes were covered by a thick layer of meringue right after, a cover Izuku then spent several minutes working on with a spoon to create folds overlapping from top to bottom, but not even Yamato could tell why he was doing that much work on the meringue. Island, Madam, you will catch flies if you keep your mouth open like that, the old man muttered with a sigh. Did we record what he did with that knife just now? The woman asked with a faint voice. I think so, one of the technicians answered, unsure. Find me his medical history, and repeat the quirk test again. Yes, sir. Is it really so hard to believe somebody can be good at something without a quirk? The old man muttered, rolling his eyes. Challenge time. 2 hours, teacher sighed. The cream puffs are ready, now I need to build the tower. The most annoying part. Yamato muttered as soon as she was done carving the last stylized picture of Mary holding baby Jesus in her arms on the front of the small sphere of white chocolate encasing a cream puff. Be careful and do not make it collapse. Kurwa answered, checking the seasoning of the ingredients he will soon use for his dumplings. I know. It's not the first time I made a croquembouche. She hissed in answer. Once the teachers recognized the complexity of the dishes Izuku had planned to prepare, all of them had immediately came to the silent agreement that they too will stretch the rules a bit and add their own spin to the recipes they had chosen upon, like extra seasoning or a more throughout preparation of the base ingredients. Or in the case of Minato and Kurwa, making the rice flour themselves to add extra flavoring to it. I am almost there, just 20 more minutes and my stew will be ready, Sasaki declared after giving a new taste test to his dish. By the looks of it, Chef Izuku's Rogan Josh too is almost ready. Minato answered. We'll go as planned then. As soon as one of us is ready they will deliver the dish to the judges. The others in the meantime will continue working. Luckily, contrary to us, Midoriya will have to stop cooking to deliver his own dish. And what about Monoi? Crust. Screw her, she called my Inoshiki Academy a cesspool. She's on her own. Yamato answered, not even sparing a glance at the depressed blonde woman behind her. Monoi had long since brought her egg to the judges that simply swallowed it and declared it to be well cooked and kind of tasty. There wasn't much else to say about a simple boiled egg with some salt and pepper on it. I saw the boy bring out some small ingots of white chocolate. What do you think will he do with dash swoosh? Wow. Kuwa's glasses slipped down his nose a little as he and the others watched with wide eyes the young chef move his knife fast enough to disappear from view and attack the dozen small blocks of hardened white chocolate to produce tiny female busts a couple inches tall, although none of them could see how detailed those actually were from their workstations. Sheet. At the same time, Yamato gave a soft shriek as she almost made her half-done tower of cream puffs collapse due to the distraction. He seemed slower on video. Shut up, Sasaki. With Izuku. Sometime later, how's it going? Momo asked, nearing the young chef workstation circle. Kind of hectic, but nothing I can't manage. How about you? Must be pretty boring to sit there for 2 hours, he answered, giving a last stir to the Rogan Josh stew and lowering the flame a bit to let it simmer. I guess it is what the audience of a cooking show goes through compared to who sees the edited version back home. But it's not so bad considering the amazing sense we are bombarded with. Ochako answered with a small smile. I made a bit more than necessary, actually. You can have a taste too if you want. As a way to thank you all for coming. Izuku admitted, sheepish. For me too. Rumi asked, unsure, and stoically ignoring the glare the other two girls sent her way. Of course, he answered, smiling brightly. Thank you, she muttered. Why did you make this a 5v1? Momo asked. Like this, in a little more than 4 hours we will be done. Both me and them are busy people and I did not want to take too much time from their schedules. I already left things half ready back in my restaurant, so once done here I will be free to get ready for dinner hour with no problems. Hopefully. He answered. It's a risky maneuver, she replied, worried. I know, but I needed a bold move to finally impose myself as a difficult target. Even though now I see how Yamato-san has changed her mind about me, at the time I came up with this plan, I still thought she hated my guts. Izuku admitted, sighing. And now? Ochako asked. Maybe she just sees me as a rival now. Somebody to surpass, but in the proper way. I don't know, I never asked for this, I just want to manage my restaurant. He said. I really hope so, the girl answered. Anything ready to be served? Rumi asked, trying to change the topic once seeing him develop a slightly depressed look. 3 things actually. The Rogan Josh, the Emperor Herbal Chicken and the Beggar's Duck, with the latter 2 needing just another 40 minutes to be done. He answered. 40 minutes? The bunny girl asked. Both Minato-san and Kuwa-san took their time to make the rice flour themselves, just so as to adjust the taste to what they needed. That needs a bit over 2 hours to be done. Adding that to the normal preparation time for their dishes to be ready, they will need around 2 hours and 30 minutes to be done. They will actually finish 5 to 10 minutes before me. Luckily the challenge is about the final product, not speed. Izuku answered, sighing, unknowingly surprising the 2 teachers in question with his near-exact guessing of their dishes' time of preparation. Really? What now? Rumi asked. It's okay. It's not really a problem, like that the judges will have enough time to taste the teacher's dishes without rush and then cleanse their palate a little, that way the taste of those dishes won't interfere with mine. Izuku answered, flashing her a reassuring smile. That's a relief. You done? Momo hissed with narrowed eyes. I kissed him, Yaoyorozu. Deal with it. I am your rival, I am not going anywhere until he drops you and chooses me. Please don't argue, I am not worth it. The young chef commented, unfazed, while turning off the stove under his stew. I beg to differ, Aizu. Momo answered, arms crossed and glare directed straight at Rumi. Had you not been worth the effort, I assure you we wouldn't be doing this, Rumi added, unaware that she had to look slightly upward to meet the eyes of the other girl. Help me, Ochako-chan. Izuku asked with a tired sigh and his hands moving fast to prepare the various portions of Rogan Josh for the judges and his friends and family. Sorry boss, besides taking the plates back to the seats, I can't help you this time, Ochako answered, smiling weakly. Rogan Josh stew. Why me? The young man muttered, leaving behind the war of glares to join Professor Sasaki at the judges' table. Amazing, Professor. That really tasted like something straight out of my mother's kitchen. It felt homely, informal and very familiar. It actually had the taste of a mother's cooking. Mako admitted, impressed. Oh, thank you. I must admit my beloved mother used this recipe to bribe me into behaving. So in a sense I acted out mostly to eat it as much as possible, and once grown up she never stopped reminding me of that. The old man answered, laughing amused at the memories. She sounds like an amazing woman, Izuku admitted, distributing a plate for each king and one for Sasaki himself, while behind him Ochako, Rumi and Momo brought the other plates to his parents and the others. Nothing for you, the old man asked her. Too nervous. And not enough time. I need to get back soon to check on the herbal chicken. Izuku answered, chuckling. Just go then, we will vote once done tasting every dish. Red for you, blue for each professor. Sadao answered. Thank you. Not waiting for another second, Izuku sprinted away to check on the two dishes that were the closest to be ready. In the meantime, both judges and Sasaki had started tasting the young man's creation and growing pleasantly surprised at the divine taste. I'll be damned, this lamb is melting in my mouth. So soft. The teacher admitted. He had marinated the lamb meat in yogurt to make it softer, and added a touch of cream to the sauce that has actually rounded the edge of the skis he used. The curry and the chili are in perfect balance too. The new king said in awe. Told you. That BSD is a monster, Michiko answered with a loud sigh. He actually used real Kashmiri dry red chilies to make it. He has hidden skis jars in his coat again. He knew that had he asked for those to us we would have tried guessing his recipe. Mako said, laughing. Cardamom, cloves, bay, onion, peppercorns, coriander, cumin. So young and yet so skilled he managed to mix this many tastes and keep them in balance. For you boy. Sasaki, having used his quirk to analyze in detail every taste individually, muttered while looking at Izuku in confusion. Inko and company. Seats, Jesus, this is amazing, Miss Uraraka said in between mouthfuls. Mom, I have a staff discount. You and Dad can come eat where I work whenever you want, you know. Ochako answered. I forgot about that, we'll come visit then. I want to taste something carrot-based. I bet he can make a carrot cake to orgasm over, Rumi muttered. Cooking challenge time. 3 hours. With Izu the herbal chicken was ready, so were the siapayos, and when the big bamboo canister of the steamer had been finally opened Izuku's dish showered the entire gym in the gentle scent of steamed meat accompanied by the faint undertone of the dried herbs and skis the chicken had been filled with together with the Chinese wine that had been lightly drizzled on the meat mid-cooking. A scent both spicy and sweet, yet mellow and aromatic. The meat was still rosy in color and even by look alone one could tell it was a very delicate dish as the meat came off from the bones with zero effort. Emperor herbal chicken. It is said that a Chinese emperor in ancient times used to eat that constantly to stay healthy. Each herb or spice that boy used actually has medicinal properties. Yamato muttered with narrowed eyes. Her dessert was still in the fridge ready to be taken out. Red dates replenish the BLD, wolfberries help to promote clear eyesight, Tungshan promotes salivation, aids ingestion and counters extreme mental and physical fatigue, and so on with every ingredient. It's basically Chinese medicine made into a gourmet dish, and he pulled it off the proper way without using store-bought ingredients. Kua answered, fixing his glasses. I am ready. Minato asked, having finished plating his dish. Go then, they already evaluated my dish. Once done with his chicken, it will be your turn, he answered. The salt-fried duck, and in answer a blur ran past the teacher's stations as Izuku flew back to his area to prepare yet another dish, and gained some friendly chuckles from the audience at his adorable worried expression. Judge's table, and this is healthy. I can go on a diet if it is all like this. Toshio admitted while giving a big bite to the siapeo. then to the chicken leg he had been given, and then taking a spoonful of broth in his mouth and chewing everything together in a single giant mouthful. Calling this healthy is a stretch, but hell will freeze over the day you go on a diet. Sadao answered, still with her mouth full. Oh, take a room you two. Let me eat in peace. Michiko growled, annoyed. This is too good, the new king muttered, shocked. Not surprising, he is my rival after all. Mako answered, smirking. He is. Pretty much, but it's just a matter of time before I surpass him. Unlikely? Toshio commented. Shut up. Once done polishing their plates, and washing their mouth a bit to reset their palate, they welcomed Minato's dish with a wide smile thanks to its cute appearance. Up for something sweeter, the man asked, smiling. I am always up for some sweets. Michiko admitted with gleaming eyes. Good to hear. What did the police say? Community service then? He asked. Yes. Assault is a heavy crime, but since he did not press charges and I did not actually manage to lie a finger or tentacle on him, the judge was a bit more lenient. I will have to do community service and take anger management classes, along with visiting a counselor. I am just happy I am still a student here, and I was told I can only thank you for that, Mr. Minato. She answered, sighing. You have a great talent, Michiko, and I did not want to see it go to waste yet, so I talked my mother into giving you a last chance. Don't waste it, he answered. I won't, sir. You won't feel obliged to vote unfairly, yes? Minato then asked. No, I am a chef, we have dignity. So I will give my vote in total fairness. Michiko answered, eyes ablaze. Well said, he answered with a thumbs up, Mr. Minato, these buns are amazing. So sweet and soft. Sadao declared in amazement. DMN fragrant too. And the filling is so tasty. Toshio admitted, shamelessly talking with his mouth full. I followed the original recipe. I was tutored night and day to make them properly under threat of bodily harm, so please, tell your teachers I did a good job or they will beat me up. Minato answered, making them laugh by casting a worried look towards the other teachers watching the challenge. Will do, sir. Mako promised, chuckling. Under the sound of Izuku's mallet breaking the clay shell hiding inside his salt-fried duck, both Minato and the judges fell immediately silent. They all knew that sound meant that it would be soon time for them to try the third plate of Izuku's insane menu. When the last brown giant leaf was carefully opened and the entire bundle unfolded, the stuffed duck resurfaced to proudly display its crispy brown skin shining slightly under the gym's lights thanks to its thin layer of grease. This smell is amazing. Mom, please, you are making a scene. Ochako groaned in shame at the half-num of her mother. You think you can ask him to make it again back home if we invite him for dinner? Ray whispered. Maybe if we make Momo ask, he will. Saito whispered back. You won't use me to get some salt-fried duck. Man up and ask him yourself. Momo countered, huffing. While this happened, Izuku had already divided the dish into equal portions, taking care of also distributing in a fair manner the duck's filling that had now taken a slightly gelatinous consistency. Ochako, please, he asked, sheepish. Coming, boss, the girl replied before moving to deliver the extra portions to her mother and the others. It's unfair that they get to taste everything he makes, a student in the back muttered, displeased. Apparently they are his parents, his fiancée and her parents, a friend and his waitress and her mother. They came all the way here to cheer for him, it's only fair. The girl's friend answered. I still want to try that too, the other replied, huffing annoyed. Judge's table, the heat from the salt seeped deep inside the meat still no matter the leaves and the clay encasing it, and the clay itself gave to the meat's flavor a faint earthen note that goes amazingly well with the filling, Toshio said, having the deepest expertise in meat dishes among the kings. That is normal. The lotus leaves are mostly there to separate the meat from the clay, not to insulate it from the heat. Also, if properly bathed they also add flavor to the duck other than helping manage the temperature. But you changed the recipe a little, didn't you? Minato explained. Busted, I added a tiny amount of honey to the mixture I used to season the ducks inside, only a tiny bit, but it helped make the meat just a tad softer and added a bit of sweet smoothness to the overall flavor. I am impressed you noticed. Izuku admitted, smirking. In fact, the duck, other than being flavorful, possessed a delicate, springy meat hidden under the crispy skin. It was pleasantly spicy and felt smooth like silk inside the mouth. The pork filling instead was buttery soft, and the jelly-like sauce around that meat melted back into a thick liquid once swallowed, giving the impression the judges and the others were actually eating a very thick, delicious soup, something Mako found mildly infuriating as it was yet another dish of his she felt the need to match and surpass to protect her pride as Soup King. Impressive. Hey, if something does not work in your own restaurant, wanna come work in mine? Minato asked. Minato. Yamato was heard screaming in shock, an expression mimicked perfectly by whoever managed to hear. I am honored you offered that, even just as a joke dash. It's not a joke, Minato said, dropping his friendly smile in favor of a more solemn expression. Then I am even more touched, but I have to refuse, Izuku answered, once again causing a new round of shocked gasps to resound in the gym. My restaurant is and forever will be the green cloud. I want to show the world that I can make it to the top even without a quirk or a famous name backing me up, to say I did it, to whoever doubted I could achieve anything. But thank you all the same for the offer, the young man said with a deep bow, and then returned swiftly to his workstation's circle to finish cooking. Too bad, but I am not backing down, Minato muttered with a devious, and yet still friendly, smile. Host, you gave me a chance, system. You offered me the occasion to chase my new dream when everybody else tried to smash it, and I am not ungrateful. I will return the favor by becoming the best god of cooking I can be. It will be my way to thank you for saving me from losing yet another dream. Izuku answered. Well said, host. The role of the god of cooking is more meaningful than the position as a sous chef of a random restaurant, and the system knows the host will fulfill the role perfectly. The entity answered, still monotonous, and yet Izuku could swear there was some tiny spark of gratitude buried deep. Almost done. Surprisingly, the next to move near Izuku's side of the gym was Yamato herself. 40 more minutes and the pot-au-feu will be ready. Shall we go through our carving challenge in the meantime? He answered once checked the state of his boiling dish. May as well. Why go through with it? The Monoi had clearly done enough to be disqualified. She chose to boil a mere egg and tried threatening the judges. You could have easily such dishes for something way simpler and still won. Why doing this instead? The old woman asked, curious. Can I be honest? Izuku asked. I am listening. Yamato muttered while leaning closer. It is all to send a message to whoever still believes I am easily bullied, to show that I will always fight back and never take everything lying down. And also, I had already chosen to make this dish. I promised the ingredients I would have prepared them this way and didn't want to disappoint them. You didn't want to disappoint the ingredients? Yamato asked, confused. Yes, believe it or not, I would have never heard the end of it, he answered, smiling. If you are so sure. Let's prepare our dessert in the meantime. You still have to cook the baked Alaska's meringue top. It's okay, if you take yours out of the fridge now, by the time I am done, your croquembouche will be ready to be served as well. Well said, get to work then. Contrary to my colleagues, I did decide to take this challenge seriously. It's a pity that even with video proof, they underestimated you. The old woman answered, walking back to her fridge. It's hard to gauge somebody's skills on video without tasting. I can't blame them. Especially since I did cheat a little by downplaying the difficulty of my chosen dishes. Or stretching the meaning of frying. But come on, I too can be a bit mean once or twice, Izuku muttered, cheeks reddening a bit. His embarrassment though lasted very little as soon as his mind focused on the new task that was giving the finishing touch to his baked Alaska. He had in fact rapidly took them out from the fridge together with a special alcoholic mixture with a faint orange flavor he used to gently cover the meringue top of the numerous small desserts he had prepared using a very soft brush. In front of him now stood his small desserts, one for each judge, Yamato herself and his friends, ready to be decorated. The oven is hot enough. 10 minutes should be enough. Izuku muttered as he moved the small domes of meringue inside the thing to bask in the angry red light of the heat. 10 minutes. Just enough for me as well, Yamato answered while pulling out of the fridge the small pyramid of cream puffs encased in white chocolate. Each sphere had been engraved by hand to have 4 stylized pictures of Mary holding baby Jesus in her arms with a very minimalist style, even if Mary's dress still presented few lines representing her clothing. The chocolate itself was perfectly smooth and had a faint shine to it, giving to the spheres the appearance of smooth ball of precious stone. Wow. Rector Yamato has not lost her touch, Mako admitted in worshipful awe, once received a few spheres of her portion. It's all about experience, Ishikami-san. All the years I spent in the kitchen were to better myself, Yamato answered, proud. Do you mind if your friends try this too? I actually made more than enough, she then asked. Oh, go ahead. Izuku, eyes glued to the glass panel of the oven, answered. He keeps opening the thing to move the desserts in there. I wonder what he is doing. Michiko, the sweet enthusiast of the 5, wondered aloud. Thank you, madam, Saito said with a grateful tone once received his portion from Yamato. Think nothing of it, it's part of my apology for the idiocies spouted by one of my teachers. If you really want to take her to court, count me in as a witness, she answered. Will do, thank you, he answered, grateful, while the others already moved to attack their cream puffs. Crunch. Oh my! Inko gasped in amazement. The chocolate casing, while fairly thick, still broke apart easily, and the homemade white chocolate held a very rich taste of fresh milk, with a very faint buttery tone, and not overly sweet like the cheap one found in stores. The puff itself too was good, with a slight vanilla aftertaste, but the real star was the custard cream itself. Sweet, fluffy, smooth like nothing the tasters had ever felt before, and still proudly displaying a tiny part of the taste of the fresh eggs used to make it. In short, the cream puffs looked gorgeous and tasted amazing. This is one hell of a contender. Madame Yamato really did give her all for this. Michiko admitted. Rector Yamato made this to fight him. Wow, the new king muttered in awe, looking at both the old woman and Izuku with eyes full of amazement. They liked it. It's your turn now, Yamato said with a mischievous smile and a thumbs up. Fingers crossed. Izuku answered as he finally took out of the oven the small domes of baked Alaska he made. And both the audience in the gym and the ones following the live stream, and the guys from I-Island, grew slack-jawed at what they saw. The browning of the meringue had clearly followed the pattern the young chef planned for. The folds were slightly darker than the meringue under them, and when Izuku uncovered what he had sculptured the ingots of white chocolate into, their shock grew tenfold. Baked Alaska miladies, the name was literal. He had sculptured by hand each ingot so to give it the look of a woman's bust wearing an intricate dress, and when he put each and every bust on top of its respective dome, the folds of the meringue became the folds of the women's dress. Both dress and hairstyle of each milady held a level of detail one could only describe as insane, especially considering how fast he had been at actually carving them. Even declaring all of that impossible didn't fully make it justice. Only a chef from another world could actually achieve that. Perfect, just a bit of perfume, and the miladies will be ready for their debut, Izuku muttered, peeling an orange at lightning speed and gently squeezing the peel to drip some aromatic oil on top of the meringue, and the last vestiges of heat from it helped that oil release a faint and very pleasant citrusy aroma. Yamato accepted her own baked Alaska in stricken silence, and her brain had categorically refused to admit that the dessert she was about to eat had her face carved on it with way too many details, like the crow's feet at the eyes. It was simply too absurd to be real. You know, it turns out I would look nice in a Victorian dress, Toshio was heard saying with a weak laugh once seen his own face on the body of the milady in his plate. He used a 3D printer to make this, right? Michiko, ready to burst to tears out of broken pâtissier pride, asked. No, he made it all by hand, Mako answered, unsure. Bubuhu, the awful wailing of the Desert King did wait long to come and echo loudly in the entire gym. The inside is also amazing, checkered to perfection. Each cube of ice cream too has been cut with maniacal precision. Does he suffer from OCD? Sadao once took a slice off her portion to check the inside. Easy to say, beside the outrageous carving involved, the taste too was amazing. The ice cream Izuku had personally made and brought along fully displayed his talent as well. The vanilla ice cream was amazingly delicate in taste and fluffy, The strawberry ice cream was so fresh you could almost tell apart each and every strawberry that had been used, as if eating them straight from the plant. The chocolate ice cream was dark and intense, counterbalancing the sweet taste of the strawberries, while the hazelnut ice cream instead perfectly framed the vanilla one without overpowering it. It was clear, in a frightening way, that Izuku had even studied the position of each cube of ice cream so as to pair the flavor in a positive manner. Rei-san. Yes, Miss Uraraka. Rei answered. You say he gives you cooking lessons for free. Can I join? She asked. I don't think he will mind, but we better ask, just in case. Thank you. When the time came for the poto food to be served, Monoi accepted her portion with hatred shining in her eyes, but before she could try anything with her quirk, she possessed a second set of arms sprouting from her hips with the 2 extra hands also possessing creepily long fingers. Whitey appeared behind her to grab her shoulder as a silent threat. This is a small glimpse of my abilities. Never again try to make a joke of a cooking competition. Food is sacred, and a chef pride is essential. You spat on both with your attitude and should be ashamed of yourself, Izuku muttered harshly once left her a plate. Monoi's anger evaporated as soon as she tried it. The meat was simply divine, a texture she had never felt before, and a taste that seemed not of this world as no matter how many times she chewed, the meat's taste did not diminish by an iota. Spicy, tender, somber, a taste that encompassed her very soul, and she had to stop herself from trying to eat the bones in her plate as well together with the marrow inside them. The vegetables too had been cooked to the point they offered very little resistance to the bite without losing a bit of their fresh taste, but the meat, that was the jewel of the entire dish. Something she recognizes she will never be able to match. Thump. With a soft sound Monoi's legs gave in under her and she fell on her knees. Her face was pale and her eyes unblinking. She just looked at Izuku as if he was an eldritch abomination. "W, who are you?" she asked with a whisper of voice. "Me. I am Izuku Midoriya. But for you, I am the king of chefs." He answered, back straight and head held high, and for an instant Monoi caught a glimpse of what he meant with that answer. A towering figure, an unreachable chef at the very peak of the world of cooking, able to look down on the rest of them. She saw Zaus, and she saw the bottomless depths of his talent. Only Setsuno could surpass and only Komatsu could match, and she grew afraid. Simply amazing. We tasted food of a quality we all didn't know was possible, but it is now time to vote. I will call each name separately and we will cast our vote, red for Midoriya and blue for each professor. Are the contestants ready? Mako asked. We are ready, they all answered, except Monoi. She was still looking at Izuku in fear. Good. For the stewing challenge between Midoriya and Professor Sasaki, Mako asked. 4 red-colored discs and 1 blue were lifted, with Michiko being the only one voting for Sasaki. Oh dear, looks like I lost. Ho. I hope we will have a rematch someday. The old man answered with an amused laugh. Whenever you want, Mr. Sasaki. Izuku answered, shaking the man's hand. We have cast our vote. The winner for the stewing challenge is Chef Midoriya. Mako declared, and while his friends and the audience roared in amazement, in UA University present mic scream of anguish exploded the windows and deafened students and teachers alike, since that first victory meant the pro hero lost the ongoing bet on the results. Both his savings and his next paycheck will thus go straight into the pockets of somebody else. Next is the steaming challenge. Who won between Chef Midoriya and Professor Kurwa? Mako then asked, making the audience there and watching the stream observe the king's discussion with bated breath. 5 red discs rose next, and the people watching roared again in awe. A total defeat. I am ashamed but not surprised. Kurwa answered with a chuckle, and shaking Izuku's hand with not a trace of anger to be seen on his serene expression. Sorry. Izuku answered, sheepish. Don't be, that herbal chicken was a work of art, I liked it. Glad to hear that. Another victory for Chef Midoriya. An applause for the amazing show of sportsmanship both Professor Sasaki and Professor Kurwa showed us. Mako said, and the 2 teachers actually did look a bit flustered at the loud praise and applause of their students. Next will be the frying challenge. Mr. Minato versus Chef Midoriya, please cast your votes, fellow judges. Once again the five spent several minutes whispering and arguing between themselves before giving their score. 4 red and 1 blue, this time it was Sadao to vote against Izuku. In my defense, it was not specified what kind of frying was permitted and what wasn't. Minato answered, laughing thunderously, and giving Izuku a friendly fist bump and a high five on the notes of the audience applause. We are 3 on 5, nice results, Chef Izuku. What about the boiling challenge? Mako asked next. And you need to ask. It was a boiled egg against the best boiled meat I have ever tasted in my life. Toshio answered, scoffing, and without even a second of thought, 5 red discs rose in the air to declare another absolute win for Izuku. Your life is over, Monoi. And you won't even have some good memories to fall back onto. You brought this on yourself. Yamato muttered, making the former teacher of Inoshiki burst into a loud, desperate crying fit. Another win. Only our beloved rector remains. Madam Yamato for the carving challenge. It's time to vote. The Soup King declared with a loud scream. The audience was more than ready to answer in kind. This time it took way longer for the 5 kings to reach an agreement, but still, 4 red discs went up, with the girl taking the place of Takeo being the only one voting for Yamato, and the gym seemed about to explode with how loud the audience cheered. The audience chanted over and over as they watched the teachers and Yamato deliver their knives to the young chef one by one. I hope you realize this doesn't mean I won't come back for a rematch, Yamato said with a small smile. I will be waiting, Yamato-san. Izuku answered, smiling wide. Izuku, when the old woman moved close enough to whisper in his ear, though, his smile dropped instantly. Samui is a very vindictive and dangerous man. His sense of pride is his biggest weakness. I helped along due to my past for him, but even then I soon learned what I was doing was wrong. The others won't care. Instead, they will come. She whispered. The others, he asked. The judges that were there that day in the park. They are chefs and food critics, yes, but we all also used to be a tight group of friends. Problem is, contrary to me, now Samui has leverage on them that will force them to do his bidding and get revenge on you. Very dirty leverage. You must be careful, they will come after you soon. Yamato warned him. Thank you. They will find me ready, Izuku answered, grateful. I hope it will be enough. Unfortunately, I fear I won't be able to have them see reason, as I suspect the skeletons Samui discovered in their closets are way too dangerous to bring to light for them to be talked into backing down. I can only give you a heads up when one of them will start to move, so as to give you enough time to prepare. The old woman offered, grimacing. Are you sure you can risk it? Izuku asked, worried. Between them all, I am the only one without dirty secrets, and my own reputation is solid enough even Samui won't be able to attack it. I'll be fine, promise. She answered, showing him an encouraging smile. Okay, thank you for telling me. Izuku answered, shaking the woman's hand. When everything was said and done, 5 knives joined the ones of the 5 kings inside the wooden cabinet Whitey then strapped to his back, and accompanied by his friends and family, and the last applause of the audience, Izuku and company made their way back to Green Cloud Restaurant for a celebratory party between them all while everybody else celebrated as well in their own way. Talent, find me a table in that restaurant. I want to talk to that boy in person. Yes, sir. This won't end well, Hisashi's boss muttered with a sigh of dismay. UA University, 20, 30, 40, 50, Aizawa was heard counting bills after bills aloud with a wide smile on his face. I'll buy those shoes I saw yesterday, then those fancy glasses. And then I will visit the S. Nemuri in the meantime started organizing her next expenses after finishing collecting the money of her colleagues. My paycheck. My savings. The money for my new bike. Ooh. Mike instead kept crying and wailing like an angry ghost while on all fours. There goes the money for the new leather seats of my car. Toshinori just gave a defeated sigh once seen Aizawa tearing off the money in his hands to add them to the pile. I knew I should have not followed your example and just bet by myself. Night, I muttered with a frown. A similar scene was taking place between the students of Class 1A and pretty much everybody else in the university. Easiest money of my life. Mina declared with a wide smile, There were fat stacks of bills overflowing her pockets, sprouting from her cleavage and the sides of her school skirt, and few bills even peeked out from her wild hair. She had seemingly stuffed her clothes in money. "Remember to set aside Yamamo's part and Ochako," Toru said while still counting her own big stack of money. Of course. Of course. I am going to have Boss Izuku's name engraved on my new guitar, as an homage to who made it possible for me to buy a new one," Jiro declared with a bit of a cackle. "This greed is unbecoming of future heroes," Tenya said, frowning. "Here is your part, Tenya-chan." In answer, Tsuyu delivered him what looked like several thousands of yen divided into various high stacks of bills tied together with RBB bands. "I will let it slide this time," the bespectacled boy conceded while rapidly pocketing the small fortune. But not everybody was rejoicing from Izuku's victory. With Manoi apartment complex, later that night, the woman had finally entered her place after several long hours spent with Sato's lawyers, and those had apparently joined forces with Inoshiki's own legal team to eat the former teacher alive, leaving no dirty detail untouched and painting Manoi's future of misery following the lawsuit they slapped her with sadistic glee. If she actually managed to avoid prison after the trial, her life and career as a chef was still over and done. "I just want to go to bed and sleep forever," she muttered with a tone of desperation. "Not before your punishment," a monotonous and slightly metallic voice echoed in her apartment. "Who's there?" Manoi shrieked. "You tried to cheat and ruin the fairness of the challenge the system had set for the host. This meddling shall not be forgiven," the system replied. "System? What are you blabbering about?" Manoi asked, still looking around wildly. Never before has a challenge been put in danger by somebody moving behind the scenes to actively sabotage the results. You have committed a cardinal sin that put at risk the ascension of the host to the echelon of god of cooking, and this warrants the harshest punishment, the entity said, and immediately a splitting headache forced Manoi to double over in agony. It was after the first bout of pain that the woman saw something resembling pale smoke leave her body. What are you doing?" The system would have accepted you manipulating the choice of dishes and ingredients in your favor, would have accepted you sabotaging the instrumentation given to the host and even forcing the host to use subpar ingredients. But the system won't accept the insult of minor characters like you cheating with drags or trying to threaten judges into voting for them. You tried to manipulate the ones called to judge your dishes to vote in your favor and even pretended to win with a mere boiled egg. For your insolence, the system decided to bestow on you the worst curse. You will be stripped of your ability to cook and of the ability to taste. Forever. The system answered, mercilessly. "Oh!" The scream of anguish that tore its way out of Manoi's mouth scared to near death whoever heard her, and the next day, when somebody finally came to check on her, they will find the woman lying in fetal position crying hysterically and surrounded by ruined food from failed cooking attempts, and no matter how much she wanted to, she was also unable to tell them about the system as part of her curse. At the same time, at the opposite side of the city, Shigaraki had just finished disintegrating yet another stray dog, leaving behind barely a handful of ashes, but his sense of hatred had not diminished at all. "It's not the same thing. I want to kill the real deal. That fleabag and his shitty owner," the young man muttered with a dark, unhinged tone as mental pictures of Blackie and Green Cloud Restaurant filled his head, fueling even more his thirst for revenge. But Izuku was unaware of all this. He was too occupied being giddy at the unlocking of the new bone-made kitchen knife as promised by the system for defeating the guise of Inoshiki, the so-called Silver Sea Dragon kitchen knife, and the young chef was eager to train in using such a divine knife for his future dishes. That and that special cabinet where time moves faster. The sun had just begun peeking over the horizon when Izuku's eyes snapped open. He turned off his alarm clock and after a long shower he went down the stairs connecting his apartment to the restaurant under it. "Good morning, Whitey," the young chef said, yawning, while giving a friendly pat to the robot's soft round belly. The tall robot simply scratched the shining dome of his round head with his big hand and gave a small nod. "Ah. I would have never thought I would ever enjoy waking at dawn," he muttered with a chuckle. "Host Izuku, today you will meet other candidates for the DLVRY service. You still need to find one candidate for the lunch hour and one for the dinner hour, You have until before today's closing hour to find them for the abrupt mission to be considered a success. Mission: find 4 worthy candidates to start your DLVRY service. 2 for lunch hour and 2 for dinner, reward for completion. Unlocking of the utility dish, Berserker Burger and the ingredient Meteor Garlic. Host should also remember that candidates with an aptitude level for this job inferior to 95% won't be accepted as worthy members of the DLVRY staff. The system declared. Meteor Garlic. And I can have it either already ready for use or just raw for me to prepare. Izuku asked with wide eyes. He was so surprised he almost dropped the bulky, heavy knife he normally used for training, one so heavy even he had trouble lifting it. As always, host, please remember that there will be a small fee to pay should you longing the selected ingredient to be already prepared by the system. In the case of Meteor Garlic, asking for it already without its outer shell will cost you 1,000 yen. The system answered. As always, that option will be left for cases of emergency, Izuku muttered with a grimace. I forgot to ask. What is a utility dish? Since the host has shown his heroic spirit by saving all might and his pride as a chef by defeating the best Inoshiki Academy had to offer, the Chiro'd subroutine has been unlocked. Host will be now permitted to utilize recipes offered by the system to create dishes with special effects. These dishes won't be added to the menu. Berserker Burger, a burger created with ingredients rich in life energy and fighting spirit. It will increase the customer's fighting power up to 10 times. Compatible with quirks too. Side effects: the customer will lose half their fighting power for 24 hours. Compatible ingredients: Berserker Bear meat, Jewel meat, King Python meat, Scorpiodal meat. Should the host utilize Meteor Garlic to prepare it, the effects of the dish will be tripled, but the customer will lose consciousness to recover their strength for 24 hours as a side effect. Utility dishes. If I use them, I will bring even more attention onto myself than what I am already getting. Izuku muttered. Host, you are walking the path of the god of cooking. You cannot limit yourself for fear of the people of this world. I wish I had your optimism, the young man answered with a sigh. With that said, he just fell into silence and simply went through his training regimen for the day, using that giant, ridiculously heavy butcher knife to cut tomatoes into hair-thin slices without squishing them, and by the looks of them, that day he was expected to cut over 100 of them in under an hour and then worry about the breakfast service. 1 hour later, here it is. Caramel cappuccino and a honey-filled croissant. Izuku said once delivered a customer his order. Thank you. The short woman with red hair answered, happy. Much appreciated, my boy. The old man with her added. Guys, just hurry up before some pro hero shows up. Izuku answered. Please don't rat us out, Chef Izuku. The young woman begged with a low voice and a weak smile. Miss La Brava, I understand why you and Mr. Gentle do what you do. But there are better ways to do it than vigilantism. He answered, sighing. Things are a bit more complex than us simply not trying, Gentle answered, grimacing. We did try to do it properly, I swear. La Brava added with a whisper. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, do try to get a license or something. I know you have good intentions, but the people in charge clearly don't like you doing things your way. I've lost count of how many times you or Pop Step have come here to hide. You and her just need some polishing. You are not as bad as many other vigilantes. Izuku begged. Boss Iken, I really wish things could be that easy. Gentle admitted with a sigh. I am just worried about you guys. You will always be welcomed here. I only wish the best for you. He answered. We'll be careful, promise? La Brava answered, showing him a reassuring smile and gently patting his hand. Okay. The chef conceded his defeat and walked away. We are trying, my boy. I swear we keep trying to have our chance, Gentle muttered with a sigh of defeat. Dling. Dling. The tiny bell on top of the door chimed lightly as the pro-hero Endeavor entered the restaurant, causing the 2 vigilantes in civilian attire to squeak in fear and keep their head low while having their breakfast. Yes. Who is it? Mr. Endeavor, good morning. Good morning, the pro-hero number 2 of Japan answered with a grunt, and glancing at the strange duo pressed against the wall in the far corner, he gave a shrug and took a table under one of the giant windows. The usual? Izuku asked. Yes. The cupcake too? The young chef asked with a tiny amused smile. Don't mock me, boy. Yes, the cupcake with pink strawberry frosting too. The pro muttered with a super low voice full of shame. I'll bring both to you immediately. And there is nothing shameful in liking strawberry-flavored sweets. They are feminine. Endeavor muttered. Debatable. They still taste good no matter the color. Bring me two. Please. Of course. Once the chef disappeared inside his kitchen, Enji gave a sigh and leaned slightly back on his seat, watching the people passing by in front of the window and sending a smug smirk to the ones he recognized as his fans every time they pointed at him in awe or waved at him in excitement. It was then that he saw an absurdly tall girl with a fox-like mutation quirk and her skin covered in greenish-blue fur stop in front of the door, her long ears folded back against her head in a show of discomfort. She was dressed in a green checkered shirt and skin-tight beige briefs. She was an absurdly tall girl, probably twice Enji's height if not more actually, and the pro hero was already pretty tall himself. With her there was a more normal-sized young man with his face adorned by numerous earrings and piercings and a short mohawk hairstyle dyed bright blue and dressed in leather from head to toe with under his jacket a pre-Quirk-era-style Sonic the Hedgehog shirt showing the game's mascot giving a V sign, salute to whoever looked at the thing. The giant girl was hesitating in front of the door, as if ready to have a panic attack. Want me to get in for us both? The punk young man asked with a surprisingly gentle voice for somebody with a look like his. Thank you, the girl answered with a shy whisper. But, wait here baby. Big brother Zoom has got this in the bag. The guy replied with a cocky attitude that somehow made her chuckle. Thanks. Dling. Dling. Truth be told, the guy's smug look dropped as soon as he actually got inside, meaning that he was indeed acting tough to cheer the girl up a little. In truth he himself was clearly just as nervous as she was. Good morning. Izuku was fast in welcoming the new arrival, all the while carrying in his hands a small tray with Enji's breakfast on it, and as always the scent of his freshly made coffee mixture managed to take off some edge from the dour man's everlasting foul mood. Finally, Endeavor half-grunted in answer once delivered his order. By now Izuku knew that was the man's version of the comments thank you. At least when it came to the young chef, so he paid it no mind and just addressed the new arrival. How can I help you? He asked. Hi. I saw that AD in the newspaper, about you looking for somebody to take care of Dio. The young man said with a nervous smile. Yes. Are you here for the job? Yes. Sonoda IGA, nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. A pleasure to meet you, and thank you for coming here for the job, but you do know I am quirkless, right? Izuku said slowly. Now the leather-dressed guy knew he was treading on thin ice as Enji had immediately stopped drinking his coffee to look straight at him in the eyes, and the two strange guys in the far back too were probably looking at him with the corner of their eyes, if the cold feeling traveling up his back was anything to go by. I fail to see what this has to do with the job. Is this a test? The guy asked, gulping. Oh no. It's just that the last guy that came for the AD stormed off once he learned that. I just wanted to make it clear immediately so we both won't waste time. I almost added that in the AD too, to be honest. Izuku answered, shrugging. That's no problem then, I am not that sort of guy. He answered, finally relaxing a bit, and secretly happy to see the customers return to mind their own businesses. They really love their restaurants here, the guy thought in wonder. Nice to hear. The thing is very simple. I need somebody open to take care of deliveries for either the lunch or dinner hour, working hours and the pay are as I listed in the AD. If you have any doubts don't be afraid to ask. I need somebody quick and professional in deliveries though, so either with flying or speed-related quirks or a scooter at the very least, and good manners of course. Izuku answered. My mom did not raise a hooligan, sir. And I do have a speed quirk. I have literal wheels under the soles of my feet, the guy answered. What are they made of? Izuku asked with starry eyes. Hardened bone covered with a thick layer of enamel. As long as I keep a calcium-rich diet, they regenerate very fast. I am a fan of both Pro Heroes Ingenium and Speed Limit. And Sonic of course. I will be known as the Pro Hero Zoom one day, so trust me when I say that with me you will have the fastest deliveries in the entire city. He answered, puffing out his chest, something that made Izuku chuckle amused. Proud to meet a pro in the making then. Which shift are you applying for? Izuku asked. I would prefer the dinner hour. I am already under apprenticeship with a hero agency and they did argue a bit when I asked if I could take this job, or at least they did until I told them you were the author of the AD. Zoom answered. Really? Which agency are you working with? Speed limits, why? Ooh, I see. Akane-san may have a soft spot for me and my orange-flavored cheesecake. That may be why she agreed to allow you to work here part-time. Do you want some of that to bring back to her as a bribe just to make sure she will let you work for me? Izuku asked with a mischievous smile. Orange-flavored cheesecake. You know her personally, the others shrieked in surprise. She is a regular. NG supplied from the sidelines. Then yes, please. Perfect. I would really love for you to start tomorrow. Is it a problem? Oh, already? I thought it would have been harder to get a job here. Why? My piercings, and the hair. He answered with a bitter tone. What about them? They always say that I look too scary, that I may scare customers, he admitted. Well, for what it's worth, I like them. Izuku admitted, smiling wide. Thanks. So I got the job. Zoom asked hopefully. System, making it seem like he was deep in thought, the young chef actually asked for confirmation to the entity itself. This young man, Sonoda, aka Zoom, has an aptitude of 95% for this job, making him just suitable enough to do his duty in a satisfactory manner and not bring shame to your restaurant host. If you want, you can hire him and he will be counted as the third candidate for the DLVRY staff quota for your mission. The system answered. So, ooh. I was kidding, you got the job no problem, I was just pulling your ear a little, the chef answered with a cheeky smirk. That's mean, boss. Sonoda answered with a whine. Sorry. I am just happy that thanks to you I managed to cover for the dinner hour DLVRY. Now I only need somebody for the lunch hour and I will be able to start the test run for the DLVRY service. Oh, I may have somebody for that. Sonoda said immediately. Really? Yeah, an old friend of mine, we went to the same middle school. Don't be fooled by her appearances, she is a huge softie. Literally. He answered, motioning to the girl outside to present herself, even if she had to get on all four to squeeze her head through the door to do so. Many young men did make some ruckus at the amazing sight of her pretty heart-shaped but sticking out from the restaurant, but those perverts are of no importance to the story, so they will be ignored. Ichai. My name is Ipan Josei, nice to meet you. The giant fox girl muttered. Nice to meet you, Ipan-chan. Are you here for the job too? Izuku, hiding his stricken expression, asked with a gentle tone. He may have a thing for tall girls, but Momo was still his number one, even if this young fox girl could probably cradle his entire body in the palm of her hands effortlessly, something that did make his heart race a little. Hua. I have moved here to be closer to my school, but I need a part-time job for some extra money. She answered. And you won't have a problem taking the lunch hour shift? Not really, I asked my teachers and they told me I could do it. I have my scooter for the deliveries, is it okay? She answered, unsure, while pointing to a custom-made scooter parked nearby and made for people her size, meaning the thing was actually bigger than a normal car. This hardworking girl has an aptitude of 98%. Please snatch her before another restaurant does, host. The scooter itself will be updated by the system to assure worthy performances as well. The system prompted immediately. Don't worry, it will be perfect, Ipan-chan. If you want, the job is yours. But you both will need to work hard. Izuku answered. Of course. Both answered at the same time, and their smiles simply lit up the room. Good. I will bring you your uniforms and a portion of cheesecake for Sonoda-kun to bring to Miss Akane, this time free of charge. Izuku answered. Thank you, boss. Zoom answered, looking ready to cry. Once sure Izuku was out of hearing distance, NG cleared his throat loudly enough to catch the duo's attention. You will soon learn that several pro heroes love this place. F up and they will skin you alive. I will look the other way when that happens, so don't beg for help. Endeavor delivered his short threat with an utterly casual tone before leaving the money of his bill to Whitey and bidding goodbye to the returning Izuku. Yes, sir. Both Sonoda and Ipan answered as one while paling considerably and scampering away fast to let the man all the space he wanted to exit the restaurant. Please ignore Enjisen, he has bad manners, but I believe that deep, very deep, inside, he is a good guy. And maybe one day he will actually act like one too, or at least like a decent human being. That's a big maybe, Boss Izuku. Sonoda answered, gladly accepting his Green Cloud restaurant brand jacket and the small package with the cake inside. Yours will be ready tomorrow instead, Ipan-chan, custom made for your size. Thank you, boss. Ipan answered, smiling a little. We'll be ready for tomorrow then. See you later, boss. Zoom asked. Bye, the young chef answered, waving both goodbye with a wide smile on his face. Congratulations to host Izuku for completing another mission of the system. Both rewards are now unlocked. The system alerted him with a victorious fanfare that made him chuckle. Thank God, I thought I would not manage this time, he admitted with a low voice and a sigh of relief as he returned inside his kitchen. Never doubt yourself, host. And since you have successfully unlocked the first utility dish, it means the host can take on the next dimensional travel ingredient hunt sooner than programmed. Tomorrow you will depart for another world and dash? No. What? The entity asked. I am not going. Tomorrow there will be the sport festival and I will be there to cheer for Momo and Ochako. Host, I will be there. End of story. I always go through your challenges and missions and whatnot without missing a bit, but this time we will do things my way. Postpone that mission. Host cannot dash, see if I can't instead, he roared back in answer. The host is supposed to go through tests and missions to better his skills. Well, the host has already decided he will. But the host won't put aside his loved ones just to appease his demanding sponsor that thinks I exist only to dance around following its tune. Izuku answered with a growl. Host Bufong was easier to manage. Busan maybe had nothing else to think about besides cooking, but I am a different person. I already was married to my job once, now I want to spare some of my time to spend it with my family and loved ones. Host risks being unable to asen, to hell with it then. Host is unaware of the power of the system. Ho-dash, bring it. The chef answered, unwavering, and looking upward in the hopes of meeting the eyes of the entity itself. There was a long silence after that, until the system finally spoke again. The system will compromise then, the entity said after a long pause. Yes. If host is adamant in having a personal life beside his training to become the god of cooking, then the system will relent and even help. But in exchange the host must double his efforts during morning and night training sessions. Did I ever strike you as a lazy guy? Izuku asked with crossed arms. No. The system only wants to make sure the host won't feel tempted to. The voice answered. Unlikely. Indeed. Saying that the young man brought the bill to La Brava and Gentle and watched them leave as cautiously as they could to not be recognized, thus leaving Izuku with a rare moment of peace he had not seen in a while recently. Host. Yes. The system has a question. Why show this determination now? And against the system. Because while I am grateful for everything you have done for me, I can't put my life aside and just blindly follow your every order. I promised Momo and Ochako I would have been there and I can't betray their trust in me. Does the host love them? The entity asked. A lot, system. The host still has to go through the mission the system has decided for him, so the system is offering an alternative. The host will go to another dimension tonight after closing hours instead of tomorrow at dawn. Thanks to the effects of the different flow of time in the other world, the host will be back by dawn following this world's time flow. This is the system's last offer, otherwise the departure will happen tomorrow morning as previously planned no matter the host's protests. Fair enough, I accept. Sorry for being so stubborn, but I decided it is finally my turn to be the spoiled one. I want the cake and to eat it too, no matter if I have to bake the bloody thing myself. Izuku declared. The system can accept this reasoning, as a future god of cooking bends to the whims of nobody, but only follows their ideals. But for future reference, the system is indeed open to dialogue if a properly made argument is presented to delay a mission. Host and system should not need to fall into quarreling since both want to achieve the same goal. The entity answered, sounding almost pleased. Of course, thank you, the young chef said with a wide smile. Very well. Host should remember that the system only wants to help the host to ascend, and doing so in the most optimized way, but any schedule can be adjusted if both parties involved are ready to collaborate and find a middle ground between their respective needs and requests. Glad to hear that. The feeling is mutual. Good. Sure, the system would also appreciate an apology for the previous outburst of the host. The system is not a tyrannical being bent on making the host dance to any tune whatsoever, and host cannot deny our partnership had always been one of mutual trust and camaraderie. But I am very sorry for snapping at you. I promise I will first try to talk things out with you before getting ready for a fight. Izuku said while rolling his eyes. The system only detected a level of honesty of 35% in that statement, but as the mature one between us, the apologies will still be accepted as valid. Whatever makes you sleep at night, KH. Izuku's mumbled answer went cut short by a flash of pain similar to a tiny and weak electric shock centered on his left butt cheek. Maturity. As if. The chef muttered in disdain, while returning to work in his kitchen while massaging his abused posterior still stinging a little from the childish attack of the entity. Later that night, after dinner hour, closing time, the restaurant was finally empty as the closing hour approached. In fact, not many people could be seen wandering the streets when night fell and the street lamps outside became the only source of light, but before Izuku could actually begin to close, a lone man entered. Good evening. It was a tall and lanky man with a long beak-like nose and wearing a clearly expensive striped suit. Good evening. Izuku answered with a polite bow. I hope it is not too late. I had to organize a sudden business meeting that ran way longer than anticipated and now I am starving. When I passed by here I remembered some rumors I heard about this small restaurant and decided it was high time I actually tried your dishes. Is it feasible? The man asked with a polite tone and friendly smile. It's okay. Just pick a table and I'll be with you in a moment, the chef answered, curious to see Blackie enter sooner than usual to sit under one of the trees in the far back. Post, the system warned him. Yes. Please make him sit under one of the trees, the entity requested. Oh, thank you, especially for going along with my little selfish request for dinner at this hour, the man said, his smile turning sheepish and embarrassed. I can't say no to an empty stomach. Please do sit at one of the tables under the trees. They have been cleaned already compared to the others. Izuku offered. Thank you, I'll just have some steak, Argentinian, well done. Of course. Izuku answered, leaving for the kitchen just as Whitey walked out by himself to look at the man. The famous relaxed trees of Yavin Street, I wonder if they really help you relax. The man muttered with an amused chuckle at the thought of such silly superstitions. His expression turned grim as soon as he sat directly under the plant itself. My stockpile, the man thought in alarm as he could feel the huge amount of anger and frustration his quirk had stored for a while being siphoned away in a matter of seconds until he felt his reserves run completely dry, and no matter how frustrated he felt about it, even with the hidden amplification ability of his clothes, he was utterly unable to rebuild his reserves. The consumption rate of the plants was simply too great for his quirk to overcome. Stay put. It's bad manners running away right after placing an order. Blackie said with his magnetic voice filled to the brim in mockery. What? The dog? Is the plant really doing this? It is not just a fancy rumor. These plants are soul-appeasing trees, also known as soul-cleansing trees. They feed on negative emotions, like the ones you use to fuel your powers. Blackie said, smiling in cruel amusement. You know me then, he asked with narrowed eyes. No, this lord personally does not care enough to even learn your name. You are still not a worthy enemy for me to have a nice fight with, so at best I consider you a non-entity, like any other mortal I see here every day. Except for my protege. All this is just standard procedure. You are not special. The Lord Dog answered, lying down to sleep under one of the trees without a care in the world. Standard procedure, the man muttered, finding himself becoming intrigued at the discovery that there was a plant that was basically the perfect counter to his powers. As he waited for Izuku to finish cooking, he entertained himself by studying the plant that had sapped away his powers. He looked at every leaf, studying the faint runes the veins naturally formed on them, each line and twist and angle. He looked closely at each note of the wood and committed to memory as many details as he could, from the color, to the smell and even the unnatural chiming the leaves produced when flicked, a sound complex enough to change tone depending on the force of the flick and where one did hit them. Fascinating, he muttered. He dared not to take a leaf away once noticed the robot missing not a single minuscule movement he made, nor did he try suching tables as a show of good faith. Here it is, sorry for taking so long. When Izuku finally resurfaced from the kitchen, he delivered the requested steak and took a seat at a table nearby to watch the man eat. Yes, he asked. Sorry if I ask, but did I see you somewhere before? The chef asked. I seriously hope so. Otherwise my PR team will get an earful from me. I am Rikiya Yatsubashi, CEO of Detnerat Company. The man answered, smirking. And leader of the villain group called the Meta Liberation Army. The villain Redestro. Izuku added. The steak is not poisoned or drugged in any way, he added once the tense silence between them elongated for way too long. Sigh. Do you know what a chef is, Rikiya-san? The young man asked with a sigh. I guess you are going to say they are more than just somebody cooking food. Just like a hero is more than just somebody chasing fame and sponsors? They aren't. The other asked with a challenging tone. Not to me. I treat being a chef like being a hero. I help whoever is in need, in my case, whoever enters that door looking for food. He answered. A hero chef then. Cute. The other answered in sarcasm. I wish I was that. I always wanted to be a hero, you know. Just not in the current meaning of the term. The young chef explained. You were chasing the pure ideal then? Redestro asked, looking at Izuku while leaning his chin on his stapled fingers. You can say that I was idolizing the thing, a symbol of hope and a living example of what everybody should aspire to be. A ray of light in times of darkness, the embodiment of the idea that everything will be okay, that there will be somebody ready to share the weight of whoever is in need. I admit it was very childish, but I still believe that a hero should at least try to be that. You can imagine how that already put me at odds with the other kids. Then I had to be diagnosed as quirkless and things got even worse. Izuku explained. Quirkless? Surprised? People always are. I learned at 4 that men are not created equal. At 4, kids at that age are still wetting their bed while I had an epiphany people 10 times that age still cannot grasp. Then at 15 I discovered another facet of that truth. Another. Which is? The villain asked, honestly curious. That this world has a hard-on for quirks so pronounced that it's almost comical. Do you know what the quirkless quirked rate is nowadays? 80% of the population of the entire planet has a quirk, and each and every kid born has up to a 90% chance of being quirked. The chef said with a bitter expression. That means that 15% to 20% of Earth's population is quirkless. It means that out of 7 billion people at least 1,400,000,000 are quirkless. That's basically 14 followed by 8 zeros. That's pretty much equivalent to the total population of India. And we are still literally invisible to society, useless, all because we don't have powers. The Meta Liberation Army wants every quirk to be free and use their powers as they see fit, doesn't it? That was basically the goal of the group when the villain Destro was in charge. I have read his biography, and you yourself still champion those ideals, don't you? Izuku asked. Yeah. What do you think of it? It was a cry for help as far as I am concerned. Even if it came from a villain, it was interesting. TC villain. Please, you seem to be a smart kid. Don't use such labels. The man answered with a tone of contempt. We have always used labels. Some people actually need to label everything to function normally. Normally? Normal. What even is normal? Isn't it odd how society conforms to the old ways of thinking while eliminating anyone who doesn't fit the mold? Especially since we as a species have moved beyond the very notion of normal. We haven't. Had we moved beyond the normal as a species, as you said, there wouldn't be quirkless, we all would have powers, even if that would mean the return of the normal, just under a different and updated version of the term. Or have you forgotten we quirkless exist, just like everybody else? Izuku asked. I am championing the oppressed, boy. And I am not oppressed. I am always at the bottom of the waiting list for everything because quirked people get special treatment. Before getting a sponsor and opening this restaurant, I could not find a job anywhere nor could I get a place in a decent university, because this society is so enamored with quirks to pretend to have quirked working everywhere, all just in the tiniest hope that one of your employees will become world-famous heroes and make you shine in their reflected light. You say the quirked are oppressed and can't use their powers the way they want. Let me guess, you even justify villains, do you? They get into villainy because society forces them, it's their only form of freedom. He answered, anger rising, but still unable to channel it into his quirk. Some do, Izuku admitted, surprising Redestro. Some have been abandoned and are just lashing out, that's true, but that is hardly a justification if they don't even try. Really? What about heroes then? They are no saints either. I don't justify heroes acting like greedy morons, and I don't justify villains acting like spoiled children throwing a tantrum, and I don't justify quirkless whining night and day about their misfortune. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? The villain asked, smirking. Perhaps, but I have long since decided to stop sitting on my butt and wishing for a miracle to change my life. Now I just focus on the path I have chosen at the cost of creating said path myself if there is none. I may still shed a tear about my lack of quirk, but I am pushing forward towards my goal all the same. And your goal is becoming a chef, the man said, smirking cruelly. A chef is a treasure, Rikiya-san. We make our mission to bring a tiny bit of joy to whoever needs it through their stomach. Our weapons are savoriness and ingredients, and our enemy is an empty belly. That is why I turn a blind eye when vigilantes and villains enter that door under fake identities. As long as one is a customer, I will do my best to fill their stomach, if they show proper manners and food etiquette, that is. So you serve even the villains? Redestro asked, amused. That's your label, not mine. You see villains and heroes, I see full and starving. That's the difference. That's a childish way to see it, boy, Rikiya admitted, chuckling and finally giving a try to the steak, and actually developing an expression of pleasant surprise. Impressive, he commented while eating. Glad to hear that you like it. So to you a chef is a form of hero then? Once midway through his steak, Redestro addressed a small curiosity of his. Let's say that watching an old friend of mine treat All Might as an example of what he wanted to achieve helped me form my ideal as a chef, Izuku answered, shrugging. Please elaborate, he asked while rapidly finishing his steak, still obviously pleased with the taste. He said that he wanted to be even better than All Might, to have everybody know who he is once he got to the top as the greatest hero ever. Once I realized this, I saw where we were different. He wanted to have what All Might has, I wanted to be what All Might is. Many nowadays treat being heroes as celebrities, having tons of money, fame, sponsors, fans and all that. I wanted to be a positive role model and teach people to never lose hope, and luckily I saw there were many others like me becoming a hero for those same reasons I used to have. They were only drowned by the vocal minority just looking for cash and popularity. Unfortunately, without a quirk I could not even start studying to become a hero, so I decided to still reach that goal through a different path. By cooking? Yes, my teacher had a vision of chefs that pretty much matched my ideals of what a hero should be, so the transition was not that hard. Quite the intriguing way to see your career, but let me tell you a secret, Redestro said with a whisper while motioning him to move closer with a finger. Yes? Izuku asked once close enough to the man's face that the tips of their noses touch. Enjich, the villain, tried to use the knife he was eating his steak with to cut the chef's throat open, but in a surprising show of speed the chef's own knife seemingly phased into being and gently poked the villain's jugular vein, so fast it did not give him a chance to even just initiate his attack. Hey, Redestro heard the young man's voice as if coming from a faraway place, because he was too entranced by the cold light coming from the chef's emerald eyes to notice anything else. Have you ever seen a fierce animal you were sure would never bite? Because I haven't. So why do you think a chef can be easily bullied instead? I said I am quirkless, not that I don't have other skills. The faraway voice said as a fierce red flaming aura enveloped the young chef while a giant figure surfaced from his back in the form of a monstrous gorilla with red fur and boar-like tusks, a creature with a body showing off huge muscles barely containing their savage power. WOO, and with a wild roar of the beast the scene in front of Redestro's eyes shifted. He saw a giant table covered in a tablecloth of the finest silk. He saw expensive porcelain plates adorned by a thin border of pure platinum. 3 enormous forks were on his left, 3 giant knives and 2 spoons were on his right. Tall glasses of pure crystal finely engraved in leaves towered behind him big like skyscrapers. Above him a gargantuan chandelier decorated in delicate drops of crystal glittered in its own light as if made of solid starlight. The very formal dinner was faintly illuminated by a lone pure white and thin candle, and Rikia finally caught on to where he was. He was standing alone in the middle of the plate, in the role of the food and dwarfed by everything around him, every object so big he himself looked small, like an ant in comparison. With a soft, humming laugh, a giant figure appeared from the pitch-black darkness surrounding the giant table to sit on one of the regal chairs. A planet-sized titan in the shape of a red-furred gorilla clad in a pure white tuxedo with gold buttons and a BLD red handkerchief tucked elegantly in the suit's BRT pocket. Brandishing a knife and a fork while maintaining the air of a gentleman, the beast sat at the massive table with royal composure and its back straight. The monster had simply surpassed the mere concept of top of the food chain, and as it moved to pierce Redestro with its fork to eat him, the creature ascended to a realm even beyond mortal understanding. A predator king. That was when Izuku brought a small dish with a piece of paper on it, the bill, and awoke the dazed villain with the soft cling of the dish on the table. "Here is your bill, thank you for choosing the Green Cloud restaurant," the chef said, nonplussed, returning to his kitchen with the empty plate. "Thank you for the meal," Rikia answered with a thoughtful tone. He silently left the requested money plus tip and exited the restaurant that immediately closed behind him and turned off the lights, along with dropping the drapes to obscure the view inside. The villain simply stood there to observe the outside of the building. "Sir," a voice said from a limo nearby as soon as the car stopped next to him. "Oh." In answer, Redestro conceded himself an amused chuckle once he got into the limo and felt it move. "Do I take you home, sir?" the driver asked. "Yes, please." "So, what about that kid?" the woman sitting in the seat in front of Rikia asked. "It was a meeting way more intriguing than expected," the villain answered, chuckling once more. "Oh really? Indeed, curious. Apparently even a quirkless can be liberated." "It was a nice surprise, let me tell you," Redestro admitted. "Liberated." In his own way he was, in a sense. "See if we have somebody that can keep tabs on our little chef from afar," he instructed, using the frustration and anger at the memory of the plants stealing his stockpile and of the moment of weakness Izuku dared to make him feel to rapidly rebuild his reserves of power. "But why for?" the woman asked, confused. "I'm still a bit on the fence about him, but after his little show of skills I think we can put him in either category. He will either be a new asset to add to our organization, or yet another bump on the road that will need to be removed. It will all depend on how smart he really is when the time comes for him to choose where to stand. I'll see what I can do. We should have a couple guys good at both spying and corpse disposal." "Thank you, much appreciated," Redestro answered, his smirk becoming full of malice once looked back to see the restaurant disappear behind a corner when the car sped away. With Izuku, okay, the ultimate routine worked as intended and made sure intimidation forced him to stay put and not start trouble. "I can finally use it again," Izuku said with a sigh. "Thank you for warning me about that guy. The host should always know when he is dealing with a hero, a villain or a vigilante, so to act accordingly. The system will then take care to assure the host's safety and the safety of the customers." The system answered. "Thank you. I hope they will stop him soon, though, because a megalomaniac with near unlimited resources is extremely dangerous," the young chef muttered in dismay. He really did read the book/biography of the old villain Destro, following his first dream of being a hero himself and so wishing to study a villain's mentality to be better prepared, so he was not lying when he said the book was a cry for help. He only omitted to say that for him the book was the cry of help of a DM and lunatic that needed serious help. "I serve heroes and villains alike if they keep their fighting outside the restaurant, but some of them really push it. I am already towing the line with whitey stripping troublemakers. A charge for vigilantism would not help me." He then said with a sigh, recognizing that his philosophy as a chef was a double-edged sword, all things considered. He knew he was calling on himself way too much attention from both sides of the good versus evil battle raging every day outside his beloved restaurant, but by now it was far too late to stop it, unfortunately. He could only brace himself and hope for the best. Host can rest assured, a god of cooking is beyond a small squabble like the one between heroes and villains. Your path will push you beyond, towards goals above their petty squabbles, the system declared. I would kill to have just 1/10 of your conviction, you know? Izuku admitted. One day Host will realize he is indeed skilled beyond this world's finest. For now you need to prepare for your next ingredients hunt, Host. Soon the teleportation array will activate and bring you to another world. I know. Where am I going this time? Tionfa continent, Host. There you will be tasked to learn how to replicate a typical recipe of the capital, Starlight City, and capture the ingredient known as Thunder Phoenix. As always, the system will make sure the host will be able to comprehend and speak the world's language upon arrival. The time dilation has already been set. 12 days in that world will equal 12 hours in this. Host has 12 days to capture the ingredient and learn the typical recipe. Any extra ingredient will be counted as extra experience points. Work hard, young man. Thunder Phoenix? Izuku asked. Correct. Host can compare its meat to jewel meat in terms of quality, as the king of chicken meat. As long as the ingredient is fed pure storm lightning, the creature will keep its immortality and be reborn shortly after each death, thus acting as an endless source of meat. So it's like a normal phoenix, only it is reborn from lightning instead of fire. Correct. Upon capture, the storage area will be equipped with the perfect environment to assure the purest lightning to feed the ingredient and assure its continued existence. Okay, how long do I have to get ready? Izuku asked. 30 minutes, Host, the system answered. I'll prepare cooking equipment and some minor ingredients, just in case, the young chef muttered in answer while hurrying to get ready, and when he was ready he stood in the middle of his kitchen with Whitey nearby and his heart drumming loudly in his ears. Bang, 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 bang. That was also why he almost jumped out of his skin when somebody started to violently punch his door. What the hell? Intruders! Whitey declared with his eyes turning red and flashing. Izuku, open. Please open. Please. Open, I beg you. Izuku, a female voice begged from outside between sobs of despair. Nijire? The young chef uttered in confusion, and once unlocked the door he went thrown on the ground by the woman pouncing on him to hug his chest tight enough to almost snap his spine and bury her face in his shoulder, drenching it completely in tears in a matter of seconds. Nijire? What's wrong? He asked while watching the restaurant's doors closing by themselves and getting locked tightly. Mirio T told All Might we broke up? And now everybody is angry at me. They are calling me an ingrate and selfish. Nijire gurgled out, her hands were clawing his chef robes so tight she almost managed to tear a hole in them. Calm down, what do you mean angry? Izuku tried asking. Initiating teleport array preparations? Uncaring of the situation, the system actually started drawing the circle of runes around them both. Wait, the young chef shrieked in horror. They say I am selfish. That I should have waited for Mirio instead of putting more pressure on him. I was not adding pressure. I just wanted to mean something to him. To have what other couples have. To have a normal relationship. With kisses and dates and hugs. Nijire was unaware of the light particles now circling around her. Nijire, this is not a good moment. Izuku tried saying as the light was now turning blinding. I just wanted my boyfriend to love me back. Wah. I want to be loved. To be cherished. Wah. Deaf to his pleas, the young woman finally let loose her grievances as her heart fully broke down to pieces, with not enough tears to show the true depths of the pain she felt. Teleportation array ready. Beginning dimensional travel. The system declared as reality started dissolving around the duo. God damn it. It was rare for Izuku to curse, but even he had to do it in such a situation when Nijire and him landed in the middle of a giant and empty grassland. Why? I just wanted Mirio to return my feelings. To love me back just as much as I loved him. The girl kept raving in sorrow. He had just, technically, kidnapped somebody in another dimension. Now not only did he have to comfort a truly heartbroken girl that had apparently been accused of selfishness for breaking up with a boy not even trying to return all her awe-inspiring love and devotion, but he also had to explain to her why they were in another world and that they won't be back home before he completed his mission, or at least not before spending their 12 days. All this with the addendum that he will probably need to disclose with her the true nature of his sponsor, his powers, and who knew what else as well, something he had not done with anybody else besides his parents. Oh, for F's sake, Izuku cursed again with a low voice as Nijire was still crying her eyes out on his chest, so deep in desperation to have not noticed a bloody thing. To think his day had started so well. Meanwhile, in front of Green Cloud Restaurant, Shigaraki had finally reached the front of the restaurant. Around him there was complete silence as the road was devoid of people, and unknown to him the system had made sure even the ones spying on Izuku wouldn't be able to get in the way. All under the explicit request of Blackie that was now walking out of the restaurant to sit on his haunches in front of the villain. You are late. This lord has been waiting for your visit for days. What gives you such shameless thick skin to have me wait for you? The lord dog asked, huffing in annoyance. I had to wait until Kurojiri was distracted enough to organize our little gift for that hero girl your owner loves so much, but I will deal with you myself. Personally. Shigaraki spat in answer. Ho. So you think you can actually be so bold as to tell me you will hurt the woman of my protege? A woman my paw has defended once already. And what makes you believe you have the qualifications needed to perform such an insulting act towards me? Especially after openly telling me your wish to do so. Who do you think you are to threaten your lord dog so casually? Blackie asked, looking at the villain with eyes full of derision. I am the guy that will kill you, Fleabag. You got me once, but even moderators fail. You are not gods. Shigaraki answered with a deranged smile. Boom. In answer, an unseen force slammed the villain onto the ground and kept pushing down until a crater formed around him. All the while Blackie enjoyed Shigaraki's groans of pain and his futile attempts to move even just a finger. Foolish boy. You are overestimating yourself and underestimating both this lord and the chef ruling the restaurant behind me. Blackie answered, and with a gentle pat of his exquisite paw a new wave of invisible power hammered down on Shigaraki, making him bounce upward from the ground and land on solid ground next to the hole dug by his body. Groaning in pain, the villain managed to stumble back to his feet, only for the Lord Dog Paw to elongate in an unnatural way like a W to pat him on his head, forcing him to kneel down on the notes of his knees, almost snapping in two under the weight. As he stood there kneeling in a daze, Blackie slowly moved closer to him with his elegant cat-like steps and looked straight in the villain's eyes. You won't hurt that woman, or me, or the kiddo managing this restaurant, nor anybody else he deems precious or family. Do you wish to know why? Because you are not a threat, an enemy, or even just a small annoyance. And you will never be. Blackie explained with a very human-like smirk surfacing on his face. Just you wait, Shigaraki tried saying, weakly lifting his hand to touch the dog and getting it swatted away by an uncaring swat of the dog's paw. And even then, that small pat snapped several fingers of the villain in multiple points. Unfortunately, his scream of pain fell on deaf ears. Ho ho, how amusing. Listen well, boy, you are alive here and now just because this lord dog finds you entertaining. I find your bouncing at every gentle caress of my paw amusing, nothing more. You are only a plaything, ho. The lord dog declared with a chuckle. A toy. The downed Shigaraki muttered with a weak voice still full of hatred. Yes, child. That is all you are in this world, your lord dog's pastime. Now do your job, toy, and bounce for your lord. The dog answered, lifting his paw a little and gently patting forward towards Shigaraki. And the same unseen mighty force shot Shigaraki away and against the wall of the building across the street. Just enough strength to leave a faint imprint of the young man's body on the concrete. But before the villain could even just start falling down after literally bouncing away from the wall, Blackie's paw patted forward again. Shigaraki's body went slammed again against those bricks, at the exact same point, turning the imprint just a tiny bit more clear. He is bouncing me, the young man thought, the pain so high his mind was actually unable to fully process it, and yet his instinct could tell Blackie himself was somehow stopping him from falling unconscious no matter the overwhelming agony. I am his toy, the villain thought as yet another caress bounced him against the wall. His bones broke and his testicles burst to shreds once again. I am a toy. His clothes became rags and a mouthful of blood exploded violently out of his mouth. I am not a threat. His skin broke apart everywhere and his teeth flew away one by one. I am a dog's toy. A dog's toy. His body was utterly covered in bruises and cuts and blood started slowly dripping down from his every pore. Ooh, you really bounce well. Blackie said with a soft chuckle. I hate you. 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 It was either brain damage or just broken pride, but Shigaraki's mind finally lost the very last bit of sanity it still possessed, and putrid hatred flooded the villain's entire being. Does this lord look like somebody that cares if his toy hates him? Be real, child, you are just not worth my attention besides being my plaything. The last paw strike did not make Shigaraki bounce, but it fully pushed him deep enough inside the wall to leave him stuck there like a sick form of decoration. Yes, child, I can read your thoughts. And I still don't care about you. Blackie said with a canine smile that fully showed the sharp teeth he possessed. That was fun. Good job entertaining this lord dog a little before his sleep. I will wait for your next visit so to bounce you again, toy. You are indeed good at giving me a few laughs. You are dismissed. Blackie declared with a loud yawn. I hate woof. The short bark of the lord dog did not sound mighty or deafening from outside, but it had in itself a world-ending power that slammed on Shigaraki's body hard enough to send him through the wall he had been pinned against, but instead of landing inside the building at the same time he broke through, the same bark had blasted open a hole in the void for the villain to fly through to be transported right in the middle of the small bar acting as the secret base of the League of Villains. And with a loud cacophony of breaking glass, Kurogyari and the others were roughly awakened by their leader's arrival, and when they bolted out of their rooms to check on the source of all that noise, they found the unconscious Shigaraki lying on the floor in a broken heap and still getting bombarded by the various bottles of liquor falling down from the cabinet behind the counter he had crash-landed onto, each full bottle landing on a random part of Shigaraki's body and shattering on impact, to drench him and cover him in glass shards. What the hell happened? Twice asked. Call the doctor. Under won't like this, Kurogyari answered with a tone of misery. With Blackie, idiot child, the gulf in power between me and you is even more vast than the distance between heaven and earth. Stop deluding yourself about the measly power you have. Soon this lord will grow bored of you, then you won't have your role as toy to keep you safe. The dog muttered, shaking his head and entering the restaurant to sleep inside once the doors opened by themselves to let him in and then close and lock for the night. Nobody will know what transpired that night, villain or heroes or I-Island alike. Even Shigaraki won't be able to alert the League of Villains that the surprise attack on Momo they organized during the sport festival will result in a disaster if they don't abort the plan. He will wake up from his unconsciousness far too late to warn them about the danger. As for Izuku, he was still helping Nijire recover from her breakdown, and the chef was secretly dreading the moment when she will finally notice the change of scenery around her and will demand a well-deserved explanation. I'll make time. Each one takes place between chapters. Minor ingredient hunting scenes EP1. Cockatrice curry rice. Another world, forest. A strange humanoid goat wearing long robes and sporting a long braided beard was at the moment cackling maniacally while talking to a small group of colorful ponies. It's over. Finally my greatest creation is ready to be unleashed. My super cockatrice's army will swarm everywhere and bring forth my revenge. You all will become mere garden ornaments in my new kingdom. Equestria is done for. Wahaha. The goat man declared, with his maniacal laughter echoing everywhere. We will stop you, Gothenburg, the purple pony at the head of the group answered with pure determination. Try if you can. Each cockatrice of my army is as big as an adult bear, and I command over 300 of them. You can't defeat me. The goat man answered, unafraid, and unclasping a twisty horn from his sides to blow on it. Come ye my servants? Brr. I don't like this, the orange pony with a cowboy hat admitted. We will pull through if we fight together, girls. As always. The purple one answered. Where in Tartarus? Name are those stupid birds. I said to come here. The goat man hissed in anger. Brr. Brr. Have you checked if the batteries are in? The pink pony of the group asked, curious. Pinky, horns don't need batteries, the blue Pegasus commented, rolling her eyes. Maybe his needs them. Cool. Finally something made its way towards them, a giant chicken purple in color and with a lizard tail, and while big as a bear, the animal also looked to be scared out of its mind. At least one showed up. Whack them. The goat ordered as soon as the cockatrice ran past him. Sweeing. To everybody's horror, though, a flying crescent blade of pale white energy also flew past the goat man and caught the cockatrice fully, and under their wide eyes the animal's body went seemingly disassembled in an instant. Feathers scattered away in the wind undamaged, then the skin peeled off from the thing by itself like a dress and the meat got cut and separated into perfect cuts without a single drop of BLD, leaving behind a perfectly clean skeleton that instead of dropping dead simply kept running away until it disappeared from view. Plop. Said cleaned meat fell in an orderly manner, neatly separated in the various cuts normally associated with common chicken, plus an extra one for the skinned and cut lizard tail. Then the BLD finally started pouring out on the floor. Got the last one. With this, all 300 have been processed. Exceptions made for that male and female I left untouched for future breeding. That was also when Izuku and Whitey made their presence known, with the chef collecting the cuts of meat, unfazed. Both the ponies and goat man were a bit too stricken to utter even a sound. Good evening. You must be the locals. The young chef said. You killed it. The cream-colored Pegasus asked with a broken voice, as if very close at having a mental breakdown. The chickens you mean? Yes, I need them for my restaurant. Don't worry, I'll be on my way soon. The portal for my dimension should open in a moment. Izuku answered. You destroyed my army. For food. The goat man asked with a furious roar. I didn't know it was your army. I was just told to come here and collect as many cockatrices as I could for my restaurant. I thought they were just wild ingredients. You know, to make curry rice. Izuku answered with a weak smile. My super cockatrices. The results of 50 years of sleepless work. Destroyed for some curry rice. The goat man yelled in outrage. I am sorry. With a deafening roar of madness, the goat man tried jumping the young chef to maim him with his own hands. Clang. The assault though went stopped immediately by Whitey's hand clamping hard around the goat man's throat to lift him effortlessly. Troublemaker, cease your attack towards the host, or you shall be stripped as an example to others, the robot ordered with his eyes shining red. Unhand me, you puppet. My magic is not working. The guy tried saying while lighting up his hands in a dark blue aura that evaporated as soon as it appeared once it got in contact with Whitey's body. Troublemaker is not complying. Beginning stripping protocol and standard beating. The robot declared while grabbing the front of the goat man's robes. Is that thing -IP? Holy Faust, he got stripped naked for real, the Maras yelled as one while covering their eyes. No. At least spare me the humiliation. The goat man yelled in tears. No. Whitey answered, and with a thundering boom. His giant fist impacted with the goat man's face to slam him headfirst into the ground, burying the guy elbows deep into the gravel and leaving him there with his feet up in the air, unconscious. I am really sorry for the sad spectacle, but I really must go. Izuku admitted with a sigh. Wait, did you really have to kill those poor animals? I imagine that you can't accept other beings eating meat, being horses and all, but I serve people that do eat meat, and since I have a restaurant to manage, I had to hunt those animals. My sponsor as well was adamant in me capturing those cockatrices and those strange giant translucent bears. I had no choice. He answered, sighing. Giant transluc. You killed a Ursa. The purple one shrieked. Ursa can die, the blue Pegasus asked with a whisper. That's the first time I hear that, the orange pony answered, unsure. 6 of them actually. I kept 2 alive for breeding. I was told their meat was good for my red braised bear meat recipe and for making hamburgers. Are they an endangered species? Because I made it clear I won't have hunted those. Izuku asked, afraid. Oh, those are pretty much natural forces. I have hunted worse, the young chef blurted out. What? And with that admission, a circle of light appeared around Izuku and Whitey to take them away back to Izuku's original world, leaving behind a confused group of Mares, one crying for the death of those poor cockatrices, and another having a crisis at learning that what she thought she knew about the world was instead wrong. When they later tried to ask a friend of theirs for help, a lizard/dragon thing with mismatched body parts, with the intention to call the chef back in their world for further questioning, a large black plump dog appeared in Izuku's place, and the animal looked extremely sad at being summoned in another world mid-nap. But the full retelling of the worldwide effortless beating Blackie gave to literally everybody in that world, so-called princesses and lords of chaos/disharmony included, leaving them all within an inch of their lives before returning to the Green Cloud restaurant by himself, is a story for another time. Had one looked inside the small bedroom of the dormitories reserved to the upper years of you, nobody would have seen the legendary pro-hero All Might and the young man he openly declared to be his successor. Whoever entered the small bedroom would have just seen 2 chastised kids sitting on the bed with their heads low and Sir Night Eye staring down at them with an expression of disgusted disappointment. Mirio was also sporting a brand new black eye courtesy of his old friend Tamaki that had used Mirio's own trust in him to deliver a swift answer to the blonde retelling of the reason behind Nijire's disappearance 2 hours prior, before flying out of the window to look for the missing girl. So, let's have a recap, shall we? Night Eye said with a tone both acidic and cold, and the 2 heroes he was looking down upon had at least the decency to flinch and lower their heads even more. You, he said, pointing at Mirio, lied and kept secrets from a girl you professed to love because you didn't trust her enough to share the secret behind your quirk's mutation. A very poor excuse we will soon also go through. Night Eye said with narrowed eyes. Mr. Toshinori told me to keep the secret at all cost, the hero student muttered. I will soon tear Toshinori a new one. Now it's your turn. The other replied, and surprisingly Toshinori seemed to crumple in on himself and try to become even smaller than Night Eye no matter his immense sizes. You lied to her, Mirio. To the girl you said was the most important person to you. A girl I was told by your common friend was being incredibly patient with you. And somehow I too helped in causing this fracture between you two, but in my defense you never once told me you were already occupied with her when I called you. Young Mirio's training dash. It's not the be-all and all, Toshinori. All for one is out there, yes, but forcing things to go faster doesn't make results show up faster. Young Hado should have just been more understanding and patient, Toshinori muttered. Nobody can be that patient, Toshinori. Nobody can put their entire personal life on hold. Nobody is you. We all have our limits, our breaking point. The way Night Eye said this while looking straight at Mirio made the young man pale considerably. You, yes I know. Know what? Toshinori asked. It is not a matter we will discuss tonight. Now I want to know what caused the protege of a dear friend of mine to disappear like that. Ryukyu is beside herself in worry and is still combing the city to find Miss Nijire, and you two should thank God her worry is overruling her anger for now. She is still part dragon and tearing you two to shreds will soon become her new priority once she has found her in turn. Night Eye answered. Me and young Mirio may have said some unpleasant things to Miss Hado when we talked. Toshinori admitted with a defeated tone. Like her being a hypocrite for not waiting. For asking just the bare minimum explanation as to why her own feelings were being put aside. Asking why she was being taken as a commodity. There may have been a selfish in there as well, but Mr. Toshinori is not at fault. He just misunderstood the situation. Mirio muttered. With how you were whining and crying on yourself, it was not hard for somebody with zero social skills like him to misunderstand, the man replied, sighing in dismay. I do have social skills. Toshinori tried saying. And quirkless pigs fly. Stay quiet and wait your turn, you have caused enough damage as it is. Night Eye snapped. Yes sir, the muscled giant muttered with a weak voice. This is what is going to happen. You two will apologize to that girl as soon as we find her, on your knees if you must. Then Mirio will come clean to Nijire about one for all in excruciating and complete details. If she will give you a second chance, then everything will be okay and we will just forget this whole incident. But if she still wants nothing to do with you and Toshinori, then you two will keep a minimum distance from her of 50 meters and not bother her unless she starts a conversation first or unless absolutely necessary. Are we clear? Night Eye ordered with not a shred of mercy to be found in his tone. Yes, sir, both blondes answered, utterly defeated. Very well. This farce has gone on for far too long. It's time for me to personally return some common sense in this mess since you two apparently are not mature enough yet to be left on your own devices. I'm taking over. Objections? No, sir. Good. Also, if in the meantime we look for Miss Hato, something has happened that resulted in her being hurt or worse, I will personally enact punishment on you two. 10 times over. So pray she doesn't even have a hair out of place when we find her. The pro-hero declared with a dark tone, and his victims found themselves fervently praying nothing happened to Nijire in the few hours she had been away. Meanwhile, other dimension, Tianfe continent forest, Nijire was lying on her side completely paralyzed, able only to blink as she watched Izuku work on a giant dead creature to cut it in various parts. She had been apparently transported into a different world while clinging to the young chef, and while at the beginning she thought it was only a matter of simple teleportation, she soon saw 2 moons hanging in the sky, flying rock formations and mutated animals she was demon sure were not original of her home world, along a waterfall flowing in reverse and many other strange sights in the 2 days they had traveled towards Izuku's destination. The lightning-spitting purple leopards they met, for example, were already a telling sight, as that sort of thing would get on the media on a regular basis, considering how obscenely rare it was to find quirks on animals. When she finally asked for details, Izuku explained what was happening behind the scene of Green Cloud Restaurant and himself, like his ice guy as Zaus in another world, how that was not the first time he had traveled to another dimension to find ingredients to add to his storage and breeding area for his restaurant, and he even showed her part of his hidden skills. It was after the 3rd day of travel passed and they were just camping by the fire that things went pear-shaped. She had asked if his girlfriend knew about all of that, and when he had said he was still keeping everything a secret, Nijire kind of went on a rant against him, and said very bad and rude things about him. Surprisingly, he had taken it all in stride with not even a frown and just waited for her to finish insulting him. Then he asked a simple question with a very bored tone. So it's right when your beloved Mirio does it, but we others have to be paragons of virtue instead. You sound like a hypocrite here. To her shame, Nijire had, in a moment of blind anger, tried shooting him with one of her quirk spiral cannons, but it was a weak one. Honest. He replied by simply disappearing from view and hitting her in the chest with the knuckles of 2 fingers from his right hand. A simple tap and she went down limp like a sack of potatoes, unable to move or talk, and she kind of had a lot of questions to ask after experiencing that on top of the 100 of thousands still lingering in her head. And she couldn't ask a single one. It was so frustrating. Now there she was, after watching him take on a flock of at least 6 bison-like beasts the size of those English double buses and covered in a carapace thick enough to shame a tank, and he defeated them all alone and bare-handed, knocking them down in just a couple minutes while his robot bodyguard just stood by Nijire to protect her just in case. And now she was wondering why a quirkless like him was not in you. All the same, even without powers, seen that such a label meant nothing to him. Whoosh. A lively fire was soon burning in front of her once he was finished removing the last bison's carapace using the strange bone knife he could summon from the tattoo on his wrist at will. Then he made everything fade away and disappear like magic. So many questions. Must ask. Have you calmed down? Izuku finally asked, having cut a big slab of rock into an extremely thin disc with that same knife. Sigh. Blink once for yes and twice for no. He gave a sigh and asked again. In the meantime, he also positioned the disc of rock on the fire and was continuously flipping it over. Nijire just gave a groan and blinked once. Good. I will unlock you, but at the first sign you are even just thinking of attacking me, I will block you again and just drag you along until I have completed my mission. The young chef said, studying her face for a few seconds then. Poking, for the lack of a better term, the back of Nijire's skull, right at the base of her neck, and the girl felt her body return responsive. I can move, she exclaimed once done some test vocalization while moving her limbs around. Yes, that is normal, Izuku answered, unimpressed, while selecting a piece of bison meat and recalling it from the system storage to cut it into several thick steaks. What was that? How can you block somebody like that? How does it work? Why do you go to other worlds? What's with your sponsor? Why do you say, you are quirkless? If you are quirkless, then how can you do those things? What is your knife made of? How can you summon it from a tattoo? What is that animal? Why does it have a carapace? Are you going to eat it? Why did you not tell your girlfriend about this? Why what? The young chef begged once he found a long enough hole in that barrage of questions to stop her. Was I like that too when I was still a hero maniac? He also thought in worry, having finally seen the thing from the outside. But I need to know. Nijire answered with a very distraught expression. I used knocking to block you and capture 2 of those bison alive for breeding. It is basically me attacking nerve clusters and pressure points of the body to make it stop moving, among other things, as it has a huge variety of effects. You just watched me fight against armored bison, a beast of this world I decided to capture as an extra since I am given extra experience points based on the number and quality of ingredients I capture during these sorties. We are here because my sponsor is an extra-dimensional being that decided to help me become the best chef of our world, and in order to do this, I am required to go hunting for ingredients into other worlds. In exchange, this entity I have no clue how to physically describe makes me stronger. I literally level up like in a video game. That is why I talk about experience points. I am quirkless, but not powerless. After my life as Zaus, I now possess gourmet cells, a more advanced form of cells compared to normal humans, giving me another set of powers, besides strength and speed. The knife is made with the bone of some stupidly strong monster. That is why it can cut everything and can be hidden in a tattoo on my wrist. That should be all. That is a lot to take in, Nijire admitted. You asked. You may not believe it, but sure as the sky is blue, I am living it. Izuku answered. You didn't tell me why you are keeping this a secret from your girlfriend and family, she then said. Izuku. I am afraid, okay? He admitted with a shaken breath, and the girl saw the fire reflect on the tears that threatened to spill from his cloudy eyes. Afraid of what? At that question the girl moved to sit a bit closer to him. I am afraid that they will ask me to stop. That they will declare this too dangerous and demand me to drop everything. But I am not a porcelain doll. I don't want to abandon another dream. He answered. They are just worried about you. They fear you may not be able to keep on doing this. And I am supposed to live in a bubble so to make them sleep well at night. What makes their happiness more important than mine? And what makes yours more important than theirs? Nijire asked back, voice soft and gentle. Mine is not more important than theirs. I am just afraid they won't try to understand. I said that they won't try to understand, not that they can't. I trust my family and Momo and her family with my life. I am just afraid they won't trust me and my skills enough to not try to stop me. I guess we both are on the same boat. We trust our loved ones completely, but they in exchange don't trust us enough to give us a chance, Nijire muttered while hugging her knees close to her chest. I can tell you what Mirio is keeping a secret from you, if you want, Izuku said. And how do you know? My sponsor. It saw me knowing this as important to understand why I was told by All Might that nothing could help me become a quirkless hero before my ice sky happened. Your sponsor is strange. Imagine Cthulhu. Then imagine the guy has a cousin that is obsessed with cooking and there you have my sponsor. Creepy. I know there must be a reason why he never told me. But by now I want to have a clear picture of the situation. No, I need to understand. What is this grand secret? Are you sure? Yes. To put it simply, All Might can pass his quirk to other people. He passed it to Mirio because he saw in him a powerful heir already able to use most of the quirk's power immediately without needing much initial training. But Toshinori was also afraid of people knowing his quirk could be passed to others, so he told Mirio to keep it a secret just so to not have the wrong sort of people demand the quirk to be handed over. I guess Mirio then took that being a chosen one as some divine mission. That is why even you were not told. That's it? Nijire asked in disbelief. Yep. It's not even a matter of matching a fixed set of criteria. Toshinori could have chosen anybody, but one day he saw Mirio and said, yeah, he will do, and the rest is history. And I was not deemed trustworthy of knowing such a simple thing, she asked, shock clear to be seen on her face. You should ask them, I only know how the quirk works. Izuku answered, shrugging. You told me you work for an eldritch being beyond human understanding. That you go to other dimensions. That you had a second life during a coma where you gained superpowers. How is that okay to share compared to, I inherited All Might's quirk, please don't tell us souls. Your secret is bloody gigantic compared to Mirio's and you still shared it with me. And we have been friends for just a couple weeks. Nijire shrieked in disbelief. Beats me. Izuku admitted with a shrug. Also, mine is bigger. He then added with a smirk. This is a serious matter, fool. Nijire replied with a playful slap to his shoulder, but a small smile still peeked out on her mouth at his corny joke, and that in itself was a small mission success for the young chef. I was just trying to cheer you up. Izuku, yes. Why did you decide to become a chef after waking up with that strength? With powers like those you could have become a hero even without a quirk. Nijire asked. You can call it revenge, in a sense. Revenge? When I was a kid I wanted to be a hero, yes, but I wanted to become one on my terms, my way. When I was told I had absolutely no chance to become a hero without a quirk I was devastated. I had lost the only thing I wanted in life, the only future I envisioned for myself. Izuku explained, his voice was void and dull. Then the coma happened? Nijire asked, gently moving his head on her shoulder as a show of comfort. As Zaus I was an average boy, neither strong nor weak. But then I was recognized as a talent for cooking, and was trained as a chef, and as a cooking student I had the exact same chance as anybody else, something I did not have in my original life. My failures would have been my own, and my victories would have been my own. Then as I told you, joie happened and everything went down the drain. You were brainwashed, it was not the real you to do those things. Nijire answered. I still have flashes of the things I did, and they were all terrible, he answered while shaking. It was not you, it was just a monster borrowing your face. But what does this have to do with your revenge against the heroes? That is very childish. I just decided that if they did not want me as a hero when I was powerless, then I did not want them after gaining powers. I never asked for an easy way to be a hero, I just wanted a chance to either fail or succeed, and since I could not even have that, as soon as I got powers and understood that the guys in charge would have liked to treat me like a new and easily marketable hero, I just turned my back to them and opened my restaurant instead. I decided to help people in the way I came to enjoy, with good food. Izuku answered. That's very childish. And yet I am happy. Don't be mistaken, it hurts a lot whenever I remember that I could have been a hero if only I was born with a quirk, but I am still pushing forward and I don't regret a thing. Then the system arrived. Nijire said with a sigh. Yep. And now between healing cooking and utility dishes I risk calling on me even too much attention. The young chef admitted groaning. But it also means you can become a hero once again. Nijire offered. Can I? Do you want to? Do I even have what it takes? If Endeavor is a pro hero, anybody can become one. Are you trying to cheer me up? He asked, smiling weakly. Maybe, she replied, smirking. Now that I managed to put that dream behind me, maybe it's destiny, you have to become a hero in one way or another. Maybe as a chef instead of heir of All Might. The girl offered. That is honestly scary. I just want the simple life of a chef. Now give me a hand, as a peace offering, you will help me see what recipes the bison meat is good for. Luckily I have a lot of meat to experiment with. Izuku answered, chuckling. I am all for it. But why is it a peace offering? Nijire asked. Because I made you angry, he answered, making her develop a shy smile. I started it by going off on you. Come on. Let's start cooking. I have lots of questions to ask. But, I promise I will answer them all. Izuku answered with a laugh, something Nijire was secretly happy to hear. She did not want to ruin her friendship with the young chef, especially because of Mirio. Meanwhile, Starlight City, Emperor's Palace, a man in overly ornate robes sitting a throne sculptured out of the massive skull of a giant beast was at the moment looking at a very old man with sickly-looking yellowed skin completely covered in wrinkles. The living mummy had sunken eyes, and yet he was still looking at the scattered bones in front of him in great interest. Oh. Ho ho ho. Yes. This is just a confirmation. The vision I had was true. The Oracle of Bones merely confirmed it. So the ancestral Taotai is really about to return, the Emperor asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, my Emperor. The very first Tao. He who fathered them all. One of his children has been chosen to become the vessel for his rebirth. The extremely old man answered, excited. The greatest monster, the father of hunger, the sum of all greed. So many ominous names for the strongest divine beast, the Emperor said with a malevolent smirk as he rose from his throne to pace around the empty room. And yet his power is unmatched. His rebirth is close to being complete. Your greatness must capture him right after his last molting. That will be the last transformation before his return is complete and the moment when the monster will be at his weakest. Capture the reborn ancestral Taotai right after the last molting, gouge out his heart and fuse yours with it. With both your powers combined, godhood will be yours. The old fossil answered, cackling madly. Godhood. Finally. With godhood in my hands, my reign will truly be eternal. The Emperor said with a similar crazed smile. The BRH of a new god. I am assisting in the BRH of a new god. The old man said with a worshipful tone. And this new god will remember your assistance. Go call my general and tell him to collect the strongest warriors and beast tamers. The Emperor ordered. Yes, my Emperor. The last molting will show us the way thanks to the monstrous chi it will release. I will personally guide the search. The old man yelled while hurrying outside with swiftness, completely unnatural for somebody looking like a living dried-up corpse. Ooh, an empire ruled by a god. Yes, I like it. It suits me. The Emperor muttered to himself with a feral smile. With Izuku and Nijire, several hours later, Izuku was still eating. He had eaten one entire bison beast and was still hungry. The young chef's experiments had been a success. That monster's meat not only was delicious, it was also smooth and tender and with a natural faint smoky taste that really made you crave for more. And that just by roasting it on a hot rock with no condiments. The recipes Izuku created with that meat were all to die for. But how much did Nijire eat? 2 big steaks, that's all, barely 1 kilogram of meat, and that was a new record for her. Izuku. He had just eaten something even bigger than an elephant and was still going strong in chewing. How? She asked with bulged-out eyes after yet another 5 kilograms of steak disappeared in the chef's bottomless stomach. What? He asked back. How can you still be hungry? How much do you eat? It's a secret, okay? He answered, embarrassed. I am already going to keep a big secret of yours, Izu. May as well add another. She answered. I normally eat 200 kilograms of meat, 180 kilograms of carbs, 150 kilograms of fish, 300 kilograms of vegetables, 120 liters of water, 100 liters of cola, 30 eggs, 150 kilograms of dessert, and 1 coffee. At lunch. For dinner I repeat that menu, but with more fish than meat. I eat like that every day. I am overeating today because this kind of meat is extremely compatible with my gourmet cells, something that will make them grow stronger faster. Izuku muttered, ashamed. Gourmet cells demand a lot of calories to work, and since mine are slowly recovering from my ice sky, they are still weakened. The more time passes, the more I will need to eat. Please don't tell anybody, it's embarrassing. He added. Lift your shirt. Nijire demanded with a strange, dull tone. Wah, lift it? Okay, the young chef complied, showing her a set of godly abs so perfect they looked sculptured by hand by God himself. I eat in a week a 100th of what you eat in a single lunch, and I have gained 5 pounds and have to break my back to maintain my figure. And you instead have just eaten an entire monster and still look like a living statue of a Greek god. Why? She shrieked with a red face. I have a good metabolism, he tried saying, choosing the worst possible answer to give to a woman. God damn it. Nijire roared in mad fury and marched to the camping tent Izuku had brought along for his trip to lock herself inside it. Nijire-chan. No. I am angry at you and at your stupid, I can eat whatever I want and not get fat. People like you are my worst enemy. She replied from inside. Will you forgive me if I tell you I can teach you how to do it? I am listening, she said as her head peeked out from the tent in a very adorable way. It's called food immersion. It's something I wanted to teach Momo, but I can teach it to you too, as an apology for dragging you here, even if it was a mistake. Really? Really, he answered. But when will we start? Tomorrow, now I will clean up and go to sleep. Izuku answered. About that, the girl said with a red face. Yes. You keep sleeping outside. You can get in the tent, it's warmer here. If you promise to keep your hands to yourself and don't do anything perverted. She offered with a low whisper. Okay, answered the young chef, and once entered the tent with very nervous steps, he moved into a corner of the small thing and fell asleep with both arms straight at his sides so as not to risk getting too close to Nijire. He still somehow woke up the following day with the girl using his entire body as a living body pillow and extra source of heat. Poor Nijire will spend hours apologizing for it after they return to walking. The next day, mountains. The wind howled deafeningly in their ears as soon as they walked up the mountains separating them from Starlight City, with snow soon piling up everywhere the higher they moved, and Nijire was once again impressed and thankful to learn Izuku was indeed so paranoid he packed provisions and equipment just in case he met both very cold or very hot climates. Even if the super warm jacket he had took along was a bit too small for her, but in exchange of not freezing to death while wearing only her school uniform, she got determined and finally did zip it closed after a short struggle. Why you sure you will be fine? She asked between her clattering teeth. I will use it as a form of training, Izuku answered with a strained tone, as his chef uniform was not a proper cover for that freezing cold, but to the girl's surprise the young man's white breath became steadily thinner and thinner until it stopped coming out. In its place he had soon started breathing out small frozen dust. Okay, I still got the breathing technique down, he muttered with a shaky smile. What kind of training can you do by freezing? Nijire asked, sneezing often and hugging herself. As we speak, my gourmet cells are evolving to adapt to this environment. Muscles and fat and every single cell of my body is being modified to minimize as much loss of warmth as possible, and my reserves of calories are being burned to maintain my body temperature. The more time I spend here, the more time my cells have time to adapt and optimize my body's heat management. He answered, hugging himself and shivering a little. Why you are evolving in real time? She asked. Pretty much. Here, come closer. Izuku offered while hugging Nijire closer and guiding her through the wind, and even with Whitey walking in front of them as a shield of sort against most of the wind, the temperature was still absolutely freezing. TT, thank you. Normally Nijire would have refused an offer like that, but any extra heat was precious more than gold to her in that situation, so she clung to the young chef as much as she could. There, that looks like a cave, we will rest there for a bit, Izuku said, pushing her forward a bit to help her trudge through the snow towards the small aperture on the side of the mountain. Hallelujah. Achoo. The young woman cheered with a loud sneeze that rocked her entire body. Cave. 10 minutes later, the small cave used to have a common mountain bear inside, used to since now the animal was being cooked into a stew on the fire started by the young chef, with Nijire sitting so close to the flames it looked like she was trying to immolate herself. It's not much, but Whitey should act as a good enough door to keep most of the warmth inside, the chef said while stealing a glance at the chubby robot standing at the small opening in the rock and acting as an improvised door for the two. Is every sortie of yours so extreme? Nijire asked, shivering still even after getting even closer to the fire. I think so. The one before this was in a very hot and humid forest. Izuku answered. And you don't want to stop and lose the chance to see new ingredients. To try new tastes. It's not a luxury cruise, yes, but I get to see new worlds and different cultures and creatures. It may not be the gourmet world, but I keep seeing appealing things. I have a level of freedom nobody else has, and I can use it to taste and try new amazing things. He answered, and Nijire had to admit that the excitement he showed while saying all that and the way the fire made his eyes shine. It was kind of captivating. I am still cold though, she muttered. Here. What he did next made her squeak in embarrassment and turn bright red as he sat next to her, covered them both with a heavy blanket and then hugged her tight to share with her as much heat of his body he could. This is the best I can do. I gave you all the blankets I brought with me, he said with an utterly innocent tone. It should be enough, she answered, and she did feel herself heat up, but she could not tell if it was just the blanket and his hug. Or something else. Ooh. Eek. Any doubt though took a back seat as a loud and monstrous roar echoed everywhere. It was so furious and deafening it caused her body to be overcome by primordial fear, so much it hugged the life out of Izuku while Whitey silently watched outside with flashing red eyes and waiting for the attack order. Thump, 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 thump. The steps that passed in front of the cave were impossibly heavy and loud, meaning that whatever had just walked in front of their hiding spot was enormous, so much so that its body had seemingly halted the storm as a whole for the short moment it had passed by their camp. Guaweo. The same howl of hunger and madness echoed once again in the cave, slowly losing power as the galloping giant beast ran away from them on the notes of its heavy steps and the gruesome crunching sound of the thing munching on whatever was unlucky enough to cross paths with it. That sounded like something big. Izuku, face still smothered in Nijire's neck, muttered with narrowed eyes fixed on the cave's entrance. And hungry, she added, trying to play off her hugging him to avoid any awkwardness. Hopefully by tomorrow it will be long gone. For now let's eat and go to sleep. Tomorrow we will descend the mountain and finally reach our destination, Starlight City. Izuku answered. That system thing said that passing the mountain was the fastest and safest way. I guess that thing was not deemed a threat big enough to worry about. Somehow. He answered. How? Beats me, the system has very ASCII standards. Come let's eat. Okay. And don't worry, this time I won't end up hugging you in my sleep. Nijire promised. She failed. She failed horribly. And Izuku was once again victim of Nijire's full-body hug, only this time he also woke up covered by the young woman's very long hair, but the latter was not exactly an issue since they had an amazing scent he found he enjoyed to be smothered in. The following day, it was with a huge sense of relief that Nijire started seeing the top of the trees of the forest under the mountain and the faint body of a giant city beyond that in the distance, and she became even happier when Izuku climbed on Whitey's back so that they could take a custom shortcut by jumping down every ravine they found instead of looking for paths pointing downward. Like this is faster, Izuku explained with a cheeky smile. Just moving in a straight line. Nijire answered while floating behind the robot. The thing instead simply pummeled to the ground, creating a crater at each heavy landing, and that meant they took only 1 hour to descend from the mountain instead of 5 or 6 like normal people. A thing they decided to not comment about was the gruesome spectacle they met along the way, half-eaten creatures and hooves measuring several meters in diameter, meaning that the mysterious monster they heard the night prior had gone on a merry slaughter where it had eaten hundreds of creatures and even trees from the forest below before disappearing God knows where far from the city fortunately. The forest itself was a vast expanse of trees that grew fairly apart from one another, thus leaving plenty of space. 4 paved roads to be built between them, one of which leading towards the faraway city the duo was now walking on. Izuku said once looked at the sky. What is it? Nijire asked. It's getting kinda late for breakfast, and is too soon for lunch. Want to go midway? He asked. You mean that brunch thing? Yep. I always wanted to have one of those. Yes. The young woman answered with shining eyes. Then let's set up a temporary camp. I was not given money worth anything in this world, so we better eat now here. But what about your mission? You have to learn a dish from this world besides capturing a living animal. Yeah. The dish part should technically be easy, he answered sheepishly. You see, we chefs are a kind of prideful bunch. The most famous we are, the most pride we take in our work. So if I find the most famous and snotty chef of that city, maybe I can challenge him in a cooking duel with said recipe as the prize should I win. The only problem will then be winning, but I will cross that bridge when I will get there. He answered. So you are prideful too? Nijire asked with a smirk. Kinda, I hardly let it go above my head, but I am also always ready to defend my skills. It's okay, the first step is always recognizing that you have a problem, she answered with a mocking tone. Suyer, Miss, I won the title of Miss UA pageant 3 times in a row. You are the epitome of humility. Hey. I told you that just because I take pride in my being cute, okay? She countered with her face burning red. Yes. You are incredibly pretty, we know. Izuku answered, chuckling. Nijire's face turned way redder at that admission. Good to see you have good eyesight, she muttered shyly. Halt. It was then that a group of 6 people in heavy armor accompanying a decrepit old man in monk robes resembling a living mummy walked up to them from way ahead. Yes. What can I do for you? Izuku asked, he and Nijire subtly getting ready for a fight just in case, along Whitey's eyes turning red immediately. Are you 2 travelers? The guard at the head of the group asked harshly. Yes, sir. My fiancé are traveling. He is a wandering chef. Nijire answered, and it was a miracle if Izuku's eyes did not bulge out at her addressing herself as his fiancé. Oh, miss. She is taken. Come on. One of the younger guards in the back hummed in despair. Don't be a D-dash. A real man doesn't steal another guy's woman. We are not one of those spoiled brats from the clans. The guy's senior answered while slapping the back of his head. A traveler? Uncaring of the banter behind him, the old monk walked closer to the 2. Yes, sir. Izuku answered. The monk muttered while taking out from his robes a long strip of parchment covered in inscriptions and moving it between them and around Whitey. I see. Have you perhaps met a giant creature recently? Met? Not really, heard it gallop in front of our camp. Then yes. Nijire answered, unnerved by the sight of a mummy speaking with them. Ah. Wonderful. When was it then? Tell me. The monk demanded. Yesterday night, it moved down from the mountain and probably ran through the forest. That direction if we go by the hoofs printed left behind. Izuku answered while pointing towards the area he saw from the mountain had the most trees that had been eaten. Yesterday night, and was it eating? Lots, I think. I believe it ate everything it met, trees too. Nijire answered. Perfect. Simply perfect. It means the time is right. The monk exclaimed with a scary, worshipful tone. What? Izuku asked, confused. There have been sightseeings of a very dangerous beast nearby. Big as a mountain and extremely hungry, we have been tasked to hunt and secure that beast for the safety of the populace, just in case you better hurry towards the city. Even if ridiculously big, that monster is also fast, so you don't want that creature to set its sight on you. The guard's captain explained. I see. We were about to set up a small camp to eat something before getting in the city. We have no money, Nijire answered. What? We got robbed. Izuku answered immediately. You are lucky they only took the money and left your girl alone. If you need a place to stay, look for Springflower Inn. The owner is a very generous man. Bring him something of value or offer to work for him in the kitchen and he will let you use one of the rooms he gives to peregrines. It won't be luxurious, but better than sleeping outside. The same soldier answered. Thank you, sir. Both teens answered with a bow. Enough chit-chat. That monster needs to be captured. For the honor of our emperor. The monk shrieked in annoyance while marching forward without even a small nod of farewell. Please forgive him, an important figure he may be, but manners are not his forte. Travel safety and don't stray from the path. And welcome to Starlight City. The captain apologized for the monk before pushing his men forward to chase the crazed mummy in the direction of the mysterious giant monster. Both Izuku and Nijire watched in silence until the strange group disappeared deeper into the forest. Well, that happened. Izuku said with a sigh. This world sure is full of strange people. Nijire admitted. That it is. Let's go set up the camp, I will take care of collecting wood. Then I will prepare everything else. Nijire answered. Perfect, I will leave Whitey with you just in case, the young chef answered. You sure? I can defend myself no problem, just as I know you are not weak. Whitey is just to appease my paranoia. I won't let a friend of mine get hurt if I can help it. Just go, knight in shining armor. I'll be safe. Nijire answered, smirking, and yet pleased to see him worry about her, even if there was no need at all. Having separated from both the girl and robot, Izuku walked a bit through the unnaturally silent forest to collect enough wood to start a fire to cook their food, the canopy closing just a bit more than the part above the path so as to cast darker shadows here and there. So silent. I guess that giant creature scared most of the animals into hiding or even fleeing, not that I blame them, predators as big as that thing do have that effect, he muttered, unaware that there was a pair of lively eyes following his every movement. As Izuku continued to gather wood for his camp, he could not shake the feeling of eyes on his back. However, every time he turned to see what was causing him to feel this way, all he was met with was the silent forest behind him. Shrugging it off, he finished picking up the final pieces he needed to start the fire and decided to head back. On his way back he felt them again, this time accompanied by a soft cry, and decided he would force the owner of those eyes to get closer while gathering a few small rocks as well. Suddenly he heard a branch get shaken. Quickly pivoting on his foot, he used his middle finger to flick a few of the small pebbles in the direction of the noise. Should have got it, he muttered, feeling confident that he got what he thought was following him. Then suddenly he heard a twig snap from his opposite direction, making him once again turn around and shoot pebbles towards the source of the noise to try to force the culprit out. Again, something cracked from behind the chef. Whatever it was very fast and stealthy, even too much compared to the other creatures he had met up until that moment in that world. Whatever it is, it has similar stealth abilities of the licorice viper from the gourmet world. It can erase its presence completely. This is not good. Out of stones, he quickly turned again to brace himself for an attack. Mid-turn, however, he already felt the unexpected weight on his side and fell onto the ground. Diamine? Quickly shoving off his attacker, he stood up getting ready for a fight, only to then stop mid-stance when he looked down at a creature resembling a small white fluffy fox looking up at him with big ice blue eyes. And who you may be? Izuku asked, both cautious and entranced by the sheer cuteness of the thing. The tiny thing answered with pinned down ears and a long whine. The creature the host is now looking at is a tautai. This specimen is currently in rest mode after going through his last molting. It has now reached maturity. If the host wants, now it will be the perfect time to capture it and add it as an ingredient to his restaurant. The creature's state of starvation from the mentally and physically exhausting molting will make it an easy target. The system said. Ingredient. If ever, I would prefer keeping him as a pet if he wants. The poor deer is already starving and probably scared from whatever monstrosity destroyed this part of the woods. He doesn't deserve to die like that. And he is just too cute and fluffy. I can't kill it if he looks at me like that. Izuku answered. Is the host aware that a tautai eats just as much as he does when in rest mode? The system asked. Is it a problem? Izuku asked back. Not really. Jewel meat will be a perfect food for the tautai, and once captured, the Thunder Phoenix, that ingredient too will be perfect to raise this creature as the host's beloved pet and companion. The entity answered. Good to know. Now I just need to see if he actually is interested in joining me. The young chef replied with a wide smile. Taking in the tautai's features, Izuku began to notice many more details compared to when he first glanced at the small animal that now kept studying his every move in great interest. Hey there, little one. I am not your enemy, you know. The chef muttered with a low and gentle tone. The first thing he noticed was the animal's size. The closest thing that could come to mind would be a house cat at best. Crouching down, he slowly lifted his hand towards the tautai's face to show he meant no harm, and after a moment of cautious sniffing, the animal tilted its head down, allowing Izuku to rub the top of its head. Okay, while this is DMN fluffy. Izuku thought in wonder. The tautai's fur almost felt like he was touching a small cloud. The animal's fur was most fluffy and longer on the head, chest, back and tail, while the rest of the body was covered by shorter and incredibly smooth fur. Looking closer, the young chef spotted few small cloud-like markings on both sides of the tautai's torso fur, as if the animal really used to be part of an actual cloud. The last feature he took notice of were the eyes. Now that we moved closer, he could feel a peculiar warmth akin to trust mimicking his own, a feeling that made both Chef and Taotai feel more relaxed with each other, but as Izuku looked closer, he also felt a bone-chilling coldness to them that held a never-ending hunger buried deep inside. "Ah, this won't do. You are hungry, don't you?" he asked. "Q," the small Taotai answered with a low whine. "I see. What about a small snack then?" Izuku said with a smirk, and chuckling at the lively way the small thing jumped up and down in excitement. "All for you." Luckily, the system seemed to understand his needs and permitted him to summon a huge chunk of meat from his storage. "Q." The Taoya's eyes shone so bright at the sight of the 100 or so kilograms of meat that for an instant Izuku thought a laser would have actually shot out from the animal's orbs. Rip, rip, crunch. It took maybe 3 minutes to the small thing to devour the entire boulder of meat Izuku summoned, no matter the tiny bites the Taotai was taking with its small mouth, and yet, what would be a shocking spectacle for anybody else, for a chef that did spend most of his life in the gourmet world, watching such a tiny being eat so much and so ravenously was just the norm. "So, can I consider us partners?" Izuku asked. Q. To Izuku's surprise, the small animal actually took a very clear thinking pose while closing its eyes. "Okay, this tiny thing is hella smart then," the young chef thought in wonder. Q. Having reached a decision, the small Taotai jumped on Izuku's shoulders and wrapped itself around his neck until it bit down on its own tail, and actually fell briefly asleep with a soft, adorable snoring. "I'll take that as a yes then, thank you. I think I will call you Shiro, do you like it?" Izuku asked. Q. Again thinking a bit about it, the small Taotai went into silent contemplation before giving a nod and a small lick to the chef's cheek. "Awesome. Let's go," he said with a wide smile while walking back towards the camp. Who would have thought that this lord would have found a new partner so soon after being reborn? A traveler from another world and a god of cooking candidate to boot. Finally luck smiles upon my egregious persona as well. The small Taotai thought while snuggling closer to his new partner. The walk back to the small camp was rather uneventful after that, and besides Nijire's loud squeals of joy once she saw their new companion, nothing much happened while the rest of the morning went on without incidents as they walked towards Starlight City. It was towards the sunset that the girl actually found a small lake to take a bath in, since while the system was helpful enough to keep both her school uniform and her hero costume clean, and Nijire still did not understand how the entity could summon both set of clothes at will from her closet back in Ua. A bath was still a bath. And better yet, Izuku didn't even try to spy on her. And yet she also found the thing a bit of a letdown. "Ah, all clean. I feel at peace with the world. And a bit peckish still. I blame Iken's training," Nijire said with a happy sigh, having decided to wear her hero costume just in case they met other soldiers. Q. The small pet that had joined them welcomed her with a soft whine. "Are you hungry, little Shiro?" she asked, cooing. Q. The thing answered with his ears lowered. "Then let's go find Iken, so he will give us some food for dinner, okay?" Nijire offered, and with a giggle she watched the pet turn starry-eyed and dash away. You know where he is? Let's go," Nijire said, floating behind the small thing to find the young chef, and walk on him bathing, without a shred of clothing on. "Oh God. I am the pervert. The scene is happening in reverse." The poor girl mentally shrieked in horror, and with wide eyes and a crimson face she grabbed Lil Shiro and hurried away before Izuku could notice she had unwillingly memorized every detail of every inch of his body as the light of the setting sun shone on certain body parts in a very glorious way. When Izuku, dressed again in his chef attire, returned to their small camp, he found a jittery Nijire looking straight at the fire she made with unblinking eyes and a face so red to look ready to burst to flames. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes," she yelled, still refusing to look at him. "But I take from the fire that you and Shiro-kun are a bit hungry," Izuku asked. "Why's? No problem, we will have an early dinner then. Are you okay with it?" "Of course. What's on the menu?" Nijire asked, finally looking at him with a shaky smile. "I luckily brought along a lot of food just in case I took too long to find the city. So we will have sausages. What do you think? Do you prefer them big or small? I even have a truly huge one if you are very hungry. The young chef answered with an innocent smile while summoning the ingredients from the system's storage. Kaiawea, the poor girl answered with a loud shriek. She then ran away and hid inside the tent. Something I said? Izuku asked with a confused tone. Q. Shiro answered. Even after living an entire separate life, women are still a mystery to me, the chef admitted with a defeated sigh. Nijire-chan. You did not answer, do you want my sausage or not? Kaiawea. Women, he muttered. Starlight City, main entrance gate. Few hours later, the place was bustling in activity even under the pale light of the full moons above it, with a huge flow of people coming and going from the main gate under the watchful eyes of the guards on the walls and at the immense doors proper. The entire Iwai had a very elaborate and ancient-looking style. That day the two travelers could see lanterns and banners everywhere advertising some sort of tournament that will soon take place somewhere in that giant city. Silently followed by Whitey, both Izuku and Nijire navigated their way forward towards the center of the city, marveling at the sights and the smells of the numerous food stalls everywhere, or at the people in flowing robes flying freely in the air while riding flying swords, gourds, lances, or strange creatures. Crush. Nijire shrieked at seeing a guy fly out of a window of a nearby restaurant to tumble on the floor like a ball. You are courting death. I am the young MSTR of the Yang clan. That seat was mine by right. The chubby young man that threw the guy out declared with a haughty tone. If there is somebody courting death, that is you. I am the young MSTR of the Xiaolong clan. That seat is mine. The guy that had just been defenestrated bellowed in answer before launching himself back inside to start a wild brawl between the two and their servants and personal guards. I'll cripple you. No. I will cripple you. Kowtow to me and beg for mercy before I smash your legs. I will smash your sister, you smashing my sister. I will smash your mother, you piece of shit. Let's just go. Izuku said with a groan. Yeah, we better. Nijire, unnerved to the extreme by the dialogue between the two morons, quietly followed behind the chef towards what looked like an inn of sorts. That must be the place the guard talked about, he said, pointing at the humble building adorned by tall cherry trees. Please. In memory of our old friendship. There they saw an old man arguing with the inn owner while carrying an heavily breathing young woman on his back. I am not forgetting that, but with the festival His Majesty the Emperor is organizing, I can't possibly let you use one of our rooms for free, the inn owner answered with an apologetic tone. Please, my friend. Even just a small one. My granddaughter needs a proper bed to rest in if I want to heal her. I can't. Please understand. Excuse me. It was then that Izuku jumped into the conversation. Yes, the owner asked. Good evening. I am a wandering chef and this is Dash, I am his woman. Nijire said, face turning into a cute shade of red at using the same excuse again. My woman. I was wondering if I could exchange some ingredients with you as a way to pay for a room. Izuku, face equally red, asked. Depends on the ingredients. The owner answered with narrowed eyes. I got some. I can show you. He answered. Very well, come with me to the kitchen, my chef will judge if what you bring will be worth enough for a room. But if it isn't, don't expect me to not kick you out without mercy. Even the rooms I have for the peregrines are full today. Of course, sir, the young chef answered. Good, let's go. Young man, the old man said, grabbing Izuku's shoulder. Release the host, and Whitey immediately grabbed the man's hand in a crushing hold. The old man uttered in surprise as he failed to break free of the robot's hold, and turned even more shocked when he failed to grasp Whitey's true power, or even Shiro's that was already glaring at him hard enough to almost freeze the guy's BLD solid. Whitey let him go. Izuku asked, and luckily the robot complied. What do you need, sir? He asked. Please. If you actually manage to get a room, let us share it with you too. This old man will pay you back. On my honor. But my granddaughter needs medicines and a warm bed. Please, he begged. Of course. No problem. Izuku answered, especially once seeing Nijire's own begging look. Thank you, my boy. Thank you. The old man looked ready to burst into tears of gratitude as he watched Izuku and Nijire walk towards the kitchens following the inn owner. Several minutes later, the room was small and cozy, with several small beds on one side, a small table in the middle and a small fireplace on the floor at the opposite side of the room. It was clearly a very cheap room, but the 4 people using it now did not really care about that. Finally! I can finally help my granddaughter, the old man said in elation. Do you need some help? Izuku asked. No need, my boy. I know what to do. But I still don't know the names of my benefactors. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I am Nijire Hado, the girl said. Young Izuku, young Nijire, you have my gratitude. Now please, forgive me, but I will need to focus on treating my beloved granddaughter. Here, let me help you. After helping the sick young woman lie on one of the beds, both chef and hero student watched in silence as pills and other strange concoctions were poured down her throat as the old man worked tirelessly to try and help her. What happened to her? Nijire asked once every medicine went used and the old man stopped working to take a breath. She is just a victim of a fool's quest for power. He answered with a shaken sigh. Quest for power? Izuku asked, confused. The old man looked at the pale, shivering young girl sleeping on the bed with a scrunched expression and gave a sigh. When he looked back at them again, both chef and hero student saw him become even more frail and defenseless. My name is Sun Mucheng, and I have 2 sons, or used to have 2 sons, he started saying. Twins. Lao Mucheng and Zao Mucheng. When they were born, my happiness knew no bounds, 2 strong heirs. I said, and they were truly 2 young boys blessed by the heavens. When other kids crawled, they ran. When other sons and daughters said their first words, my twins declared small poems. Strong and smart, there seemed to be no end to their potential, old man Sun said. Then what happened? Izuku asked. They took separated paths to greatness. Lao followed the path of the scholars. He was bright, frighteningly so, and knew that a lone stone cannot change the course of a river, so he forged alliances, connected with lords and servants of the great families and formed bonds of friendship and peace. He wanted not just his hand to rule, but a chain of hands to shape the world. Zao was not like him. Nijire asked. Zao was more direct. He believed that a mighty leader could guide the pack without help, so he started to seek greatness through his own personal might. He tread the way of the sword and of the lance, and even his fists became strong enough to crack mountains. He believed that he needed not allies to achieve his goal, only overwhelming power to squash his enemies. Sun answered, sighing in dismay. I am starting to understand where this story is going, Izuku admitted with a grimace. I too believed so. I too had started to fear a fight between them once their ideals clashed. The old man replied. His chuckle was completely devoid of mirth, but a mockery of a human's laugh. But, Nijire asked, that fight never happened because as it turned out, Lao was the menace, not Zao. Both dimensional travelers uttered as one. The vilest poisons in Zao's tea caused the mightiest warrior in this city's millennial history to die with a pathetic whimper. Lao himself admitted it before banishing me and little Sue from the family. Sun explained with tears once again forming in his eyes. But, what? Because while Zao was like a mighty dragon boldly opening its wings and maw to challenge whoever crossed his path, Lao was a poisonous snake. He managed to hide his venom behind a colorful and meek personality while manipulating everybody from the shadows and sinking his teeth in the neck of whoever stood in his way. And even I, his father, was so foolish to fall for his tricks. Now my own brother is championing Lao and his daughter Cha-Cha as the greatest geniuses of the Mucheng clan. The old man answered, and after that a pained bestial howl tore its way from his throat as he fell on his knees to cry his eyes out. That is why Miss Sue is reduced like that? Izuku asked. Yes. That accursed son of mine dared to poison his own niece. The last remnant of his brother. The nectar of the Dantian withering flower now flows in her veins, destroying not only her once mighty power, but her future as well. A cripple that will soon turn sterile as well. And even if I love her with all myself, I can't even muster the strength of putting an end to her misery with my own hands. This old fool has failed so much even the gods refuse to strike him down. Sun yelled in despair. Can't you challenge your son for this? Show he was the culprit. Nijire asked. How? My brother is at a level of cultivation way beyond mine, and even should I manage the impossible and defeat him, every other elder is already proudly standing behind Lao. The emperor's son himself is secretly helping along, supplying Lao and Cha-Cha with elixirs and heavenly treasures to increase their power even more. If I challenge them, my life will be snuffled in an instant by a single assassin at the orders of the prince. I can't leave Su Muqing alone in this world as a cripple. I prefer to swallow the bitter remains of my pride and bear the weight of a total humiliation. The old man replied. So there is no way? Izuku asked. The laugh the chef got in answer made his skin crawl. It was filled to the brim in such foul bitterness it sounded coming from an angry ghost. Oh yes, there is. Remember that tournament I talked to you about? The one that has as a prize the storm phoenix you are looking for. The emperor himself is sponsoring it, just as I mentioned. And Cha-Cha Muqing is taking part as a representative of the Muqing clan. For me and my son Zao and my granddaughter Su to finally get justice, we would need to openly challenge Cha-Cha during the finals and defeat her. Too bad I can't do that due to my own crippled cultivation. Only Su herself could have done that. But of course Lao must have planned for this as well, since now she too is forever crippled. There is truly no justice under the heavens. The righteous will always fall in ruin at the hands of the devils. It looked like Sun had finally reached the breaking point as laughter and crying mixed chaotically on his face. Can't you do anything, Izuku? Nijire whispered. Maybe. I don't know if my healing cuisine can actually fix that. He answered. Is healing cuisine the thing you do to heal people with food? She asked, confused. Exactly that. I basically use the innate life energy of the ingredients to heal people. It's a bit more complex than that, but that is basically what happens when I use it. Okay, and that can help her. I don't know. Can you ask your sponsor? Nijire asked. Indeed, healing cuisine can heal the woman known as Su Muqing. But the host will need to be extra careful during preparation, or he will actually speed up the customer's sickness and cause her death. On the grounds of this abrupt mission, heal Su Muqing from her Dantian withering flower poisoning and save her life and cultivation. Reward, 10% bonus on experience points and unlocking of the Moore's oil ingredient. Punishment for failure, host will lose 90% of the accumulated experience points he has, will lose washing machine privileges for 2 months, and Su Muqing will die. I can actually do this, Izuku declared. Good. But if I fail I will make things worse and kill her. Nijire muttered, paling considerably. Sun finally noticed their muttering and looked at them in puzzlement. Sorry, I was spacing out a bit. I was wondering if I could actually cook something for you, Mr. Sun. You look like you have not eaten in days. Oh yes, you are a wandering chef. To be fair, I was worried about stabilizing little Sue's conditions enough to have her at least survive the poisoning. And now I have burned through the few crystals I had on me, so food was a luxury I could not give myself or her. Even staying here is merely a favor the owner is doing me because he owed me one. I could use something warm to eat, honestly. But I must ask it to be something even little Sue can eat. She herself has been starving, and even if those do fill the stomach, medicines and elixirs can hardly be considered food. The old man answered with a sigh. No worries, I will prepare a stew. So between broth and tender meat you both will be able to fill your stomach? Izuku answered. Are you aware though that this poor old man won't be able to pay you? Sun admitted with his voice filled in shame. I am treating you, not selling, he answered with a gentle smile. Thank you, please forgive an old man that has forgotten good people do exist out there, he answered, tentatively returning the smile, albeit weakly. It's okay, Izuku answered, and used his connection to the system's storage powers to retrieve a big pot and the ingredients he needed. That shell. Is that the meat of a warrior bison? Sun asked with his eyebrows shot up to his hairline. Yes. Ikin and I caught several of them, is it wrong? Nijire asked. Nothing wrong with that, it's just a surprise to see somebody so young go against such a high-level beast. And even more so for us to actually eat that for free, warrior bison meat is a delicacy, didn't you know? I recognize its high quality as a very good ingredient. That is what I need now to help you too. Izuku answered while summoning the sea dragon kitchen knife from the tattoo on his wrist. That was when he saw Old Man Sun turn extremely pale and look at the knife with wide bulged-out eyes. The sharp intake of air he took almost made the chef jump out of his skin. "Tea that knife. Tea the chi it exudes. What is it made of?" he demanded while trying to grab it. And as soon as his hand grabbed Izuku's around the handle, everything around the old man disappeared, and he found himself in an endless white expanse while holding in his hand the very tip of the giant claw of the sea dragon herself, a being large enough to dwarf mountains and with each claw so vast a single swipe of one could easily demolish an entire city. And the thing was now locking eyes with the old man in furious contempt. "Who are you to try to steal the knife of my emissary? A knife made with one of my own mighty fangs," the dragon demanded with a booming female voice louder than every storm or rumbling seas combined. BBB beyond even a crystal soul sovereign core cultivator. An existence that has ascended to real godhood. A divine treasure. A divine treasure kitchen knife. Sun Mucheng shrieked in hysteric fear as the dragon possessed such an immense power even the legendary peak existences of his world looked as pathetic as a firefly compared to the sun itself. That was her own presence. Mighty. Invincible. Divine. Once everything returned to normal and the dragon expelled the old man from her inner space back into the real world, his hand immediately let go of the knife and he backed off while looking at Izuku in shock and awe. "Please don't touch it. A kitchen knife is a chef's soul and life. If you really want a closer look, just ask." Izuku warned him. That knife has been made with a divine beast fang. A divine treasure in the shape of a kitchen knife. That is beyond preposterous. Beyond blasphemy. It's insanity in its purest form. Sun declared while breathing heavily and actually looking like he had gotten several years older still. "Is it bad news?" Nijire asked. "It just means that my equipment is very good. He is overreacting." Izuku answered, shrugging. "May I?" Sun begged with a small voice. "Here." After studying the man's face with narrowed eyes for a couple seconds, the young chef slowly handed the kitchen knife to him and watched as the old man studied it in every detail in reverence. "This knife. Such appealing craftsmanship," Sun muttered as he studied each and every scale that had been engraved on the knife handle with impossible precision, enough to make them look and feel almost alive. Then he studied the smooth blade, long and thin and yet sharp enough the old man believed it could cut even gods and destiny itself, and finally he marveled at how light yet unbreakable the thing felt in his hands. "I have never seen such a masterpiece. Whoever created this must be a legendary being that has mastered the art of forging like nobody else before," Sun declared, voice full of awe as he returned the knife to Izuku. "Sort of," the young chef admitted. The system had long disclosed to Izuku the nature of the god of cooking kitchen set he will unlock as he advanced in his training, so he was no longer surprised to know that his equipment is and will be composed of things made from divine creatures, especially since it kind of made sense since he was supposed to ascend to godhood himself sometime in the far future. Indeed, that knife was made by a supreme Ansar. Only such a supreme lord of the forge can create a divine treasure so pure the beast's soul is fully preserved inside of it, to the point the treasure itself is sentient. "WW, who are you, young sir?" Sun asked, still with a trembling voice. "Young sir," both Izuku and Nijire parroted at the same time. "I told you, I am just a wandering chef. I am just traveling to increase my skills," Izuku answered, unnerved by the man's unblinking eyes. So young but already so strong, he can hunt a pack of warrior bison by himself and treat them as mere ingredients one can just pluck at their leisure. Possessing a knife that is in truth a sentient divine treasure beyond even the treasures rumored to be in the Emperor's own treasury, a treasure so rare only a handful of similar level creations exist in the entire mortal realm, and accompanied by a mysterious pet and a puppet even somebody of my own cultivation cannot tell the strength of. For a mere chef to be like this. What sect does he come from? What clan can be so prosperous and powerful even their servants are so outlandish? I never heard of a Midoriya clan, but whoever he works for, they must certainly hold him in high regard to demand his kitchen knife to be a divine treasure. This goes even beyond being extravagant. Unless, can it be that he actually is a young MSTR of a powerful clan from a faraway land that decided to walk the path of a chef? It would explain why he has such strength and resources, no matter how strange it sounds. It may be best to try to ingratiate him. The backing of such a mysterious force could be what I need to make sure little Sue will be safe should the worst happen. Thinking that, Sun also took a glance at Nijire, and his expression turned a bit sour. He already has a appealing and young Emistas following him everywhere, obviously to still take care of his needs, without the risks of unwanted BSTRDS popping up at a later date from a random BRTL. It may mean it could be necessary for little Sue to take a similar duty to make sure she will be safe under the protection of his clan, but even if I hate it, it may be the only chance to assure her safety. Are you okay? You are strangely silent, Sun-sen. Nijire asked with an innocent smile. Nothing, dear. It's nothing. The old man forcefully banished the idea of his beloved granddaughter being probably forced to help the girl to sate the urges of the young chef in front of him to gain some safety, and gave her a small smile to go along with his answer. Then I will start immediately. Luckily the small fireplace in this room is not just nice to look at, but barely big enough for my pots to fit in there. Izuku answered in relief. He too had found the man's silence unnerving, and he immediately summoned more ingredients and started to work diligently after sitting on the floor close to the fire. At least he is a good young man. It could have been worse. He could have been one of those arrogant young at his thinking with their crotch. He may actually treat little Sue nicely. Miss Nijire seems happy to be with him, he thought, sighing. Warrior bison, jewel meat, scorpiodil tail meat, bones of those fire vultures, system. Can I have some thunder potatoes from the gourmet world? Those and bone carrots. Izuku muttered. Analysis. The host can purchase the unlocking of those two minor ingredients for a small fee thanks to his proximity to reaching level. The unlocking of both ingredients will be 500 experience points each. Initiate purchase. The system answered. Okay. I accept it. Izuku answered with a pained expression. Very well. The host is now able to utilize both gourmet world ingredients freely. Congratulations. Hooray, the young chef muttered with a sigh. When the young chef started working, Old Man Sun simply watched him out of boredom, compared to Nijire instead looking at him with an excited expression, something the old cultivator could not quite understand as Izuku was just going through the motions of washing the ingredients in a small water basin. Cuisine. Crunch. Cuisine. In the meantime, the strange fluffy white pet rested near the chef's leg and somehow biting through and eating the discarded carapace of the warrior bison. The chef threw at it with no apparent effort, a shell that would normally have even cannonballs and hits by medium-stage cultivators harmlessly. Bounce off. Aizu. Is it? Finally Nijire asked. Yes. Will you do that knife trick again? Ooh. Of course. It always happens when I go fast, he answered, chuckling. What is she talking of? For the second time that day, Old Sun's eyes threatened to plop out of his sockets as he watched a goddamn chef moving his knife so fast the blade managed to split into tens of spectral copies of itself as he started cutting the huge slab of bison meat into perfect cubes barely an inch big, all exactly the same size and shape and with no effort whatsoever. And then doing the same with the other cuts of meat as well. That is the sacred 100 ghost blades technique of the ancient sword pavilion. How? Old Sun shrieked with a high-pitched voice. The what from the what pavilion? Nijire asked, curious. Sounds important, even if the name is a bit edgy. Izuku answered, and he was still cutting ingredients with the same astounding speed, generating solid afterimages of his knife. The most guarded secret of the sacred sword pavilion only the personal students of the pavilion great MSTR are permitted to learn. Used for cooking. And he is pulling it off constantly with no effort. The last one able to use it for so long and so proficiently was the sword pavilion's founder himself, Holy Sword Saint Ranmao. Who are you people? Old Sun asked with a weak voice. Believe it or not, even if I explain it you wouldn't understand, or even believe me. Izuku admitted, sighing and barely fighting off the headache this entire trip had tried giving him ever since he and Nijire arrived. That food. It has chi inside still. What are you doing? How are you doing it? The old man asked. And the knife makes it a bit easier, but I basically use my own power to seal life energy inside the ingredients long enough for that to fuse with them and the resulting dish. I am just slowing down the rate of dissipation until life is infused into the ingredients permanently. That's the gist. Izuku answered. What you call life, I call chi. And what you do is on par with the work of alchemists when they prepare elixirs. That is what you are doing, isn't it? Old Sun turned somber and actually sat next to Izuku on the floor to better watch him work. You are very observant, the young chef said while stir-frying various herbs until fragrant. Because elixir making is my own specialty, and I can recognize a fellow emsar when I see them. That potato you are using has an exceptional affinity to lightning chi. Very similar to the rare lightning mint that grows in our mountains. He said, voice now calm and low, to not distract the chef. Very nutritious too, and the small electric shocks it gives when cooked in a certain way will help her weakened heart to keep beating. This is a bone carrot instead. Izuku answered, and handed him a pure white carrot literally made of bone. Fascinating, tuk. Hard as a bone, but the scent is of a common carrot, very sweet. Sun said while studying the thing. It will heal Miss Sue's bones, making them return healthy and strong. That poison is corroding even her bone marrow, this will help cleanse it. The young chef answered, showing how those carrots had been easily cut and were now turning incredibly soft once cooked. It's Iken's secret skill, healing cooking. He can heal everybody with his food. Nijire added, making him blush at the praise. I would normally scoff at such a notion, but the chi flowing in that pot is nothing short of a miracle. Poison chi, lightning chi, earth chi, water chi, fire chi, wind chi. There are pills that can boost one's healing by mixing 2 or 3 different kinds of chi together, but you are managing to mix triple that amount while keeping them all in harmony and make them work together. And with a common pot, not a pill furnace, that too is a great show of skill. But why use poison chi? I imagine it is to fight poison with poison, but the wrong choice or ratio will actually make things worse. Sun asked. Scorpiodil poison induces heart attacks and organ failure by forcefully accelerating the heartbeat and blood flow of the victim. I plan to turn that into a heart medicine, especially to stop the poison inside Sue's body from forming clots by keeping her blood flowing. I see, that is why you added warrior bison meat. They normally feed on poisonous animals and herbs. They are naturally immune to similar toxins. Old man Sun hummed, looking pensive. I am not following. Nijire admitted sheepishly. Just guessing the inner workings of the recipe, my dear, yes? Izuku asked. There is a bug that it's said to actually feed on that accursed flower's pollen. If I manage to capture a few, would it be possible to use them? You would be surprised to know that many bugs actually taste very similar to chicken. Izuku answered, laughing at poor Nijire's horrified expression. I will need to check them first, but yes, if I grind them and rapidly desiccate them, I can add them to the stock, he answered. Good. They may be rare, but for little Sue this old man is ready to turn even the underworld upside down. You focus on your healing dish, Sir Izuku. I will be back soon. Old man Sun declared, and left the room in an awe-inspiring burst of speed. He is a very strange guy, but you can't deny he loves his niece. Izuku admitted once sure the man had left. Can you really save her, Aizu? Nijire asked. I can only trust the ingredients will. They are sure we both can heal her if we work together, and I want to trust them. He answered, smiling a little. Must be nice hearing their voices. Nijire said with a sad smile. Thank you. For what? For not stopping me. For letting me continue this mission. For not demanding I just throw it away, or even just abandoning me, even if you had every right to do it. He muttered with a low voice and a sigh. He was surprised to feel the weight of her head on his shoulder and the warmth of her arms circling his shoulders in a tight embrace. I can see the passion you put in this, the pure strength behind every step you take or every swing of that knife. You mumble and blush and stutter, you are shy and unsure of yourself, but then you grab the knife and become another person, because that is who you want to be, a chef. And a chef can't be scared of his ingredients or afraid of making a bad dish. Nijire said, sighing. A hero, I think, is the same. We can be scared, worried, we can doubt ourselves and our reasons, but then we wear our costumes and start smiling, even just so that others will smile as well. Nijire said. Nijire, you promised you will tell Momo and your parents the full story of what you do, of all this, and I promise you that I will help you talk them into not stopping you, but you must promise me you will be careful. Always, every time. She answered. I will promise, he answered. Swear it, she answered while showing him her pinky finger. I swear, he answered, intertwining his pinky with hers. Good. Thank you, Nijire. Thank you. The young chef admitted, and surprised her with a small kiss on her forehead. Mew, and in answer the girl's face turned bright red in embarrassment. Ooh. Sorry, but you asking for a pinky promise was just too adorable. I see, the young woman answered with a long whine of shame, and punched his shoulder over and over with zero strength behind each hit, unfortunately making him laugh louder. Sorry, he said, smirking. Baka. Bakaisu. Nijire muttered with a soft whisper, and leaning her head again on his shoulder with a pout while watching him tirelessly stirring the stew. In the silence that followed, her blush slowly subsided and her eyes drifted close to the notes of the gentle bubbling of the stew and the chef's soft breathing. His shoulder was very comfy and warm. 1 hour later, our Izuku. This, the chef hissed, and the old man almost managed to bite his tongue clean off in his haste to shut up. Although he soon developed a knowing smile. Don't read too much into this. This is not what it looks like. Izuku hissed with a red face. In the hour the old man had took to find his bugs, Nijire not only had fallen asleep leaning on Izuku's shoulder, but had actually slipped down to lie her head on his lap without even awakening, and while the notion in itself did make the chef's heart almost stop, the mind-numbing flare of pain from the girl headbutting his deet for an instant killed any sort of romantic feeling he may have had. She still looked illegally cute if you asked him. No. Did you find them? He asked. Yes. Fate must be on our side because I found 5 of them even. Even just one would have been a gift from the gods, but 5. Almost impossible. My son must be blessing us from the heavens. Old Sun said while delivering Izuku a folded handkerchief containing 5 plump beetles each the size of a walnut and with a golden carapace, dead but without a single mark on them. Just to be on the safe side, I used my chi to stop their breathing so as not to damage them, he explained. System? Izuku mentally asked while checking them himself. These beetles are a suitable ingredient. If the host prepares them properly into powder form, they will help fight off the effects of the flower. Congratulations. Even if not personally captured by the host, they will be added as a spice to the restaurant's storage. The entity answered. They are perfect and may be what we need to make this work, Izuku answered, and with his eyes closed he neared the dead bugs to his face until they touched his forehead. I give thanks to you for being my ingredients. Please help me save young Miss Sue, he muttered, and under Old Man Sun's disbelieving eyes, those dead bugs briefly gave a shy spark of light. They will help. I will start immediately. Izuku declared in determination, and with a fast swipe of his knife, the outer shell, the legs and the heads of the bugs were removed. The remaining meat was then cleaned of the BLD and the tiny organs removed, then grounded into a paste and put on the fire into a tiny pot where the mixture went stirred nonstop. That thing you did, for an instant you formed a connection with the bugs. I can hear the voice of the ingredients and understand their will. I offered them my gratitude following the teachings of food honor and food etiquette, and in exchange they offered me their help and suggestion of how to better use them for this. Izuku explained. The dead bugs talk to you. They are dead as animals, but they are alive as ingredients. I always offer my thanks to ingredients when I cook them, because I am grateful for their becoming part of me once eaten. Each and every time I eat I thank them from the bottom of my heart. He answered, slowly turning the bug's meat into a drier and drier mixture as he stirred. I think I understand. It does match the beliefs of the monks of the Beast Kingdom Temple. No death, only transformation and transcendence. Old Sun commented. Ikin, that sounded kind of silly, but also nice. Nijire yawned while stirring awake. Was that a good nap? Izuku asked, smiling gently and looking at the girl still with her head on his lap. Waiwaya, finally noticing she not only had got her head on his lap but also turned around in her sleep to bury her face in his stomach, he had rock-hard abs. She was officially unsure what to do. The stew is almost ready. If you want I can prepare your portion without the bug spice, he answered, smiling gently and not reacting at having her in that position on his lap. Even if her female pride did sting a bit about that lack of reaction. Is it good? She tried asking. Do you trust me? Okay. Perfect. You mean we can eat that too? Old Sun asked. While officially made to heal Miss Sue, the dish has still been prepared with healing properties in mind and to be extremely nutritious as well. You may not have poison in you, but every other effect will still be good for your body. I promise. Izuku answered. Then I am eager to taste it myself, the old man answered. Good, he answered, smiling wide. Once the stew was finally ready, for dishes went rapidly filled, with old man Sun carefully lifting his granddaughter in a sitting position. Here, little Sue. Grandpa found a generous youngster to cook for us, he muttered, looking at the very pale girl with eyes filled with unshod tears. Shouldn't you try it first? Izuku said. You said you are MSTR in elixir making, yes. You are then the best one to tell if it will work. Izuku said. You're right. Please allow me, the old man said while trying both meat and vegetables and then the broth. Host. The system has already analyzed the stew and declared it a 100% success. Why asking for this man's opinion? The entity asked. Me and you know it will work, but he doesn't. It's a way to gain his trust. His desperation should not force him to blindly trust the first guy passing by offering a solution. The young chef thought in answer. Oh my. The taste is sublime. Even beyond the chefs at the Phoenix Palace restaurant. I dare say. Old man Sun's praise stopped abruptly when he felt every cell in his body shake in unrestrained energy. This fluctuation. Can it be? The surge of power he felt radiating from his chest was immense, soon making a faint golden aura cover his entire being. Moving from a formal sitting position on his knees to a cross-legged meditation pose, the old man circled that storm of energy through every corner of his body, through every pathway of his chi. What is he doing now? Nijire asked. This man is doing what in this world is called cultivation. It can be summarized as him circling his life energy through his body to strengthen it and purifying each and every cell so to bring his body, soul and mind to a higher state of being and gain greater strength and power. The system answered, and for the first time, it was not only Izuku to hear the entity's voice. Was that? Nijire asked, amazed. My sponsor, is. That voice was really inhuman. I got used to it, the chef answered, and at the same time the light around Old Sun's body turned from gold to pure white, and when that aura faded away, both teens felt like everything around them, pretty much reality itself, shuddered slightly, as if stretching to accommodate Sun's own presence in the universe, before everything returned to normal. A breakthrough. After all these years of stagnation, I achieved a breakthrough thanks to your stew. Sun muttered while locking eyes with Izuku, and the young chef could see tears rapidly mount in the old man's eyes. To the two travelers' shock, Sun moved into a deep bow, leaning down until his forehead was glued to the floor before letting his tears run free. Sun-san, both yelled at the same time with wide eyes. My old wounds, scars and crippling blows no experts could heal, gone. My stagnating cultivation, uplifted into a breakthrough, and even my own illness. Everything is fading away thanks to you. You gave to this old fool a second chance without asking anything in exchange. And as I suspect, my granddaughter too will heal thanks to your food, a miracle I thought only the personal doctors of the Emperor were capable of. Whatever you want in exchange, just ask and Old Sun will give it to you. Everything. Even my own life. The old man answered with a tone of absolute gratitude, unaware that his features had turned slightly younger as well. We'll talk about it later, for now we need to feed the stew to Miss Sue, she needs it more than anybody else. Izuku answered, already bringing the young woman's dish to her mouth. Of course. Please, allow me. Sun answered, snapping out of his amazement to immediately move to help the barely conscious woman eating her fill. The next day, young Su Muching did not know where she was. She only felt a strange lightness encompassing her whole body, a sense of weightlessness and inner peace she found very enjoyable. Too bad the glare of the sun shining on her eyes managed to cut through the most peaceful sleep she had in a long time and forcing her to open her eyes so to better send her hateful scowl to the accursed fireball in the sky. And meet the tear-stained eyes of her beloved grandpa. And as soon as their eyes met, she saw any form of reason abandon the kind old man to allow maddening euphoria to take full control. You are alive. My little Su came back to me. Ha ha. The laugh that echoed in the young woman's ears was full of relief, and unfortunately the hug that followed said laugh was so tight Su feared her bones would be turned to dust. What is happening? She finally asked. It's a long story, Mississippi. The answer came from another person, as her grandfather was too occupied with his weeping at her return to actually talk. Where am I? And who are you? She asked. As I said, it's kind of a long story, the young green-haired man answered with a sheepish, and dare she say it, a supremely adorable expression. Whatever that story was, Su felt like she really needed to hear about it. Tremble in fear in front of the mighty Shiro. Love, this is the first part of I don't know how it came this long. Don't get used to it. XD This arc will be centered on the wuxia/xianxia genre. The one after this, that will come later, will be sci-fi. Then there will be Western fantasy. Then, fighting world, think Street Fighter. Then I will mix and match every genre. Heck, I may even do some small crossover. I don't know. Extra chapter, dimensional ingredient hunts. Happen between chapters. Minotaur's spicy noodles.